What's happening? Is it restarting it on? This time, Right, this AC come on right? That is good.
Ma'am, you can start.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ms. Meera Bhadre and your host for today's webinar. On behalf of the Western Naval Command, there's an echo. I beg your pardon.
Ma'am, it's all right, ma'am. You can continue. There's no echo. I'm getting.
All right. I'm sorry. Let's begin again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ms. Meera Bhadre and your host for today's webinar. On behalf of the Western Naval Command, Indian Maritime Foundation, and the Nautical Institute India West, I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries, speakers, and attendees of the Maritime Webinar 2021, being held under the theme of Creating, Nurturing, and Harnessing India's Maritime Soft Power. For the past 7 years, the Western Naval Command, in conjunction with the Pune-based Indian Maritime Foundation and the Nautical Institute India West, has been conducting seminars on subjects of common interest to the seafaring community, which have come to include greater and wider maritime disciplines like maritime safety, maritime history, maritime law, maritime consciousness. With widening scope, the initiative saw growing participation of maritime domain experts, practitioners, and gradually scholars and students. Last year, despite the pandemic and the virtual nature of the event, it attracted over 500 participants and generated a huge interest. Towards furthering this amalgamation of academic interactions and as a curtain raiser to the Indian Navy's upcoming Navy Week celebrations, this year's webinar will focus on maritime soft power in all its diversity. The webinar comprises 3 technical sessions and a special session apart from the inaugural and closing sessions. The viewers are requested to ask questions on the chat box and keep the comments coming. Towards the end of each session, the moderators are requested to collate the questions and direct the discussions thereon. As we have a fairly packed schedule, I would humbly request all participants to adhere to the allotted time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to stress here that all the comments and opinions expressed in today's deliberations are those of the individual alone and do not reflect the official views of the organizations involved in conducting this event. I'm sure our audience would want to know more about the theme and the story behind it. And to know more about this topic, I request Commodore Kesnur to present the introductory remarks.
Thank you, Meera. Admiral Hari Kumar, the Flag Officer commanding Western Naval Command. Captain Anand Dixit, Master Mariner, President of Indian Maritime Foundation. Captain Kapil Dev Behel, Master Mariner, Chairman, Nautical Institute West. Captain Rajan Veer, President Emeritus, Indian Maritime Foundation. Distinguished flag officers, eminent moderators and panelists, ladies, gentlemen, participants. Good morning to you all. Now, my co-host Meera has very succinctly explained the rationale behind this year's theme and what we have been doing previous years and how it has taken a step up this year. It remains for me to fill in a bit more flesh and blood into that and give you perspective in what way do we see the seminar unfolding. Ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago, we had an interesting article in the Times of India by author and columnist Swapan Dasgupta, wherein he mentioned in passing that while countries such as UK and France, while possibly somewhat diminished in their global power, at least compared to World War II status, have not necessarily reduced their stature in global influence. And the reason he brought out is because of many of their institutions and entities. And he mentioned in particular universities, think tanks, museums and display spaces, and a whole lot of corresponding what we might call as soft power elements, music, literature, architecture, which acts like a magnet to the global community. Now, this in a way encapsulates what we were thinking of this time too, because in our deliberations last year on enhancing maritime consciousness, one of the things that came out very sharply in focus is that the way to go about doing it is to develop greater institutions and entities that do this, enhancing maritime consciousness in a very institutionalized way. Last year also the outcome was that we need to have a global presence in many of our maritime so-called soft power issues, and how do we go about doing it. So that leads us naturally to this year's discussion. Now, between last year and this, ladies and gentlemen, certain very encouraging things have happened on the maritime soft power perspective. It must be understood here that while maritime hard power elements may not have reached their complete potential or status that we want, there is a recognition of what they constitute and how we go about it. On the other hand, the soft power is a bit more inchoate, somewhat unclear, and can lead to multiplicity of opinions. However, notwithstanding that, as I said, there have been encouraging sort of developments since the last year. And if I can recollect some of them just in passing or in random, we have had since last year the opening of Center for Excellence in Maritime Studies, a Mumbai University initiative, and we have the director from there as a part of our first session on maritime pedagogy with other similar institutions like IMU and GMU, which have already established a base. Then we've had encouraging developments on the museum front. The National Maritime Heritage Complex, a huge complex over almost 400 acres, is coming up in Lothar, one of our biggest maritime complexes when it happens. And that's a very ambitious project. We got someone from there speaking to us. Mumbai Maritime Museum Society is making rapid strides. Just later today, the Heritage Hall of the Naval Dockyard is being renovated. There are lots of such maritime spaces that are coming up in a big way. The Indian Navy itself, interestingly, in this year, through mechanisms such as NMF and MHS, which are in the forefront, through agencies like the Hydrography branch, has been doing much. And over the last year, if we have seen the Indian Navy's soft power initiatives, be it a wonderful show during the Cyclone Tote, when we mounted the biggest search and rescue operations, our show during the COVID Wave 1 and Wave 2, Samudra Setu and Mission Sagar, or things as simple or as recent as the Goa Maritime Conclave, when we brought several heads of countries together, heads of navies together to discuss issues of common interest in the maritime realm. All of these point to certain encouraging tendencies wherein, and I'm just bringing out a few in the vast maritime firmament, point to certain encouraging tendencies on the maritime soft power front. It remains for us to take this forward, and I hope that the discussions and deliberations that we have will indeed do that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you, take part in the seminar, send your questions and comments very actively, and wish you a very, very nice day, full of cogitation, full of interesting deliberations. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again.
Thank you, Commodore Kesnur. It sure sounds like the whole idea of this webinar and the sessions thereon grew pretty organically. To begin with the day's proceedings, let me introduce Captain Anand Dixit, President, Indian Maritime Foundation, who has kindly consented to deliver the opening address. Captain Dixit is an alumnus of the training ship Dufferin and a master mariner. He has had vast experience at sea, spanning over 4 decades, which includes command of 32 years on board bulk and gas carriers, oil tankers, including very large crude carriers. Presently, he's a guest lecturer at Savitribai Phule, that's Pune University, at the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, and the President, Indian Maritime Foundation. Captain Dixit, may I invite you to deliver the opening address.
Thank you, Meera. Admiral Hari Kumar, officers of the Indian Navy and the Merchant Navy, members of the Nautical Institute and Indian Maritime Foundation, fellow mariners and non-mariners, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to you. It gives me great pleasure in welcoming you to the joint webinar organized by Western Naval Command, Indian Maritime Foundation, and the Nautical Institute. This is the 8th edition of the joint seminar series. The aim of these seminars has been to bring the seafaring communities, the Navy, the Coast Guard, and the Merchant Marine together so that we could understand each other's roles, capabilities, and adopt the best practices of each service. The central theme of the joint seminars has been fostering cooperation between the seafaring communities. 9 years ago, the Western Naval Command launched this initiative at the behest of the then IMF President, Commodore Veer, with the support and participation of the Nautical Institute, India West. We're thankful to the WNC and NI India West for their efforts in organizing today's webinar and hope that this cooperation will continue. Over the years, we have covered a number of topics and subtopics of interest to seafaring communities. The fact that we are now into the 8th edition of this recurring event is a proof in itself of the relevance and value of this symposium. Until now, this forum has been confined to a small section of maritime professionals exchanging views and information among themselves. But now it is felt that we need to move on and do something more while still maintaining our core objectives. The organizers have taken a step in the right direction by expanding the scope of this seminar to make it more inclusive and cover a wider range of topics of maritime interest. Today, besides the main theme, we will be looking at different aspects of the maritime realm like maritime history, physiology, maritime archaeology, maritime education from academicians' point of view, and the much neglected aspect of maritime culture, the marine art. If I may add a word here, IMF has set up a separate organization called SEMA, Society of Indian Marine Artists, to promote marine art in India with the objective of creating maritime consciousness among the people of India. There is also a separate wing called Junior SEMA for the younger age group below 16. You will hear more about SEMA and Junior SEMA in session 3. Our main theme today is creating, nurturing, and harnessing India's maritime soft power. We have a number of eminent speakers today who will be sharing their knowledge and expertise with us. So I shall restrict my opening remarks to the broad outline of the theme. Soft power is a relatively new term in the maritime lexicon. The term hard power is easier to understand because obviously it means the country's fighting navy, the ships, the aircraft, and the weaponry. And of course, the ability and the will of the country to project that power beyond its own waters. Soft power, on the other hand, is more difficult to define, and each country will have its own interpretation of the term, depending on their geopolitical situation and their security needs. In peacetime, when the use of hard maritime power to promote national interests is not appropriate or desirable, the soft power assumes greater significance. In the case of China, the component pieces of China's maritime power are its navy, the coast guard, maritime militia, merchant marine, shipbuilding, and fishing industry. All these backed by China's smiling face diplomacy. It is easy to see the hard and soft components in China's maritime power. But all countries may not possess the wherewithal for building such a vast maritime force and may not even consider it necessary. As for India, our geostrategic location and our unique security requirements dictate what we must do. First of all, development of our ports and the necessary infrastructure, enhancing shipbuilding and ship repairing facilities, and most important, increasing our merchant shipping tonnage, consistent with our trade volume. These are the bare minimum requirements in our pursuit to become a maritime power. Because of our unique geographical location, our area of interest extends far beyond our own shores. We have to assert our presence in the Indian Ocean region, but without seeming to be aggressive, especially in the littoral states and island territories. As we all know, over the years, the term IOR has been gradually replaced by the new term Indo-Pacific region, and accordingly, our national policy has also undergone a shift and has become Act West and Look East policy. What do we need to do to become a maritime soft power in our neighborhood? Humanitarian assistance, disaster relief operations, financial aid to the extent we can afford, and maintaining peace in the region would be some of the things that could be done and in fact are being done. The Navy has done a commendable job in generating goodwill in the nearby countries through its diplomatic and benign roles. So I think we have already made a good start. But it is important to remember that this is not a purely naval business. We must simultaneously act on many other fronts: diplomatic initiatives, enhancing cultural ties, trade and commerce, developing tourism, and most importantly, people-to-people contact. All these are necessary to nurture and harness our maritime soft power. I'm sure our eminent speakers today will give you a better insight into this subject. May I take this opportunity to congratulate Admiral Hari Kumar on his elevation to CNS and wish him well in his new role. With that, I conclude my opening address. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Dixit, for the very passionate opening remarks. May I now introduce Captain Kapil Dev Behel, President, Nautical Institute India West, who has kindly consented to deliver the inaugural address. Captain Behel is an alumnus of training ship Dufferin and a master mariner who has been on board various ships, including 5 years in command. He has a rich experience of about 25 years as a nautical cargo and warranty surveyor for reputed firms, specializing in maritime emergency response, risk assessment and claims, as well as an oil major wetting inspector. He is a maritime arbitrator who has served as a court warden member of the Governing Council at Narottam Morarji Institute of Shipping, and is currently the chairman of the Nautical Institute India West. Captain Bell, may I request you to deliver the inaugural address?
Thank you so much. Vice Admiral Hari Kumar, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, ADC, Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Western Naval Command, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, retired, AVSM, VSM, Director General, National Maritime Foundation, Captain Dixit, President, IMF, dignitaries, officers of the Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, members of the IMF and Nautical Institute, fellow mariners, and participants. When one thinks of international affairs, what comes to mind is power. We're all familiar with hard power, which is the ability of a nation to coerce another. But with increasing proliferation, one needs to appreciate the immense potential of soft power, which is the ability of a nation to co-opt through appeal and attraction rather than coercion. Joseph Nye, who coined the term soft power in international affairs, aptly described it as a means of getting others to want the outcomes that we want, predicated on the attractiveness of one's culture, political values, and foreign policy. India has tremendous potential to develop her soft power, but the phenomena has not been well studied and fully appreciated. There are numerous modes of exercising such influence. Culture, which is spread overseas by philosophers, traders, and migration, but not through conquest. National values, including our strong democratic foundation, secularism, tolerance, and pluralism. The practice of yoga, which has enabled India to spread her vast ancient knowledge systems, and of course, the more recent development of ecotourism. Visual and performing arts, including music and cinema, the evacuation of civilians from war zones, humanitarian assistance in times of natural calamities or disasters, assistance to merchant vessels operating in piracy-infected areas. These are just some of the points that come to mind. Whereas military solutions which utilize capabilities are complex, the outcomes are easier to quantify and monitor. Defensive soft power projections, on the other hand, with greater emphasis on capacities, can be used for image building and as an instrument to exert influence. However, success or otherwise of soft power is more difficult to quantify and monitor. Alliance Française and Max Muller Bhavan are fine examples of nations leveraging their soft power through language. India does not have an active policy to spread our language, although Prakrit and Sanskrit are identified as a source among the Proto-Indo-European group of languages. Similarly, India does not actively project its political model as an attraction for others. It is important to distinguish all the above aspects from propaganda, because once credibility is eroded, the other aspects of soft power can lose their attractiveness. But today I wish to stress the potential of the maritime industry in particular, which as the most economic, cost-effective, and environment-friendly means of transportation is synonymous with globalization and is thus an ideal means of soft power projection for India. Other than the huge opportunities which exist in the mainstream shipping sector of ship owning, ship management, and shipbuilding, etc., it is in the services sector that India holds the key to enhancing her soft power. Our ship manning and management companies are a success story in this regard, and the thousands of Indian seafarers are soft power ambassadors. But soft power isn't proportionate to the number of ships or the volume of maritime trade. This is readily apparent when one compares the soft power projections of nations with huge trading volumes compared with others which lead the world in soft power influence. Imagine the influence on the impressionable mind of a young officer studying an admiralty chart, referring to a Brown's Almanac, or reading sailing directions. No wonder the United Kingdom still maintains primacy in the maritime industry. I wish to particularly draw the attention of participants on the importance of maritime services sectors, which include marine insurance, protection and indemnity insurance, port terminal, oil pollution, warehouse liability insurance, etc., brokerage and other maritime service industries, and then financial and banking services, admiralty laws, arbitration and litigation. All these are fine examples which we can develop. I would particularly urge mariners to write and publish authoritative works which can be established as reference manuals throughout the world. Each of these elements support and promote each other, and India would do well to concentrate on these aspects as a means to enhance a soft power. I am presently writing a book titled Archiving the Memories of Ex-Dufferin Cadets, lest we forget. The intention is to collate one memoir of each batch starting from 1927 all the way to 1973. In the case of ex-cadets who are no longer with us, I am reaching out to their family. I never cease to be amazed at the enormous goodwill prevailing among mariners settled far and wide with just one thing in common: pre-sea training. Each one has a story to tell, each is indebted, and each considers these formative years as having shaped their future careers. A wonderful, fine projection of Indian soft power. This, then, is the legacy which future maritime training institutes have to sustain. No wonder the very first after this opening session has been aptly allocated to maritime education. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Captain Behrens. That was such a succinct, wonderful presentation by you, where you touched all the key points required as far as maritime soft power is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, Vice Admiral Hari Kumar, Flag Officer Commanding in Chief, Western Naval Command. Ladies and gentlemen, Vice Admiral Hari Kumar, in his 40 years nearly of naval career, has had a very illustrious and distinguished portfolio of several assignments, appointments, and accomplishments. Admiral Hari Kumar is an ex-NDA commissioned on 1st January 1983. He has the distinction of being amongst the rare officers who's commanded a ship in every rank, beginning from a Coast Guard vessel as a lieutenant on to missile corvettes, missile destroyer, and finally our aircraft carrier Virat. This culminated in the prestigious appointment in the rank of Rear Admiral as the Flag Officer Commanding Western Fleet, the sword arm of the Indian Navy. Now, his other operational assignments include the Fleet Gunnery Officer of Western Fleet and the Fleet Operations Officer of the Western Fleet. He's had enormous international exposure. He was one of our initial Blue Beret warriors as the part of military observer team in Somalia in the early 90s. He's attended the Staff College at US in the second half of the 90s. Then he was the naval advisor to the government of Seychelles in the first decade of the noughties, and culminated that later in that decade with a course at the prestigious Royal College of Defence Studies. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on the training vertical too, Admiral Hari Kumar has rich experience. He was divisional officer in the Indian Naval Academy. Thereafter, he has been the training commander at INS Dronacharya, our gunnery school. A few years later, as a Rear Admiral, he was the first commandant of the Naval War College, where several pioneering initiatives in professional military educations were undertaken. And then he was the Flag Officer Sea Training after that. In the field of personnel and HR management, the Admiral has tenanted appointments as the controller of our personnel services and the chief of our personnel, effectively the head of HR and personnel in the Indian Navy. As the flag officer, he was, before coming to this present appointment, the Vice Chief of Defence Forces, where he set into motion several initiatives towards jointmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, the Admiral is a keen sportsman. He loves his long walks. He is an excellent swimmer and a badminton player. He is also has a rich portfolio of several degrees from MA King's College London to MPhil to PG Diploma in Shipping Management from Narottam Morarji Institute. He is also pursuing his PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just the skeletal framework. One of the things that is not said in his CV is that he is a patron and very much encouraging of studies, knowledge, and he constantly pushes people into doing cutting edge research and knowledge work. He constantly is exhorting people to read and to pursue knowledge for the sake of knowledge. It also gives me great pleasure in informing you all that Admiral Hari Kumar has been chosen by the Government of India to be the Chief of Naval Staff, and he will be taking over as the CNS at the end of this month. I'm sure you'll all agree that this is a very rich and illustrious CV, and we can't wait to hear it. Admiral Hari Kumar, sir, over to you for the keynote address.
Thank you, Keshwar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Western Naval Command, let me welcome Captain Anand Dixit, who is the President of the Indian Maritime Foundation, Captain Kabildev Bahel, who is the Chairman of the Nautical Institute India West, the Flag Officer, Commanding Officers, Officer in Charges of the Navy and the Coast Guard who are present, Senior Officers, Master and Trainee Officers of the Merchant Navy, scholars, academia, members of the media, all distinguished panelists and delegates for the 8th edition of the Maritime webinar being jointly conducted by the Indian Navy, the Indian Maritime Foundation and the Nautical Institute to foster cooperation among seafaring communities. My special greetings also to Commodore Rajan Veer, who is the President Emeritus of the IMF, the moving force not just behind these webinars, but in the broader realm of the maritime awakening in the country through various initiatives, including the IMF. The objective of the webinar is to get all maritime historians, scholars, practitioners under one roof to discuss issues of mutual interest and gain from each other's knowledge and experience. It's a step in the right direction for awakening maritime consciousness of our nation, which had a great part as a seagoing power, which had a great past as a seagoing power, and may surely secure a bright future with our collective efforts. As seen from previous editions, with the passing years, both the quality of papers and participation has grown substantially. I am hopeful of a similar outcome for this seminar as well. So let me begin by acknowledging the stellar role the Indian Maritime Foundation and the Nautical Institute have played in enhancing maritime awareness in our country. In my view, the Navy and the Coast Guard are also doing all they can to further our joint cause along with various associated government and non-government agencies. Figuratively speaking, the evolution of life and its sustenance on Earth is dependent on the oceans. It's all the more important with the ever-growing population and the availability of arable land getting scarce. As such, Mark Twain said clairvoyantly in early 20th century, by land, they aren't making it anymore. Of course, some amount of reclamation is going on in various places by some countries. Excluding that, there really is not any more land being made available. Yet, as the vital supplies and resources dry up on land, we'll have to go back to the sea to seek resources, be it oil, gas, fish, nutrients, proteins, minerals, etc., with much greater thrust. The Indian Ocean region is endowed with a wealth of natural resources which are asset largely untapped, abundant with resources particularly in sectors like fisheries, aquaculture, ocean energy, seabed mining and minerals. Incidentally, there is a saying that in the Indian Ocean region, the fish die of old age because of very limited pursuit of industrial fishing. There is tremendous economic opportunity, therefore, to develop maritime tourism and shipping. We are all aware that about 95% of our trade by volume and 70% by value is transported over the sea. And transportation by sea is going to remain as the most efficient form for a long time to come. It is claimed that with roughly the same amount of energy, we can move about 250 kgs over land on wheels, about 2,500 kgs on rails, and about 25,000 kgs by sea. I mean, that is the type of exponential ability that we can generate when we translate the movement of goods by sea. As the concept of blue economy gains traction, we see more and more maritime-related projects underway. The release of Maritime India Vision 2030 in March this year by our Honorable Prime Minister is a significant step in this direction. This involves an investment of over 3 lakh crores. It generates more than 20 lakh jobs, and it unlocks annual revenue potential for major ports worth about 20,000 crores by revamping the port infrastructure in our country. At the same time, terms like seasteading, just like we used to have homesteading, is also gaining prominence. Floating cities and cities that sit on the ocean floor are being planned off Tahiti. There is an underwater spiral city which is being worked upon or planned near Tokyo, which can accommodate up to 5,000 people at a depth of nearly 16,000 feet. In an article from the Center for International Maritime Security, I came across this interesting rule. That is 66, 70, 80, 90, 99 rule, which expands to say that 66% of the global wealth comes from in or near the seas. 70% of the globe is oceanic, just as the human body has water. 80% of the population is coastal. 90% of the goods arrive by sea, and 99% of the international digital data goes by submarine cable. Therefore, there is much focus on the centrality of the oceans in our economic prosperity. The development of the blue economy holds much promise for the IOR. Indian Ocean is the world's preeminent seaway for trade and commerce. It is said that Indian Ocean was the ocean which saw first travel as early as 5,000 years back. In fact, it is said that the Pacific Ocean saw people traveling on it only about 2,000 years back, and the Atlantic Ocean was used for travel as late as 1,000 years back only. So while there is accelerated growth in India to develop our maritime infrastructure and capabilities, including investment in the hard power in terms of shipbuilding, port infrastructure development, the domain of maritime soft power remains a question mark. So before we examine the why and the how come part of this statement, let us understand what is soft power and specifically the maritime soft power and why we need it. You're all aware that this term was articulated by Joseph Nye in his book on soft power. And broadly speaking, it can be termed as our nation's capacity to favorably influence affairs and policies internationally without the use of coercive power, like the use of force, financial muscle, or diplomatic compelling. It's a positive perception which is to be created in the minds of global audiences through a wide spectrum of constituents like socio-cultural, economic, civilization aspects, etc. Through public outreach by the use of media, inclusive of art, literature, movies, the maritime education across a range of disciplines, books, publications, official dialogues, and strategic communication. So if you apply the prism of maritime power to it, it may mean leveraging our rich maritime history, deep cultural roots, or maritime presence around the globe, the various HADR activities, various cooperation that we have with the countries in our neighborhood, along with our growing economic power to favorably shape the opinion of the world for furthering common interests. Now, coming to the second part as to why are we lacking in it? While India inherited a rich maritime legacy which can be traced back to the 3rd millennium BC, we had the world's first tidal dock built around 2300 BC during the Harappan civilization near the present-day Mangrol harbour along the Gujarat coast. There is ample evidence of our trade with various countries of Southeast Asia, including Java, Sumatra, as well as with East Africa, West Africa, and the Mediterranean region. So India's maritime prowess over this period of time reflected its standing in terms of wealth, knowledge, culture, and general prosperity of the people on the land. This was the golden era of the maritime history of India, and as a result, the traces of Indian tradition and culture can be observed being followed in these distant lands even today. This is actually soft power making its presence felt. But then, as we turned our gaze landward in the 2nd millennia, we started a slow winding down of our maritime soft power. The neglect over centuries not only left us vulnerable to attacks from invaders, but was also instrumental in eroding our deep-rooted maritime history, traditions, and legacy, finally translating into a continental-centric mindset. It is said that King Akbar, who had ruled India, had seen the sea only once in his lifetime when he came to the Gulf of Khambat. So sea blindness was rampant. I'd like to bring out what Rudyard Kipling had to say. He said that nations have passed away and left no trace, and history gives the naked cause of it. One single simple reason in all cases: they fell because their peoples were not fit. So though slowly and steadily efforts are being put in to develop the maritime infrastructure, we still lack the level of maritime awareness and consciousness which is desirable for a maritime nation. If you are to evolve as a maritime nation, we would need to harness the potential of our country to invest its resources in manpower, building of trade, building of merchant vessels, suitable policies, maritime training facilities, as well as various agencies to progress research and development. We would need an entire maritime ecosystem which synergizes growth in all its integral components, as well as motivates its best brains to resolve challenges being faced by contemporary mariners. So what are some of the challenges in recent years? Factors such as the rise of countries like China, India, other Asian economies, and their increasing economic demands is manifesting in greater trade, and this has meant that the hub of global economic activity has actually shifted from the Atlantic to the Indo-Pacific. It has on the one hand given rise to increased rivalry for limited resources while also having serious geopolitical and strategic consequences. Not all differences can be resolved by application of force or by signing of treaties, as mostly these differences lie in the grey zone, and hence often we need either goodwill or the fear of reprisal to safeguard our interests. Often it is the trade and commerce which takes the first hit. The current crisis of container shortage and exorbitant freight charges is a stark reminder of what can go wrong. Therefore, to tackle the challenges, we may need to leverage smart power as well, which involves effective use of diplomacy, persuasion, force projection, economic might, as well as soft power. The accretion of offensive power comprising the Navy and the Coast Guard can be accelerated by acquiring newer and more capable ships. And its civilian components also, such as the marine police, merchant marine, fisheries, etc., can also be augmented. But building soft power is a long drawn process because it has to be done in the mind at the perception level. So while building maritime infrastructure like ports, warehouses, shipbuilding, etc., we need to inculcate the maritime orientation and maritime consciousness in our society. Simple things like it is stated that the average Indian consumes only 3 kgs of fish a year, while the average Japanese consumes 40 kgs a year. There is a paradox we face. Even as we turn to the sea for resources, the human contact or the human experience with the sea is dwindling even faster. In the past, the sea was much more central in our minds because that was the only means of long distance travel. It connected people, and that was the only way for goods to travel far distances. It even inspired great literature. If you're aware of the works of people like Joseph Conrad. So for the past 5 millennia, the sea was very important for the humans. But today, very few people travel by sea, while maximum goods travel by sea, some part of it travels by air. And life at sea is not all that attractive. I just bring out what the Admiral A.T. Mahan, Alfred Thayer Mahan, had to say. He said he was a seasick guy, and he himself said that what a beastly thing a ship is, and what a fool a man is who frequents one. Similarly, when Britannia ruled the waves in 1773, Dr. Samuel Johnson had this to say about life at sea. Mind you, this was at the time, it was on the cusp of the Trafalgar victory, where the Royal Navy was at its zenith. He said that about life at sea, that, I quote, "No man will be a sailor who has contrivance enough to get himself into a jail. For being in a ship is like being in jail with the added chance of being drowned. A man in jail has more room, better food, and commonly better company." This, of course, much has changed. Today, life on board is much better. The conditions, the technology, all that is much improved. However, today's tankers and containers have very little crew, which further reduces the human experience of going out to sea and working at sea. So, therefore, many of us may feel removed from the practical significance of the sea, apart from seeing it as a medium for recreational purpose. So, this is also further likely to increase as we move on to unmanned ships, unmanned cargo ships, unmanned warships, unmanned aircraft, and so on, which will operate at sea. So just to highlight to you, in the 14th century, the manning used to be 1 man per ton of capacity. But by 1600, already the ratio was about 1 man for 4 tons of capacity. Today, the VLCCs and the very large container ships have barely a crew of 20 to 30 only. So, our country, as stated earlier, has enormous maritime potential, and to convert this potential to power, we all have to contribute towards this endeavor and make the whole greater than the sum of its parts. Just to illustrate, I want to say that when you look at a piece of paper like this, and it's approximately 1 mm thick. Now, if you fold it over 50 times, like this 50 times, how much do you think the thickness will be? The human beings, as human beings, we normally look at arithmetic progression. But actually, if you fold a paper like this 50 times, it will achieve a thickness of 80 million miles, which is the distance from the sun, from the earth to the sun. So therefore, what I want to point out is that the human mind is used to arithmetic progression. But while today we are living in an age of exponential growth, the tide of exponential technology, where performance is rising exponentially and the costs are falling exponentially, will make, therefore, many things previously considered impossible possible in many ways and entirely unbelievable ways and in unimagined timelines. This I had come across in a book called From Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting by Mr. Raghunath Mashelkar. He says that the leapfrogging is a response to an external stimuli, and when you talk of growth, a 10% increase in performance is called incremental innovation. A 100% increase in performance is called leapfrogging, while a 1000% or a 10x increase in performance is considered as transformational innovation. So my point here is that we have to think as to how can we harness technology to exponentially increase the maritime consciousness in a country. Just to illustrate, in 1764, when the spindle was invented, it took 119 years for it to reach 50 million subscribers. Coming to 1895, the radio was invented. It took 38 years for it to reach 50 million users. 1927, the TV took 13 years to reach 50 million users. 1991, the internet took 4 years. 2004, the Facebook took 3.5 years. And 2016, Reliance Jio took just 83 days to reach 50 million users. So my point here is that we should look at how can we harness technology to bring in maritime consciousness in our country in a much faster and quicker pace. We mariners also see it as an effort to overcome sea blindness through various studies and publications. We need to encourage that, and more and more people have to do research, studies, publish papers, publish books, and that is the best. And we need to convince our people using the power of social proof. Let me quote an anecdote in this regard. There was an oil man, an oil prospector, who was met by St. Peter at the gates of heaven with the bad news that there is no room for him there, although he was highly qualified for it. So he sought permission from St. Peter to speak a few words to the present occupants. As it seemed a harmless request, St. Peter agreed. So the oil prospector shouted out, "Oil discovered in hell." So soon the gates opened and all oil prospectors who were inside came out and started moving towards hell. St. Peter was very much impressed and he invited the oil prospector to move in and make himself comfortable. The prospector then paused for a minute and then he said, "No, I think I'll go along with the rest of the boys. There might be some truth to the rumor after all." So what I want to say is that this is the power of social proof, and we need to use it to advantage to try and generate maritime consciousness. As we have learned this from our past, that it has to be through maritime cooperation between various seafaring communities and countries. It must also be based on mutual trust, cooperation, dialogue, and respect for each other. The young seafarers in the audience today are the policymakers of tomorrow. You may be faced with the responsibility of solving these challenges in due course. I am confident that over the course of the webinar today, as also during informal interactions, the participants will hold comprehensive deliberations on all issues maritime, evaluate and analyze various challenges being faced by the maritime community and come up with viable options that can guide policy formulation for creating, nurturing and harnessing India's soft power in the maritime domain. With these words, I would like to sign off and I wish the seminar grand success. Thank you for your time and patience. Jai Hind, Samna Varun.
Thank you, Admiral Hari Kumar, for the very powerful and thought-provoking inaugural address that touched on the wide spectrum of maritime soft power. May I now request Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Western Naval Command, Vice Admiral R. Hari Kumar, and Chairman IMF, Captain Anand Dixit, to release the proceedings of the 7th edition of Maritime webinar organized last year. With Captain Behel in Dubai, he is unfortunately not in possession of the book, but we are sure he wishes us well from Dubai. Keeping in mind the gaining traction of the Indo-Pacific region, this book is timed perfectly. I extend my gratitude to all the dignitaries with us here, Vice Admiral R. Hari Kumar, Captain Dixit, Captain Behel. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Through the views, remarks, comments of domain experts, this book highlights the essence of being conscious of the maritime domain. It will be an interesting read for maritime professionals, practitioners, experts, students, and enthusiasts. A free-to-download soft copy will be made available soon. With that, we come to the end of the inaugural session. I once again thank all the dignitaries, and we now move on to the first session titled Maritime Education, Problems, Possibilities, and Prospects. Our moderator for the first session is a passionate mariner, Captain Gyanendra Singh. Captain Gyanendra Singh is the CEO and Managing Partner at Abaka Research and Consultancy Services, a safety consultancy firm, and Founder Director, Utkrishta Gyan Education Solutions Private Limited. He has served at sea for 16 years with over 6 years in command. Ashore for 9 years, he has carried out accident investigations and P&I surveys, operational inspections and audits, and training on board and ashore. He's a columnist for shipping magazines and visits training institutes and maritime events as a motivational speaker and a corporate trainer. Captain Gyanendra Singh, thank you for joining us, and I request you to begin the first technical session.
Ma'am, due to some technical difficulty, Captain Gyanendra has not joined. We'll just wait for 2 minutes for him to join.
That's perfectly fine.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I would mean by line two on behalf of Captain Gyanendra. Welcome our very distinguished panelists, Dr. Malini Shankar, Dr. Shanta Kumar, Dr. Anuradha Majumdar, and Commodore Gurumani. I think if you've heard the inaugural session, you heard various perspectives, and I think all of them highlighted maritime education and maritime pedagogy is the key enabler for maritime soft power. And I think the vantage positions that all of you occupy with regard to maritime education it gives us enough to discuss during this session. And I'm really hoping and looking forward to a very interesting chat between all of you and the moderator. Tech team, do we have Captain Gyanendra in? Yeah, I can see Captain Gyanendra. Captain Gyanendra, good morning. You have been introduced, and I have welcomed the panelists, and you may take over the baton from here and carry on with the deliberations. Thank you.
Captain Gyanendra, sir, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Commodore Kesnur. I was watching on the YouTube and I thought that we are still, maybe there is a lag. Sorry. Meera, if you have introduced, thank you so much. And
My pleasure, sir.
Yeah, Honorable Honorable distinguished dignitaries, Admiral Hari, Commodore Kesnur, Captain Kapil Dev Behel, Captain Dixit, distinguished panelists for the day, and learned audience. Thank you for being here. I welcome you to the first technical session of the day, which is focusing on maritime education, the problems, potential, and prospects. And you can already see the panelists here, the esteemed panelists we have for today. Before I set the ball rolling, I have a few questions for the audience, and you can be ready to answer that in the chat box. Are you ready for that? I'll not give you too much time. It will be just a couple of seconds. I speak, and you will have to answer it. Actually, few of the answers have already been given by the esteemed speakers in the first session. For example, how long back are you aware that we have recorded history of maritime power of India? How long back do we see that there is recorded history that India was a maritime power? It's about 3000 BCE. Also mentioned by Admiral Hari, the first dock, which Wikipedia also writes, the first dock in the world, where was it and when was it already established, already existing? It was at Lothal in 2300 BCE. Okay, going to the Chola dynasty and the Mauryan dynasty, are you aware that these were very strong navies of the Indian history, recognized internationally? And how long back was that? Any comments coming in? That was around 300 BCE. So that was the power of Indian maritime supremacy long back. Yes, 5,000 is what we understand, but the written text that we search, what the Google tells us, we have been able to find up to 3,000. Okay, a little more. Recent 18th and 19th century, are you aware that the ships which were built in India in the 18th and 19th century were stronger and larger compared to the ships which were built in Europe? Okay, so one more question. Are you aware the US national anthem was written on which ship? It was the HMS Minden, which was built in Bombay in 1810 and acquired by the British Navy. One last recent question. Are you aware there is an Indian who has gone solo non-stop, circumnavigated across the globe. Do you know him? He was just the 38th individual or human to do it. That was Commander Abhilash Tommy. So I hope that gives you a perspective of what we are, where we come from. How do we come to know these things? Unless we are educated about our maritime supremacy and the potential. So education has the strength to bring us back into that power which we already commanded many millennia ago. So, with the honor and pleasure of hosting this session, I would first introduce to you our esteemed panelists, starting with Dr. Malini Shankar. She is the present Vice Chancellor of Indian Maritime University and the ex-Director General of Shipping. She is a career bureaucrat of the 1984 batch of Indian Administrative Services. She is also the chairperson of the National Shipping Board. She obtained her doctoral degree in institutional economics from IIT Madras and management degree from Asian Institute of Management, Manila, Philippines. She also holds a master's degree in chemistry from Mount Holyoke College, Massachusetts, USA. Dr. Malini Shankar has been a recipient of several academic recognitions. She has been invited by academic and professional organizations to contribute to policy making and represented India at international fora. Dr. Shankar was nominated by the IMO as an honorary member to the Board of Directors of World Maritime University from 2018 to 21. She is one of the 7 global recipients of AAA award bestowed by the Asian Institute of Management, Philippines in 2020, the first Indian woman to receive the award. Please welcome Dr. Malini Shankar. Next, we have here Professor Dr. Anuradha Majumdar. We have 3 doctors on the panel. She is Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology, University of Mumbai. She has more than 24 years of experience as an academician and scientist. Currently, she is leading the newly established Center of Excellence in Maritime Studies at University of Mumbai in the capacity of Director in Charge. Dr. Majumdar's area of specialization is pharmacology. She has successfully completed a significant number of government-sponsored projects. She is also a consultant to pharmaceutical and allied industries. She has taken up the mantle of Dean, Science and Technology for over a year and has worked relentlessly towards upward benchmarking of academics and research at the University of Mumbai. Please welcome Dr. Anuradha Majumdar. Our next eminent panelist here, Dr. S. Shantakumar, also professor. He is a director of the Gujarat National Law University and holding charge as director of Gujarat Maritime University, and also appointed as the president of Gujarat International Maritime Arbitration Center. He is an alumnus of Madras University, Chennai, where he earned his graduation, post-graduation, and doctorate degree in law. He has practiced at the Madras High Court for 7 years. Now he has been teaching at prestigious law universities for about 30 years. His area of specialization are environmental law, human rights law, international law, and constitutional law. He has authored books on environmental law and human rights law also. He has published a number of research articles in national and international journals. He's delivered keynote address at national and international conferences. Recently, he was elected to represent South and West Asia at IUCN Academy of Environmental Law. Currently, he is the chair of Environmental Law Study Group of the International Association of Law Schools. He is also the recipient of prestigious awards like the Environmental Law Council, Law Champions Development Award from Asian Development Bank, Philippines, and the Best Social Scientist Award from the Indian Society of Criminology. At the IP Fest 2020, Dr. Shantakumar was recognized as the IP Director of the Year. Welcome, Dr. Shantakumar, to this panel. And now it's my pleasure to introduce a serving naval officer, Commodore J Gurumani. Commissioned in the Navy on 1st July 1994, He's an alumnus of Naval War College, Goa, Defense Services Staff College, Wellington, a master in hydrographic surveying from Goa University. He holds a diploma in geoinformatics from CDAC, Pune, and also undergone ice navigation course at Buenos Aires, Argentina. In the year 2005, he led the Naval Hydrographic Team as part of the 25th Indian Scientific Expedition to Antarctica. He has held various appointments afloat and ashore that includes Commanding Officer of INS Investigator and INS Darshak. He has had appointments at National Institute of Hydrography, Goa, National Hydrographic Office, Dehradun, and Integrated Headquarters, Ministry of Defense, Navy, New Delhi. Presently, Commodore Hydrography at Office of the Chief Hydrographer to the Government of India at New Delhi. Welcome aboard, panel, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much, sir, for the introduction.
Thank you. Thank you so much, dear panelists. I invite all the audience to please be interactive. You can put your questions and be vibrant. Request the panelists to be a little crisp in your response so that we can have more interaction. And if I have the permission, may I start with you, Malini ma'am? Ma'am, you have been in the DG. You have been the DG shipping, and now you are the Vice Chancellor of IMU. Having seen the maritime from two different angles, how do you see, like, you are in a better position to chalk out the plan for IMU and take it to the levels that we all expect?
Thank you. The role of the DG Shipping and the role of the Indian Maritime University are actually complementary. While the DG Shipping looks at competencies, the Indian Maritime University within the university structure actually goes beyond and looks at developing knowledge base, which can in turn feed into competencies. But in both cases, there is a common feedback that comes, which we have to work on, is that our seafarers are very, very sought after in the global market. I don't think there's a denial. There are any two opinions about it, both officers as well as deck. But what we need to concentrate on for to retain our position in the future is twofold. One is to concentrate on improving our soft skills. This is all about maritime soft power, and there are certain soft skills we need to strengthen among our seafarers. And if I can name a few of them, it would be communication, better attitudes, analytical skills, and leadership skills. These are the four things that we need to focus on while training people for the seafaring profession. The second angle to that is how much of investment in R&D does India do? Because one is competence, as I said. The other side is how much of an influence do we have in the global maritime sector, and what can we do about increasing that influence? And that boils down to some more investment on both the private and public sector in research and development. I think I will stop here, since it's better to be brief and perhaps elaborate if we have time as we go along. Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you so much for being so crisp. And definitely we'll come back to you. I have more questions. May I go to Dr. Shanta Kumar? Sir, you are the director of two universities, Law and Maritime. How do you compare the two in terms of demand and future for the youngsters?
Thank you so much for that question. Speaking of legal education and legal profession, considering and taking into account the lawyer to population ratio in India, the demand for legal professionals is always there and will be there. With lots of specialties and super specialties emerging within the discipline of law, the demand for competent legal professionals is in the rising. Since this session is on maritime education, please allow me to respond elaborately to the second part of your question on the demand and future for youngsters in the maritime sector. So if you look at the projections of UNTAD, the United Nations Commission on Trade and Development, the maritime trade is expected to grow by 3.5% over this 2019 to 24 period, despite a lot of prevalent uncertainties. And maritime sector is expected to adapt to the changing global trade tensions and uncertainties through the development of landside operations and inland logistics. So given the paradigm shift, this move is expected to generate demand for skilled professionals who could actually help accelerate the change. We can look into a lot of things, for example, the increase in the global seaborne trade, which is expected to rise almost by double by 2030, which is in fact is going to act as a key enabler for manpower generation in sectors and economic activities such as marine equipment manufacturing, shipbuilding and demolition, offshore energy sector, commercial activities such as insurance, banking, brokering, classification and consultancy, a lot of things. There are certain other key enablers also, like increasing containerization. If you look at offshore sector specialized vessels, if you look into the DNV shipping report 2020, this offshore support vessels are the fastest growing ship type within the offshore segment and is expected to continue. This will definitely increase demand for highly skilled seafarers, technical manpower, and ship brokers and charterers. Similarly, you will see there is an increase in automation of ships. The number of unmanned machinery spaces ships, the UMS, has increased rapidly over the past few years. So shipping functions such as sophisticated navigation systems, dynamic positioning system, propulsion control, alarm and monitoring system are now automated, which reduces the continuous physical interaction with machinery. Similarly, you will see that there is a growing role of IT systems, which electronically links port administration, terminal operators, customs, freight forwarders, carriers, ship agents, and other members of the port community. So this, with enhanced use of IT systems, the need for more educated and skilled manpower is expected to increase. Likewise, if you look at the maritime regulations, so key environmental regulations concerning emissions of sulfur oxides, the SOx, NOx, the particulate matter, greenhouse gases, ballast water management, all these things will come into effect this decade, and therefore the demand of systems controlling or mitigating these emissions and corresponding manpower in manufacturing or installation is expected to surge as existing ships and new ships that are built will have to comply with these regulations. So you will see that there is a lot of things happening, and the last important development that I would want to see, I would want to mention here is the outsourcing of the business services. So outsourcing is emerging as a necessity for shipping companies to maintain a competitive edge in the market. Shipping companies are establishing support service centers to cater to the growing logistic needs. Actually, you will see that many ocean carriers, they have began their outsourcing journey in low-cost countries such as Malaysia, India, the Philippines, and China. So demand of white-collar jobs in analytical services, logistics, chartering and shipbroking, accounts and auditing is expected to increase due to outsourcing. Hence, I personally feel that there is a huge demand and future for youngsters in this maritime sector. So I would wish to stop.
Thank you so much, sir. That's interesting. Actually, you mentioned so many aspects in that, including few like autonomous ships, which will actually reduce the manpower and it will shift ashore, into IT and all, as you mentioned. Thank you so much, sir. May I request Dr. Anuradha to answer the next question? Like, it's so interesting that you are not from the marine background and you are heading the Center of Maritime Studies at Mumbai University, which is an absolute at its nascent stage. So could you let us know something of how it happened, whose brainchild, and what was the journey to start with? In a little brief, so that it's interesting for us to know and for the audience to gain out of it.
Thanks, Captain Gyanendra, for the question. It was actually the authorities, the university authorities, the Honorable Vice Chancellor and Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, who identified that although the University of Mumbai has 7 districts under it, in which around 2 districts are complete coastal districts like Sindhudurg and Ratnagiri, we did not have a dedicated center or an institute to the higher education and maritime studies. So a call was taken by the authorities to identify maritime studies as a thrust area, but with a multidisciplinary and holistic approach and focus. And probably the key drivers was, I think, the Sagarmala program of 2015, which again has taken a boost, and the recent the Inland Vessels Bill and the Deep Ocean Mission also probably adds to the drivers. And the preamble was to create an ecosystem, to synergize rather an ecosystem for higher education and research in maritime studies, to provide a stimulating climate for policymakers, academicians, scientists who are working in the area of coasts and the oceans. And the vision of the center was with the aim to basically provide high quality higher education in maritime studies with multidisciplinary approach and research, along with the intent to provide manpower, both international, national and regional, and this was also with the intent to support the maritime growth and development in the region and in the country. And that was what the visionary aspects of the initiation and establishment of Center of Excellence in Maritime Studies was all about. And I'm happy to announce that this academic year we have started MA Maritime Studies, MSc Maritime Studies, and MCOM Maritime Studies, which has a couple of core subjects which are common, and some of them very contemporary, along with the electives. And we have also got the permission from the Academic Council of University of Mumbai to start with the doctoral program in maritime studies from the forthcoming PhD cycle. And so that will also augment research and development in all these verticals under the domain of maritime studies. And indeed, it was an incredible journey. In spite of being a pharmacologist, I think being the Dean of Science and Technology, this was incredible and journey, and I was privileged, to encounter so many helpful people. I think Indian Navy and Naval War College were very critical contributors in the entire designing of our DPR, and also gave very valuable inputs in our curriculum development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It makes so much sense, and congratulations for the PhD approval, which would be starting probably next year, I understand. Thank you. Commodore Gurumani, sir, coming to you. Sir, the proportion of Defense Force personnel compared to the civilians is huge. So, including myself, being from a defense background, I don't have much knowledge. So, I would like you to explain to us, like when you talk of maritime education in the forces, what do you focus on? Is it more on military only, or is it there are some other aspects also?
Thank you for the question, Captain Gyanendra. The Navy maritime education starts at ab initio level. The Navy has candidates from Jammu and Kashmir to Northeast and Rajasthan and some of the coastal states. So there is a need to create awareness about sea and bring synergy in the training before they are put out to sea. Here I would not like to discuss about the military education. I'm talking about the maritime education. At the initial stages only, we teach maritime history, maritime law, maritime strategy. Like I'm a hydrographer, about hydrography, oceanography, and all aspects of marine life. Navy operates, as you all are aware, in 4 dimensions. When I say 4 dimensions, it is surface, air, beneath the sea, as well as in space. So maritime education forms a part and parcel of the ab initio training, as well as we progress in service at various stages. Appropriately, it is covered. Like some of the aspects of international laws, like UNCLOS, safety of life at sea, SOLAS, IMO regulations, COLREG. These are few examples which is always covered as part of the ab initio training, so that there is synergy maintained. As you are aware, life at sea is more harsh than land. So bringing them everybody onto a common platform and thereafter operating at sea is the primary focus which is given by the Indian Navy as part of the maritime education. So just give an example, my own example. Before I went to Antarctica, the Navy had sent me for ice navigation course. And another example, like you talked about Abhilash Swamy, Navy had sent Tarini with all lady officers who went on a voyage all around the world. So all this is possible only because of maritime education being taught and imbibed at the ab initio level. Thank you.
True enough, sir. As you say, I can relate that that's how it becomes very easy for the naval officers to join merchant navy either after retirement or even premature if they retire. So perfect, yeah, because of the basic maritime, that whatever we are taught, you are also taught there in your education. Thank you so much, sir. Back to Malini, ma'am. Ma'am, Indian seafaring community is on the rise. Like it was around 6-7% at one point of time, and it's closing on to 10% now. With this increase, do we also have some influence on the policies and practices globally?
In terms of seafarers, we form about 10% of the global force, and the government has set for itself a target in the Maritime India Vision to 2030 to raise it to about 15 to 20%. So if we talk in numbers, yes, there are. But it is not just the seafaring community alone. There is a whole lot of maritime related professions which have an influence. And if you look at the manning companies, the companies which actually recruit the seafarers and put them on board a ship, many of them are not only just managed by Indians, whether they're located in India, London, or Hong Kong, but quite a few of the critical ones, the bigger ones, are actually owned by either Indians or people of Indian origin. So in that sense, we do have some influence. But where we need to increase our influence and what are the impediments? One is our global tonnage, our representation in the global tonnage in terms of the deadweight tonnage of ships has actually, it kind of peaked a few years ago, but depending on where the shipping corporation goes, it might just go down. And to that extent, it will affect our influence. The second, and as I mentioned earlier, is R&D. If you look at the regulations, you look at the conventions of the International Maritime Organization, a lot of that conventions come from issues, problems, and solutions raised by people from developed countries. Whether it is any convention, then you talk about MARPOL and UNCLOS, all those apart. You have newer and newer conventions coming up about pollution, marine pollution. So those are the result of research which is being done in several universities and companies, let's say in Australia, in Britain, in Europe. So that is where we need to increase our presence and our visibility, and which is why I said R&D is important. That's very important to increase our influence. The seafarers alone can do only so much.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you for mentioning that, actually. And as you mentioned, it comes to my mind that we have discussed this quite a few times in our fraternity, in our fora, when we sit and discuss these issues, that in the IMO meetings, Japan goes with a huge contingent with proper research and study, and they present their papers. While comparing the contingent from India in terms of size or research is limited as of now, as per my understanding. So that's really very important, so that we can create that kind of an impression at IMO. And what do we need to actually do to have that kind of control?
here I would mention that we need, first of all, to have a strategy. Like the Indian Navy has a strategy of protecting the sea borders. We need to have a strategy. And in this connection, what the Indian Maritime University has done is got into a partnership with the RIS. RIS is the Research and Information Systems, which is an organization, an arm of the Ministry of External Affairs. They have an reach which is external, which is while the IMU has subject knowledge, domain knowledge of maritime and shipping, the RIS has a domain knowledge of the international ramifications, international partnerships. So I think we jointly need to come at a strategy as what are the interests of India in the next 5 years. Where does India stand vis-a-vis the IMO in terms of influencing, in terms of benefiting from the conventions, in terms of promoting partnership with like-minded countries? Those are strategies which need to be worked out. And then whoever represents the country in the IMO meetings, which are take place quite regularly, these are the strategies which have to be fed in to the delegation that goes there. So whether it is a strong, huge delegation or a small delegation, yes, Japan, even Germany, which is not a really seafaring country, forget China and forget the other countries. You have small island countries which come with a strategy. So I think where we need to project ourselves is a strategy which perhaps can even include Coast Guard and Navy. It has to be a strategy which involves everybody.
I think that's an important point, ma'am, which you brought out, and it was nice to have a discussion on that. And obviously, all these topics would require much longer discussion. So we would just be touching the tip of the iceberg as of now, but we can pick on the points where we need to work on in future. Coming back to you, sir, Commodore Gurumani, sir. I see from your study and background in CV that you have been in the hydrography more. How important do you think is hydrography for the maritime sphere?
Sir, to start with, I would like to define what is hydrography, because there are many audience who may not be aware of the definition of hydrography. As per the International Hydrographic Organization, hydrography is a branch of applied science which deals with measurement and description of the physical features of the ocean, seas, coastal areas, lakes, rivers, as well as within the prediction of the changing over time, that is the tide, for the primary purpose of safety of navigation and other maritime activities. So in short, if I have to say what is hydrography, almost all human activity that takes place on or under the sea requires some knowledge of hydrography of the area. Basically, the knowledge of the shape and the nature of the sea floor, its characteristics and hazards. So therefore, without hydrography, no ship can sail safely. You are a mariner, you know. No ports can be built. No coastal infrastructure, marine environment, defending an island or the coast, rescue, inundations during disasters, and maritime boundary issues. We all know that 3.1 million square kilometers are land area, and we have an exclusive economic zone at sea of 2.1 million square kilometers. But if we add the continental shelf also, it is going to be as good as our land area. And there is a need to understand this area better, and hydrography is the best subject to know and plan our future towards the ocean. As per International Hydrographic Organization report, there's only 50% of the world within the 200 nautical mile from the coast has been mapped properly, and just 18% beyond 200 nautical miles. So that is the state. We know about our moons and Mars better than our oceans. It's time for us to have more knowledge about our sea, and hydrography is the subject to understand better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Makes so much sense. And I don't know how many people in the audience, they caught on to this particular fact that you mentioned, that the land area of India, as compared to the jurisdiction on water, that the surrounding sea area that we have, is almost equal if we take into account the continental shelf. That is the importance of maritime. And imagine the number of people in our country who are working for all the activities on land compared to the number of people who are working for the activities on water. In spite of they being equal, the proportion is so minuscule. So thank you so much to bring that out, sir. Anuradha ma'am, may I put the next question to you? You must be feeling that in this maritime world, these questions may pop up, and how are they going to be fired if I say from the naval point of view?
Yeah, I'm taking a test.
No, ma'am, I would not put you into the test. What I read that COVID, so many things were shut down, slowed down, but the government came out with national education policy last year, 2020, and their directives. So since the program that we have started at CMAS is new, how much is it compliant with, or what are the salient factors from the NEP that we have taken into the CMAS structure?
That's a very good question, Captain Gyanendra, because I think all universities across the length and breadth of India are bracing for the execution of the National Education Policy 2020. And one of the most important factors which is enshrined in this policy is that the flexibility which is being given to the learners, along with the concept of accrued bank of credits, ABC. So an accrual of bank of credits means the credits can be added by students across faculties, across departments and institutes. So we will really need to go into a completely digital framework in higher education, so that we can track the students' higher education scores and credit points based on a unique ID number, and they can move across both faculties and take new courses. So with respect to CMAS, as you know, although we are fledgling and we are not even 1 year old, we just started off. But being a public university, we have a lot of freedom and autonomy. The university authorities, as you're aware, I said, started with the PhD program immediately now, because that kind of advantage is available to university departments and centers. Plus, looking into the factors in NEP 2020, we are planning to have flexibility wherein exit policies will be in place. For example, if a student completes 1 year of master's and leaves, we can give a PG diploma. And if the student continues for 2 years, then gets the master's degree. So those kinds of flexibility based on student requirements. We are also going to give a thrust on working professionals when they take sabbatical to, augment their educational qualifications. And as I told you earlier, although this CMAS is new, University of Mumbai is more than 165 years old. So we have been, despite COVID, as you see, we've been leveraging on IT and ICT. And Naval War College is affiliated to University of Mumbai. We have collaborated with NIO Goa, SciFe Warsaw Mumbai, Microtech Global Foundation for Blue Economy. So we are trying to, leverage on our existing collaborations and affiliations. The expanse of Mumbai University is vast, and we have more than 850 colleges which are affiliated, which includes one of the few of the best engineering and technology institutions, which can give us a thrust in remote sensing, GIS, artificial intelligence, IoT, other aspects, and help our students in, in bolstering the contemporary requirements in higher education and research. So yes, we are bracing ourselves, and we have been brainstorming on how to implement NEP 2020 for the advantage of our learners and scientists.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, it's a pride for us also, because being seafarers, even our neighbors did not know what we do. They only knew that we are out for 6 months and we are here for 6 months. That's all. So this growth in awareness in itself is a respect to everybody associated with the maritime industry, all the three forces. Coming to you, Dr. Shantakumar, sir. GMU, the Gujarat Maritime University, is, I think, among the youngest maritime universities that we have. So, could you just tell us about the journey, how it has been from the first year till now? I understand it is established in 2009, just about 1 year
19.
after IMU.
Yes.
So, how did the numbers grow? Did you actually get enough students to start with? And in last 11, 12 years, where do we stand now?
Oh, in fact, we started only in 2019.
Okay.
We are just a 2-year-old university.
Okay. The act was of 2009, I understand.
19.
Okay.
We started functioning from 2019.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah. See,
So, what's the number now? In that case, yeah, that's why I think you can easily take charge of those two directorships, because it has just started and doesn't require that much attention, is it?
True. Yeah. In fact, we have been discussing about the kind of growth that is happening in the maritime sector. So the establishment of this Gujarat Maritime University is actually an endeavor by the Gujarat Maritime Board to provide a fillip to this growth by bridging the knowledge gap within the industry. So the prime objective of Gujarat Maritime University is to be a global center of excellence in maritime education, research and development, professional training, and it actually aims to enhance and increase the human capital and capacity of maritime industry, both in India and across the globe. The aspiration is to serve the global maritime community by producing educated and well-trained professionals in the maritime domain. The vision of GMU is to be a global center of excellence in maritime education. In the first phase, the university started offering programs catering to the commercial aspects of maritime value chain, like maritime law, shipping, finance and economics, maritime management, logistics, shipbroking, ship finance, chartering, ship management, just to name a few courses that what we teach. So the first phase also has some short-term executive development programs and management development programs, which we are successfully delivering with support and guidance of our knowledge partners, namely the Erasmus University, the STC International, and the Copenhagen Business School. Of course, we intend to focus on the technical aspects in the second phase. As I said, we are a very infant university, just established 2 years back. We started with the School of Maritime Law, Policy and Administration. We started with 2 master's program, one on international trade law and the other one was on maritime law. And fortunately, we are able to fill all the seats. And in fact, this year we had the luxury of increasing our selectivity, and we had the luxury of selecting the right candidates out of the hundreds of applications that we received. So that itself is a proof that there is a big demand for such courses, and people are actually looking for this. If you look at some of the interesting statistics, now we see that majority of our students at the Maritime University come from landlocked states, more than the coastal states. And second important statistics that what is interesting is we have more of women students, which very traditionally it is known as a male-dominated field, but today we have more of female students joining our programs. So I think the journey is good till date, and we are vigorously planning to expand. We are trying to do many things, which I'll discuss.
Thank you for mentioning that. Actually, it was part of one of my questions about the gender equality in maritime studies. And before I go ahead, I would like to mention the expression I saw on Dr. Malini ma'am's face when I put the question that is it less important? And just the expression was enough to answer that obviously not. Obviously not. Thank you so much for that, sir. Coming back to you, Malini ma'am, like we all have heard in the introductory session and a little bit that I mentioned from our rich heritage, which we are actually losing to quite an extent. So, what are we like? What are your thoughts in strengthening it again? What action should we take? Like, you being from the administrative section, also like being the Director General of Shipping for a good 2 years, your thoughts would actually project, India for the next 10 years at least, if not more, to start with.
Uh, I think we go back again to first principles. Like I mentioned, I don't want to keep on mentioning iterating the same things. One is, do we have a strategy and a coordinated, integrated strategy, not just working in silos as to what the DG shipping does, what the IMU does, what the Coast Guard does, what the Navy does. I think the geopolitics today calls for ever more than before integrated strategy of how we protect India, both in terms of maritime security as well as maritime education and associated sectors. So that strategy is the most important thing. It has to be arrived at in consultation with everybody, but it has to be very specific and lays out the path, like what China would do, even what UK does. That's one. Second is the quality of the maritime, the seafarers. As I said again, attitudes. How do we make them more? I think the Gujarat Maritime University director mentioned that, and I agree with that, that most of the students nowadays are coming from landlocked hinterland states. They perhaps have not seen the sea. They have never been on a ship. They've not seen a big ship. And the ISPS and other controls don't allow like what when I was a student in school, and I was a student in a convent school, but for one excursion, they took the class to a ship, and they said, this is a ship that the school has adopted. Later on, much later on, I came to know it belonged to the Shipping Corporation of India. And they just exposed us to the ship. Even that is very, very difficult in today's regulated environment. But giving them leadership skills, exposing them to a variety of, communication tools, why communication is important, why leadership is important, why attitudes are super important. For example, if when I was working in the special economic zone, the companies which would hire students would say, we can teach them technology, but we can't teach them, soft skills. So the soft skills are as important as the technical skills that they come with. And a third aspect is, and this is oftentimes debated in the maritime community, is to, we carry 90% of the trade by volume and 70% by value, but nobody knows what we do. Now, this part is because we are working behind the scenes, and unlike the airline industry, we are not carrying passengers on a regular basis. Maybe now and then a cruise ship and a coastal tourism, but the people don't come in contact with us. So why would anybody bother what kind of cargo you're carrying and what problems do you have? So what are the possible solutions to actually enhance this visibility? And there are several organizations working on it, but they work in small groups. I have two suggestions if it can be taken forward. One is, can we have maritime clubs in schools? I see questions coming up saying that it should be part of the education, school education. I think the school education in India is already overburdened, and I don't think any authority will accept any more additions to this. But there is something called extracurricular activities. You have environment clubs, you have sports clubs, you have trekking clubs, and I think we went to schools at a time when there was Girl Guides and Boy Scouts, and there was a air division and a sea division and a land division in all these scouting methods. So can we say there's a maritime division, a merchant navy division, or strengthen the entire Sea Scout by including merchant navy? That's one observation I have. And a second is a possible collaboration with the Coast Guard to promote the merchant navy. The Coast Guard is ever present, and I think the Coast Guard has a strong potential to position themselves to attract children. So if you ask small children in France, and even in some parts of India, I've lived 2 years in France, and when we ask children, what would you like to be when you grow up? And they would say, pompier. This is about 90% of the kids. And the pompier is the fireman, because he is the one who is seen, he or she is the one who is seen to be present among the communities, helping people, rescuing cats, rescuing pets, rescuing people. And I think Coast Guard does that all the time, and there is more potential to project this to the young children. And a collaboration with the Coast Guard would be possible to actually project not only Coast Guard but also Merchant Navy alongside that. And I think the private companies, the private sector has to come forward to partner this. If this session can actually culminate in some strong ideas in this manner, building a future in maritime, future presence, visibility is not an overnight process, but it can be done with some like-minded people coming together and taking this forward. Thank you.
Excellent, ma'am. I think Sea Cadet Corps is an organization which is doing it to quite an extent, but still, I would say very limited, because I understand they have very limited branches and pretty controlled from the location that they are working. And as you mentioned, like the seafarers work in the background. If I talk of the Merchant Navy personnel, even during the COVID time, we all kept receiving whatever the essentials that we need to live. And nobody even came to know how and why it kept coming without any problem, without any hindrance.
Because it's a delivery
and
boy
who gets
or
the credit?
It's a delivery boy or the delivery girl who is seen by the end user customer, not the seafarer. And why would they?
I think I agree with Malini, madam, that image building is very important. And, probably, there are certain professionals whom children look up in awe. So if we can, other than the Amar Chitra Katha, which, Indian Navy has been part of in coming out with, the school maritime club is a very good idea, because, madam, when we were taking the interview for admissions to CMAS, some students said, I wanted to come to this field. They were opting for MCOM or other MSc, because I used to take a ferry to reach from Alibag to Mumbai for my college. And I found it very amusing, because, that was what drove their love for the sea and the coast. And I think what you're saying, the fireman's image in the Western world, I know it's, people look up to them. And if that kind of image building can be done from the school days itself, what we have faced as a, because this session is also about possibilities, this has become a very niche field, and it has to become more popular.
Yeah.
And for that,
the fireman is also a niche field, if I may intervene. But we grew up as children in my generation, and we were fascinated by the engine driver in the steam engine, because the image of that engine driver picking up that shovel of coal and putting it into this, the boiler, and then the boiler would make this huge sound of whoosh with fire and noise. And then we all wanted to ride with him on that engine, and they would allow you to ride those days. So it doesn't have to be so glamorous also. It just has to attract the child's attention. Yeah. Sorry for intervening, but I thought...
No, it's very well taken. I agree with you, ma'am.
That's the aim, ma'am. That's visibility is important. Like we were discussing this in a group a couple of days back, that whenever we have been abroad and we switch on the TV, every second or third channel shows about their defense forces. So that's the kind of visibility we should have in India also on these aspects. And if I just take a minute to mention to you as well as to all the audience, that lockdown for us on land was something different, that you can't move out of the home. But for those on the ship, it was normal living, because for us on the ship, we have the cabin, we have our workspace, and that is the limited area we can go to. So it was just like we are at home on a contract. So we can only move from the bedroom to the drawing room, and that is it. That's what happens on the ship. So for seafarers, it was not very different. Interesting to those who would not have known this, like that's what the limitations on ship are. So coming to you, Commodore Gurumani, sir, what in your opinion is the importance of maritime universities, and what are your suggestions to enhance the maritime education? You are not from the universities who are the heads who are there, so that's the reason why I would like to hear from you about this.
I just heard Dr. Malini Shankar mention that we should not burden children at our school education level, but why not unburden them and remove certain subjects and make maritime education as at the grassroots level. That is what I feel to start with, because without starting at primary education and then throughout, I saw one of the audience also had put up that it should start at a very early stage. So we need to create awareness for our children. Like Dr. Malini herself mentioned that what she saw was a ship when she was in school. So it carries a lot when the child is growing, and then they have that consciousness to choose the field instead of only thinking about doctor or IIT graduate or chartered accountant, which generally people choose. But once you get exposed to marine life, their ideas will change. My quick suggestion is what I thought about that came to my mind is every university that is approved by AICTE should have a maritime department, or not at least every university, at least some of the renowned universities must have maritime department. We talked about maritime clubs. Why not a department, a dedicated department where people can contribute towards maritime, and thereafter they can move to maritime universities like IMU. Even in between Dr. Malini Shankar, we had an interaction also with our department in the Navy that she wanted to add hydrography as part of the IMU curriculum. It's a good initiative from there, and we are working towards it. And to bring out something, we have not had any great explorers of late. So we need to have explorers, and that will start only when we start maritime education at grassroots level. One interesting thing which I saw in one of my deployments, foreign deployments, I saw a ship called Seminar at Sea. Semester at Sea. So there's a whole lot of students who have been sailing on board a ship for one semester. That is the kind of exposure we need from our maritime university. Our maritime universities should have a ship along with them where the students are put and spend one semester at sea. That will give a whole lot of exposure. It is not only trade, it is not only carrying cargo, but when you talk of maritime, it covers overall lot of aspects. It's about marine life, botany, zoology, biology, environment, and whatnot. There's no end to it when you talk of ocean. So these are the two suggestions that we must have dedicated departments in each recognized university. Then we need to have ships where we can put people. And one more thing which I want to mention as a passing comment, that we talk about look east, look west, act east, and I think it's time for us to look and act towards the ocean. That is one thing can be achieved only by maritime education and focus on maritime universities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I saw a couple of comments from Commodore Chitnis also was mentioning about seafarers who got stuck on board ships. Sir, I would say, yes, those are the difficulties that we seafarers face, but it is part and parcel of the profession. And more difficulty for the masters who have to inspire and lead them to live in those conditions, even when the sign-off is not possible. Even Captain Gosavi mentioned something about having maritime history also as part of the education system, not only just history, but actually maritime history, because that gives us the pride. If I may mention, sir, you were talking, like, my question was about how to improve education in universities, and you rightly mentioned about school level. And that reminded me, again, going back to my school days, my father was in the army. We were posted in Shillong. There was a lake by the name Ward Lake. I was in primary and I used to row. And later on, he was so happy that, see, your future was already decided at that time. In primary school, I used to row. And later, I went with my family, with my kids, to a lake where there was a boat. And I said, I would row myself. And he said, no, we will not allow you. No, sir, allowed me. I said, I am a seafarer. No, sir, allowed me. So, sorry to bring in Hindi, but to bring in the authenticity, that as a school-going third or fourth standard boy, I used to row. And as a father of two daughters, I was not allowed to. We used to drive long distance. I'm mentioning this because it is related to maritime and probably you would appreciate it. At that time, my father used to teach me which direction are we going. Just look at the shadow and tell me. How many today can do that? My daughters can do, but how many others can do it? Just look at the shadow and I tell you the time and give me the direction in which we are moving. So that's the interesting part. We don't need to make it boring for the children, but we need to make it interesting that these are the aspects which can be looking at the stars for that matter. So thank you so much, sir. May I request Anuradha ma'am for a quick touch up on the future of CMAS that you see for the enhancement of maritime in India, being at the center, Mumbai, where the maritime hub is, and you have already stepped into this arena now. So what is the future you're looking at? Any particular steps that you have taken?
We would like to become, our center should become a place for brainstorming and of key opinion leaders in the sector. So as I said, we have 7 districts under our jurisdiction and close to 700 plus kilometers of coastline. And University of Mumbai, with the help of the Center of Excellence in Maritime Studies, would like to create maritime consciousness, awareness, and understanding through this center. And in the future, we would like to leverage on our affiliated college systems, our own very strong university departments in economics, commerce, sciences, and bolster R&D through PhD doctoral program. And we already have an MOU with the University of Western Australia. But because of COVID, it was, the execution has been delayed. We would work on that. UGC has come out with a provision for a policy document, which is yet to be executed, but is expected soon, on giving dual degrees with one top foreign university in the top 500 QS ranked or Times ranked universities. So we would also explore that option. And our advisors, the panel of advisors in master's projects and PhD projects would be stalwarts and scientists across the radius of maritime law, humanities, history, strategy, science and technology, commerce and trade. So that is our vision. Hopefully, we should be able to achieve it with the support of all, the Indian Navy, other stakeholders, our very, old associates, etc., and the strength of our faculty, obviously. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would rather say even universities should sit together and brainstorm so that, what we can do together in future.
Yes. So what Malini madam was saying, I think even in higher education, we need to strategize. Because if the quantum of manpower requirement is going to increase through direct or indirect job requirements by close to 10 million, so how do we prepare for it? What kind of skills and knowledge base is required by our learners after completing the program? All these things should be very clear, and we should not be giving education which do not make them ready for the industry. So this is a very key aspect.
Sure. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that. Dr. Shantakumar, sir, like being a very, very young university, I would like to ask you as to, as a business concept, how are you advertising so that you get more people to come in, including, you did mention gender equality, and a lot of girl students are also interested to join and learn this. And also international students, I would say.
Yeah. So we have just graduated 2 batches, and we did not have any international students till now. But with respect to advertising our programs, in the very first year when this program was launched, we did some road shows, and then we went for some newspaper advertisements. But from the second batch onwards, it's by word of mouth. This thing got spread, and we started receiving more and more application, especially because the second year was the COVID year. And in spite of the COVID and we not carrying out any branding activity or marketing activity, still we could get enough application. In fact, if you look at the graph in which we have grown, it's very steep. So we have grown just because of a lot of activities that what we have been doing, and that has sent a message across. That's because, like as I said, we have committed ourselves to address the challenges of the maritime industry and encourage innovation through cutting edge research. So to promote cutting edge research in various areas, we have set up a number of research centers like the Center for Maritime Security Studies, Center for Maritime Environmental Law, Center for Maritime Labor Law, Center for International Trade Law, where we have set up a trade lab to simulate the experience. We have a Center for Research on Blue Economy, Center for Maritime Dispute Resolution, and like, for example, our Maritime Labor Law Center. It works very closely with the International Seafarers Welfare and Assistance Network called the ISWAN, which is based at the UK and its Indian chapter. So we have set up a seafarer welfare clinic to help and provide legal and all other possible assistance to the seafarers, especially during the COVID times. So that is, we are also currently doing a research project along with ISWAN. Because we see that due to imbalance in demand and supply of young workers in shipping, many of these seafarers are not able to find a placement at sea, and out of desperation for sea time in order to appear for higher competency exam and progress in the career, some of these budding young seafarers fall prey to fraudulent agencies who charge an exorbitant amount from them for a slot on board a vessel. So it has also been reported that sometimes the agents run away after they are paid money. Sometimes the agents put the crew on vessels which are substandard and is a threat to overall safety and security of the individual. So with all this objective, we have now started working on field to identify the challenges that young aspiring seafarers face. So this is something which we do, and this largely attracts young people to approach to us. For example, recently we have created an Arctic cell with faculty members and research associates to research on the opportunities and challenges the North Sea route opened up by Russia in the Arctic region. So this cell is being very closely monitored by our faculty, especially we are closely watching every move of the Chinese administration, taking advantage of the Northern Sea route. We are approaching it from various aspects, including the geopolitical aspects of that. Likewise, we have also set up. We are the first universities to set up the Gujarat International Maritime Arbitration Center at the Gujarat International FinTech City, called the Gift City, with the state-of-the-art infrastructure and globally renowned maritime arbitrators as advisors. So we are doing everything possible strategically to emerge as a global center of excellence, and then just by word of mouth, we get enough number of applications. And as I mentioned, we are very fortunate to have a good selectivity that we are able to reject candidates and we are able to select the right people to be a part of our university.
Right. So thank you so much for that explanation. Actually, it brought in 2-3 points to my mind. One, you did mention, which the audience who are listening would understand, that not everybody who gets trained in Merchant Navy is getting a job. So though they are listening to this, so it is a caution so that they don't fall into wrong hands. Those who are the negative elements trying to make money out of this situation. But at the same time, as policymakers, we do need to think how to change the situation, because I think in the coming years, the need for seafarers is going to rise. There was a drop in the last decade or so, but there's a sudden rise as by the researchers that I have read recently. And another thing that came to my mind is that all the university heads are here. Since you have so many studies and workshops and research centers, can it be opened kind of to general public so that they can come and have a look? So that will again create an awareness.
Certainly, sir. All our programs, whatever we do, we try and bring in as many stakeholders as possible, so that we get a complete holistic perspective of the problem that what we are discussing or what we are researching. So everybody is welcome to be a part of our activities, and that's how we try to progress.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Coming to you, Malini ma'am. Indian Maritime University is also close to my heart, because it is nothing but a change of name for my
Alma
college.
mater. Yeah.
Yes, the T.S. Chanakya. So, just wanted to hear from you. You also chairing the National Shipping Board, as to what is the plan, global or holistic plan for the growth of shipping or of the university per se, in terms of international students also, because
I
all
will.
of us feel better when we I think we get our some certificate from a foreign country, and in our time we used to have Ethiopian cadets also. Today I'm not sure whether we are training international youngsters.
Yes, that's a fact, and that's a very important fact. But first thing we have to ask ourselves, Captain Gyanendra, is why would a foreign student come to India? Why would a foreign student come to Bombay University or to Indian Maritime University if they can get something else in their own country or in a country which is closer to them? They look for a couple of things. One is, I will start with the academic part of it. What is the content? What is the substantive content? Is there going to be a value addition to their knowledge or skills, or is there going to be a value addition to the employability position? Okay, that is one. Second, of course, is what would be the cost. um, I think we would compare cost-wise, but in terms of content, we have to introspect a lot more, in my opinion, for a majority of the institutions. I do not speak for everybody. Um, so given this, and a third aspect that the students do talk about is the ease of doing business, the ease of transacting, the procedure, from application, from getting information to applying, to getting a visa, to coming and studying here. I think our information dissemination is is disparate. We have to go as a whole and say, if you want to study or do studies in maritime education, then these are the options available to you, and you can apply for these universities. The application forms are not easy to download, cannot be done online. We ask, our ease of doing business is quite abysmal even today. We ask for too many documents, and we ask them to come, put it in, it's not very easy to load it online. We have to work through our embassies and high commissions. That's one thing. And the last part, which I have taken up as the chairperson of not only the National Shipping Board, but as the Vice Chancellor also, is the ease of getting a visa for many countries. There has to be a lot more clarity on that, and the Ministry of External Affairs is working on it, I'm told. So the government of India is actually promoting education, India as an education destination. That is very clear. So we'll have to work on it. But something that the IMU has already started working on is how do we invite experts in maritime sector to come to the university and spend a certain period of time, so that there is interaction between these foreign experts, international experts, and faculty as well as students. So perhaps they can take a few classes here, stay here for a week, and in the process interact and see what kind of knowledge exchange and skill exchange can take place. So these are two aspects. This is, up till the 80s at least, I'm very sure, but post-liberalization, I'm not extremely sure. After the 80s, the Indian government gave quite a few scholarships to neighboring countries. I've had classmates from Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, etc., who would come to India for studies. And these were scholarships under I think it was under the cultural relations. And whenever I meet these classmates after so many years, they have very great fondness for India, because they say this is what gave us the basic education foundation for our career. So perhaps we have to prevail upon the powers that be to institute certain scholarships for maritime studies in India, and that would perhaps help students from certain countries coming here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah.
Captain Gyanendra, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we have 10 minutes to take a few questions from the viewers and audience.
Yes, the questions I saw which were coming was more or less answered by the panelists. Regarding the strategy building, I think we'll go back to Dr. Malini ma'am itself. She has already mentioned a few points
I
and
spent
strategy
quite a
building
few
also.
minutes talking about strategy, but there was
Yes.
a question, a suggestion which came in from one Yadav, if I'm right, uh, uh, talking about taking sailing as a sport. And I think that's an excellent suggestion, at least in coastal states and even in hinterland states where you have freshwater lakes, you have other kind of water bodies where sailing should be actively promoted. And that's perhaps the entry point for them to understand water and the connection between water and human beings. Because replacing curriculum in schools or colleges is not really a very feasible, it's idealistic, but it's not very practical at this point of time. It might serve to be perfunctory because seeing and experiencing is what we should look at. When I shared my experience of visiting a ship, imagine if they had spoken about a ship in the classroom and it would be an exam paper, and if I like it I will pass it, if not I'll just say what a pain, let me just get through with this. Compare it with environment education in India, which has been made mandatory by the courts, up till a certain grade. And this tends to be just a checkbox item in schools and colleges. And if you ask a student anything about environment or even ethics, they will just say, oh, that was for the exam. But if what I remember after 4 decades is actually being on that ship and being fascinated by it. So I think extracurricular activity, maritime clubs, sea scouts, these are the ways to go. I have a few, there were some suggestions about, how to expand the curriculum. I think Dr. Anuradha spoke about it. We in the Indian Maritime University are taking baby steps in this direction to introduce very niche subjects in the form of microcredit courses. And I think that will introduce students to a variety of topics which are not in the normal curriculum. And the curriculum, however autonomous a government institution is, it goes through a certain process and takes time to be to modify and to be reviewed. But we think that the microcredit courses would slowly pick up, and it can give a window of opportunity for the students to look at subjects that they would otherwise not look at. So that is about the education, then the awareness, and the strategy. There are 3 arms that I spoke about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Do we have
Captain
time
Gyanendra,
for something more?
would you? I suggest you could sum up the session so that Krishna could come in as the reporter.
Thank you, Meera. Thank you. I think it was a splendid session. Personally, I have gained so much listening to all of you, and we have a consensus that we all the wings of the maritime fraternity must join hands and work together to showcase what the importance of maritime as well as the future potential of maritime. I think there is no further emphasis required to show that only maritime strength can make a country strong. Land, we are limited. 70% of the earth is also covered by water. So the more we have power on water, the stronger we'll be as a nation. So I think that is it from my side, and it was a pleasure moderating this session, sir. And ma'am, a lot of learnings from all of you, and I hope the audience also enjoyed and learned out of it. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks to all.
Thank you.
Good morning to all maritime enthusiasts who have joined us today. I'm Krishna Kataria, reporter for today's annual maritime webinar. Thank you, Captain Gyanendra Singh, for effectively moderating this session, and all our lead speakers for their insights on enhancing maritime education and maritime knowledge. Before we formally end the session 1, let me talk about the key takeaways from this session, which comprised a discussion around generating solutions and suggestions to create maritime soft power through education and other means at different levels. Captain Gyanendra Singh at the start envisaged the very key point that education has the strength to bring us back and remind us about maritime supremacy and our rich maritime history. Dr. Malini Shankar, the Vice Chancellor of Indian Maritime University, rightly asserted the need to focus on improving our soft skills to strengthen the seafarers community. Communication, attitude, analytical knowledge, and leaderships are the skills which will effectively help our seafarers. And secondly, the need to bring the effective strategies as today geopolitics functions in congruence with maritime security. and hence cooperation, building soft skills in maritime knowledge systems shall be a vital goal. Moving ahead, Dr. Shantakumar very well explained how the maritime sector is expected to adapt to changing global uncertainties through development of maritime operations and logistics. Hence, we require skilled professionals to comprehend the domain well that act as a key enabler. Establishment of Gujarat Maritime University endeavored to facilitate the maritime growth and build bridge between knowledge and industry. He significantly highlighted the involvement of women, which today represents a positive trend in them willing to expand their career in maritime studies. Such academic organizations have been making a concerted effort to help the industry move forward and support women to achieve representation. Followed by that, Dr. Anuradha, with her education background intersecting in the maritime domain, heads the CMAS program at Mumbai University, a center that is dedicated to develop maritime consciousness and higher education with holistic approach. She engendered on how organizations like CMAS focus significantly on creating an economic ecosystem and digital framework for academics and policymakers. This, in return, intends to support research under the foray of maritime field and augments the maritime knowledge systems. In conclusion, Commodore Gurumani addressed the importance of maritime education within the forces and the need to create awareness about the sea that helps bring synergy within the forces. He recommended, in similar lines with the functioning of Maritime Club, we can work on establishing a department dedicated to imparting maritime education and awareness. With this background, I would like to proceed towards the end of session 1. We will resume session 2 in a short while. Back to you, Ms. Meera. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. We thank our distinguished speakers from the first session and hope that they continue to watch the remaining proceedings on YouTube. We now move on to the second session, titled Past is the Present, Maritime History, Memorials, Museums, and Exhibition Spaces, which will be moderated by Commodore Ajay Chitnis, Shaurya Chakra, and Nausena Medal. Commodore Ajay Chitnis is the Vice President of IMF, Indian Maritime Foundation. He has a vast and varied experience, starting with his long, illustrious career in the Indian Navy as a helicopter pilot and post-retirement in the offshore maritime industry. He is a recipient of 2 gallantry awards, the Shaurya Chakra and the Nausena Medal. He has been associated with these joint seminars since their inception, and we admire the ease with which he conducts these sessions. Commodore Chitnis, the pitch is all ready.
Thank you very much, Meera, for the kind words of introduction. You know, when I saw this WhatsApp message from Commodore Kesnoor saying all serving officers to be in combat uniform, I was looking for my overalls. But then I read this serving officers to be in combat uniform, so therefore I refrained from wearing my combat uniform, that was my flying overalls, as always. Also, I want to begin by congratulating Admiral Hari Kumar on his selection as the next Chief of Naval Staff. And mostly I was very pleased to see the picture in his background, where he had all the various helicopters of the Navy. I don't know if you all noticed it, but I noticed it very much. Thank you very much, Admiral, and congratulations once again. Welcome then to session 1. Technical session 2 of today's seminar, which is titled Past to the Present, Maritime History, Memorials, Museums, and Exhibition Spaces. It is an honor to chair this session, and I must begin by thanking the organizers for giving me this opportunity. We have an extremely interesting panel to discuss the subject. Commander Mohan Narayan is a maritime historian. Ms. Batul Raj Mehta, an architect who has specialized in creating museums. And Bharat Gothaskar reminds me a bit about myself. He studied mechanical engineering and business management, but wanted to be a conservation architect. I studied electrical engineering at IIT Bombay, but wanted to be a pilot. Both of us eventually got what we wanted. He gave up his corporate career to become a heritage evangelist, which he does through his experiential travel firm, Khaki Travels. The panel is rounded up with the presence of Dr. Rukhsana Nanchi, an archaeologist whose main interest is maritime history and archaeology of coastal sites. Before I invite the panelists to make their opening statements, I feel it appropriate to bring out a few facts about the state of maritime museums and memorials in India. Maritime museums are among the Cinderellas of the museums of the world, nowhere more so than in India and the Indian Ocean region, where they're conspicuous by their absence. Yet, this is a startling double paradox. For the sea has always been of great importance to human affairs and especially to the lives of the people of India. The low status and skewed distribution of maritime museums is even more of a paradox, for 95% of the merchandising trade in our globalized world moves by sea and 40% through the Indian Ocean. Consider this. Denmark has a population of 5.5 million, which is approximately 0.4% of our population. There are 23 maritime museums in that country. Yes, you heard that right, 23 maritime museums. Our first officially acknowledged maritime heritage museum is still at the tendering stage at Lothal. Is it because we don't have a long and glorious maritime history that we can be proud of? Or is it the fact that the maritime museums are not in the forefront of anyone's list of cultural must-haves? Not even those who supposedly think saltwater flows in their veins. 99% plus of our population are landlubbers, and what's more, proud to be so. To them, the sea is okay off a beach, from the deck of a cruise liner, or on the other side of the TV screen. Otherwise, it's an alien element, populated, as Dr. Johnson observed, and the scenes he mentioned, by members of a literally outlandish tribe, anxious to risk death by drowning, while living in conditions closely akin to a prison cell. Ships, shipbuilding, navigation, the sea and sailors remain for the most part beyond the social and cultural pale. So far so, indeed, that recovering the maritime histories of nations of non-European societies before any time before the mid to late 19th century is a significant challenge. Given the maritime community of which any maritime museum is a part, its role is to collect, preserve, and display objects from the past and present maritime life of society in a way that educates and informs the visitor. In short, the role is to illuminate a given society's corner of maritime history. History has had assigned to it the office of judging the past and of instructing the present for the benefit of future ages. Maritime museums may not rise to such high offices, but seek only to show the past as it really was. It may be a sad truth that in most cultures we have sufficient maritime littoral. The place of maritime world is not at top of the table. But if the pun may be forgiven, if matters maritime are often below the salt, they are at least still at the table as an accepted participant at the feast. But that is not true in all cultures, and it's not unfair to say that for most part it is not true in today's mainstream Indian culture. The theme of the session is appropriately past is the present. To help you muse on the importance of the maritime world now, and as it will continue to be for the foreseeable future, it is worth engaging for a moment in what historians call a counterfactual and philosophers a Gendakan experiment. You are in the delicious state of half wakefulness just before it's time to wake up in the morning. You have not yet opened your eyes. Now imagine that at the moment you do finally decide to get moving and open your eyes, suddenly everything that is in your immediate and local world that has spent any part of its product cycle from raw material to usable item on the sea disappears. Now describe your circumstances. I think it's fair to say that what you will be describing is an embarrassed, stark naked human being standing amongst raised mudflats of a vanished city with everything we have and use in our lives today includes in its makeup something that has, at some stage, spend some time on board a ship being taken from some A to some B, where it is processed into something that constitutes a part of our everyday world. Some 2/3 of the contents of container liners that carry so much of the world's merchandising trade are partially completed goods on their way from some B to some C for additional processing. The chances of anything escaping spending time at sea are accordingly diminished, and hence the importance. There are bright spots, though, and for that we have to thank some of our visionary naval personalities like Admiral Zawati, Admiral Nadkarni for the Maritime Heritage Society, and Admiral Pasricha, the creator of the only submarine museum in Asia and the Naval Aviation Museum at Goa. I would be amiss if I did not mention the redoubtable Commodore Rajan Veer, President Emeritus of IMF, for setting up the Maritime Museum as well as 2 memorials dedicated to seafarers at Pune. The Maritime Mumbai Museum Society is also another laudable effort. I am extremely happy that a beginning has been made with the proposed National Maritime Heritage Museum at Lothal, of which we shall hear more as we go along. And I fervently hope that all these efforts will go a long way in curing the land lubbers of their sea blindness. I would now like to invite Commander Mohan Narayan to make his opening statement. Commander Mohan Narayan is an alumnus of the National Defence Academy, Pune, and was commissioned into the Indian Navy on the 1st of July, 1978. A communication and electronic warfare specialist, he has held a number of appointments in the Navy. Commander Narayan has had the privilege of being the longest-serving curator of the Maritime History Society from 2000 to 2015. In that capacity, he planned, organized, and conducted a myriad of activities of the Society. 18 of the 20 books published by the MHS on India's maritime activities of the Society were done during his watch. He was part of the team that between 2001 and 2004 set up the Maritime Heritage Exhibition at Mumbai during the first ever International Fleet Review. The restoration of the Bombay Castle, heritage walks of 500-year-old naval dockyard, the Maritime Museum on board the Vikrant, the memorial at Cooperage in honor of naval uprising of 1946, and the Ballet Bandar Museum. In 2011, he independently curated the 45-day Maritime Heritage Exhibition at the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Victoria Memorial, involving all major maritime agencies of the country. After relinquishing charge of the MHS in 2015, Commander Narayan remains actively engaged in his pursuit for promotion of maritime history and heritage. It's over to you, Mohan. You are mute, Mohan.
Please let me thank the Western Naval Command, the Indian Maritime Foundation, and the Nautical Institute West for the invitation to be part of this event. It's indeed a privilege. The Maritime History Society, which was in the van of Navy's formal study and dissemination of our maritime history and heritage, came into being by some quirk of fate, or let me put it a little more bluntly, because of an indictment in the media. The Times of India City Lights column of 8th May 1978 castigated the Navy for a ramshackle of a museum in the erstwhile Bombay Castle, today's INS Andhri. The article further went to bemoan the fact that there was not a single institution in the city which celebrated its connection to the sea, a connection that not only enriched it, but was its very raison d'etre. And the piece ended with a near plea that somebody ought to do something about it. And that somebody happened to be Admiral Manohar Avati, the then fleet commander of the Navy's Western Fleet. And the something that he set up precisely 5 days after this piece appeared in the newspaper is the Maritime History Society. And one of the first things that this society did was to set up a maritime museum on the middle ground island of the Gateway of India. Now, this museum came came up because of the active collaboration and support of every maritime institute in the country, the academia, and the industry. It's a bit unfortunate that the museum had to close down in 2004. I beg your pardon, in 1984. But as long as it stood, it served a purpose and proved a very important point, that it was feasible for maritime professionals of all hues, the academia and the industry, to come together on a maritime platform. Those set up by a naval admiral and backed by the Navy, it was always open house at the Maritime History Society. And we had, the only thing the MHS insisted was all its members have matters maritime at heart. And the MHS greatly benefited from this association with people with different walks of life. Commodore Chitnis just told you about the various activities which was taken out by the Navy, in fact, spearheaded by the MHS, whether it be the conservation of the Bombay Castle, the introduction of the Heritage Walk, the setting up of the museum on board the Vikrant, the Naval Memorial at Cooperage in honor of the Naval Uprising of 1946, or the Ballot Bandham Museum, came up because of active participation and cooperation of maritime professionals of all hues, the academia and the industry. And to my mind, that is the way forward if we have to tackle a museum. Now, before this opening remarks turn out to be a panegyric towards an institution, let me add a word about museums and museology. The very idea of a museum is a Western concept, and the Indian audience has not yet been primed to fully assimilate the concept of a museum. The idea of showcasing, which remains central to a museum, has seen a steady tenor toward the evolution of museology. But what has changed over a period of time is the quality of display, the very idea of an object, and the reaction and the mentality of an audience to a museum. In this age of changing technology, our minds have been conditioned to accept and assimilate rapid doses of information. And in this context, the idea of interacting with a static object seems to be something of an alien concept. In fact, the very idea of object has undergone a change of time, has gone a change of process. And it is much beyond its physical dimensions. And it stands before an audience that is increasingly getting accustomed to interacting with intangible experiences. The object, because of its genuineness and provenance, might attract the viewer. But look at it this way. If you can simulate an experience around the artifact in real-time basis, instead of putting it behind the glass case, then what you get is a package and an experience that the viewer will remember long after. History might tend to be didactic, but maritime museums must concentrate on creating experiences. Thank you.
That was a nice introduction. I would now like to introduce our next speaker, next panelist, Ms. Batul Raj Mehta. Batul?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for introducing.
Batul Raj Mehta is the founding partner of Batul Raj Mehta and Associates, a museum and cultural planning firm based out of Mumbai. As one of the foremost museum planners in India, she prioritizes audiences, their engagement with content, with cultural and historical narratives. She has led teams for the Bihar Museum, one of the more modern India's largest museum projects, the Statue of Unity Museum, Gujarat, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Science City, Patna, the Science Gallery, Bengaluru, It is part of the prestigious Science Gallery International Network, the Koba Jain Museum, Gujarat, the historic Patna Museum, Patna, and the National Maritime Heritage Museum, Lothal. Batul has a degree in architecture from CEPT Ahmedabad and further specializes in heritage management, further specialization in heritage management from the Brandenburg Technical University, Germany. She has worked on heritage, conservation, and museum projects across 7 countries. It's over to you, Batul. We are eager to hear about your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here today as it's part of the Navy Week, and I thank the Western Naval Command for inviting me for this webinar. I'm going to just have a short, quick presentation because, as Sir just mentioned before, we all get excited a lot more with visuals, and if we can think more rather than see somebody's face. So I'm going to just quickly share it, and if anybody can just tell me if you can see this. Yes, thank you.
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Okay, thank you. So maritime museums, as Sir mentioned, and I'm going to talk more about it, but just to give a little bit of background on what we do, because we are not, our firm is not an architectural firm. What we really do is we look at soft powers and how do you make museums really interesting by harnessing those soft powers. Exactly the topic of this webinar. And we look at it in terms of how do we have a museum which functions operationally or in a management jargon efficiently and sustainably, but also how does it get its visitors really excited about what the topics are within it. And again, using a current, very contemporary management jargon, that we look at storytelling and we look at engagement all through our museums. As Sir has already covered most of the museums I've mentioned and which we have worked on, one of the museums which we are working on now and which is very relevant to this webinar is the National Maritime Heritage Complex, and I'm going to refer to it as NMHC all through the webinar so that it's quicker. So this heritage complex is coming up in Lothal. The architects for it are Hafiz Contractor and Associates. And it's a fairly large site of about 375 acres. And it's less than 2 kilometers away from Lothal, which all of us know as a Harappan site. But very few of us know that it's one of the first known tidal docks of the world. And we all know Harappan civilization as a time where cities were developed, very urban civilization, great water management, sewage systems, and spread across a large area. What we do not know enough is that they were the pioneering seafarer civilization of the world at that time. And some of the technologies, techniques, and the way they use the waterways and the sea is completely amazing and way ahead of what we expected something which is 4,500 years ago to be. This entire museum is focused not just on the Harappan period, but it covers 14 galleries in one part of the complex. And these 14 galleries begin from the Harappan period, but come to contemporary ports of what has happened as entire development of maritime history and heritage across of the last 4,500 years. And one of the largest galleries in this museum is dedicated to the Indian Navy. And we're talking about mythology, different regions, what climate change has done in terms of maritime heritage, and more about these areas. But what kind of stories can maritime museums tell us? And we all know that you can talk about technology and innovation, but there's also about understanding how navigation was undertaken over the period of 4,500 years and how things have changed, and yet so many things have remained the same. while we all know about the technology and the economy part, which is about trade, about power, about changing political boundaries, but a very important aspect is the soft power of this of maritime history and heritage, which is about how new communities have come across, and how new townships developed, how cuisines developed, mythologies, shared history and traditions, and also how a lot of cultural memory still continues in the way we have our phrases, we have we coin terms from literature, and how do we put as mentioned earlier, that museums cannot be flat in the sense that can't be just artifacts or just panels any longer. And we know from the last 2 years that everybody is so used to now working and looking at things from the screen. But also the challenges that are there with the screen is that it's never really immersive. And that's something which a museum can provide us. So we look at immersive exhibitions, look at effective use of technology so that you can interact, bring in personal anecdotes and stories, because it's always good to relate to somebody who we can see ourselves in. It's not about just bigger epics and wars and personalities who can be as big as kings and queens, but also look at what an individual or a lay person goes through a certain period. And of course, look at public programming and community collaborations. The previous session, we heard about how important it is about education and application. And if there's a hands-on, minds-on public programming, it's extremely interesting because as the image shows, that you can have children learning about things. We heard Sir speak in the earlier session about education, of how it's possible to navigate through for children to just understand from their shadow that which direction they're going. Everybody uses their phones today, but that would be a really interesting aspect to learn in a museum. We all know about the fact that there are maritime museums around the world. Some of them are very, very interesting, and they belong to countries which have a much shorter maritime history than ours. But the fact that the storytelling comes across so strongly, whether it's the Merseyside Maritime Museum in Liverpool, where its claim to fame is that that's where the Titanic was constructed. Each country has a maritime history museum, and most of them are interactive. The interactivity and the immersive environments ensure that the soft power sustains beyond reading something or seeing something, because the bombardment of information that all of us are facing, we tend to forget also a lot more. But the moment we do things or we experience things, that remains. And that's the entire aspect that we look at. Now, how do these maritime museums participate in civil society, and what is the outcome of all of that? And we do have a lot of maritime museums in India, but they do not have the central location, or they're not built in tourism itineraries. So Bharat will be talking more about that. But just about what does it do to visit it as a group or as an individual, and participate in what it offers. So in terms of creative thinking, it helps us to connect and understand how we are connected across the world, and yet we are different and same. So it does reinforce identity and community. It makes history very accessible, because all of us are now aware of history channels or YouTube or WhatsApp forwards, which may not necessarily be authentic, but a museum always brings that authenticity. And if we can participate, walk through something, be in a cell of individual who has gone through a certain journey, we understand the scale, what it means to spend 3 months at sea, and of course it helps preserve heritage. But all of this also leads to an application outside the museum, where it sustains and stimulates the knowledge economy. The lateral thinking definitely helps in cognitive behavior and cognitive application. There is a multiplier effect on tourism and crafts sector, and And we've seen cities around the world transforming, but even cities in India, with our experience of the Bihar Museum and what it has done in the last 10 years to Patna, especially in terms of hotel rooms, restaurants, people coming and spending an extra night to be in Patna, we're seeing that multiplier effect. And then it forms a global community of lots of collaborations and lots of soft collaborations, which need not necessarily be at a level of government or diplomatic collaborations, but also in terms of communities and whether it's online communities, whether it's Instagram communities, all of that comes together and it leads to a very meaningful exchange. It's got its pros and cons, but it still allows one to be aware of every other aspect of it. And thank you very much, and I'm going to hand it back to Commodore Chitnis.
Thank you, Batul. Thank you for enlightening all of us on what is happening. We'll come back to you a little later. But now I have Bharat Gotaskar, who, as I said earlier, studied mechanical engineering and business management, but actually wanted to be a conservation architect. The city's history, I presume Mumbai's history and heritage has been an abiding interest in him since childhood. And that made him give up 16 years career in sales and marketing with corporate houses like Godrej, Pidilite, and Mahindra to pursue his passion of heritage evangelism through his experiential travel. Khaki Tours was founded by him in 2015 to create awareness about Mumbai's history and heritage in a fun and interesting manner. In 2018, the Khaki Heritage Foundation, KHF, was formed with the objectives of conservation, archiving, and generating awareness about heritage in Mumbai and beyond. One of the foundation's initiatives is the Khaki Lab, a multi-purpose cultural space dedicated to the city of Mumbai. Let's hear more about this from Bharat. So over to you, Bharat.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
And visible.
Yeah. Thank you, Commodore. It is such an honor to be invited for this initiative because technically speaking, I don't have any qualifications to speak here, right? So, but I am going to talk about how I am making a difference about things, right? And the word khaki stands for keeping heritage alive and kicking in India. And why did we choose a name like this? I'll speak about slightly later. But in the last 7 years that we have existed, we have been able to generate interest in Mumbai's heritage amongst visitors as well as locals. So I always used to feel that whenever I would attend talks at Asiatic or any other venue, the gray hair overpowered the black hair. And there's nothing against age that people have. I just feel that younger people are not being attracted enough to history, heritage, culture. And you have to make it, if I may use the word, you have to make it a bit cool for people to be interested in these things. One of the lines that I loved was by Charles Mingus, who was a famous musician, that what is creativity, he said. Creativity is when you make simple things complex, it is commonplace. But when you make complex things simple for people to understand, that is creativity. And hence, we are in the initiative of making history, heritage simple for people in bite-sized format. Today everything is about Twitter, Instagram. People's attention spans are lower, right? If you have to make, government has all this initiative of making Hindi as a language popular, but I think so Bollywood has contributed more for awareness of Hindi than government has done, and that's all because of soft power. That is what exactly we are discussing today. So probably when I was much younger, there were serials like Fauji or a movie like Top Gun that would have attracted people of my generation to join the armed forces. So how do you make it cool? I think maritime tourism, and I'm using the word at a far wider area, not just from a naval perspective, but all aspects of how do we interact with the sea, has a huge potential in India in general and Mumbai in particular. I don't think so we are even scratching on the surface of the potential that this tourism has. and the impact that it would have. When I did my MBA, I passed out in the year 2000. My final year project was about heritage marketing, which essentially means that heritage has to generate money to maintain itself. Government doesn't have enough money to conserve everything which is there. And tourism is something that will pay for the upkeep. But the problem at most of the places in India is mismatch between hardware and software. Hardware, as I say, static museums, buildings, things that you can see. Software is somebody making it experiential. And I love the way Batul presented that they are not looking at just as a traditional museum, the way museums used to be in the past. Now museums are totally different. They have to be more interactive. They have to be out in the open where people can interact. So interaction is something that is very, very critical, which is there. Let's not look at this only from the point of view of history, what is happening today. So when you talk of maritime tourism, we have to look at nature. We have to look at people's interaction with the sea. So the fisher folk, I mean, in Mumbai, people keep on talking about the fact that coolies are the first people of this city. But where can you interact with coolies? Where can you understand their culture, history, tradition, how they fish, what are the celebrations that they have? There's nothing in the city which tells you, right? So all this is part of that. So whether it is the sea or coast, island forts or coastal forts, lighthouses, coral reefs, there is so much which is there, which we need to take out to the people. And I feel Mumbai's harbor has the potential that is really, really huge. And, whether it's the Oyster Rock, the Middle Ground Battery, Cross Island, there is so much. And, at the expense of sounding very, overstepping my brief, I would love to see someday that the Bombay Dockyard and the Bombay Castle becomes the largest naval interpretation center. I wouldn't use the word park or amusement park, but it has to be much more than what it is, as a dedicated place where we will inspire generations of Indians as well as people coming from abroad to show greater respect, better understanding of what the Navy has to do for India. And when I say this, when I say experiential tourism here, it doesn't only mean about having static stuff. I'm looking at walks, sailing tours, enactments. There are multiple places. I was in a castle called Warwick Castle in UK, where every day, twice a day, they have a war where, two sides come fight. There are cannons blasted. I mean, why can't we recreate the Dutch attack on this city, or the way the Siddhis attacked this city, or the Marathas attacked? So whatever interaction which is there, I mean, I feel bad that when I go to Hong Kong, I see Chinese sampans, and when I go to Dubai, I see Arab doors. But why can't we see locally made wooden ships which will recreate the grandeur of what local shipping was about, right? And the interaction, making it simple and making it cool. And also, I feel we have to rope in influencers for something like this. And as we chat along, we'll do that. Of course, people like Commander Mohan Narayan always guide us in terms of getting the right information that we need to know about that. And I hope more and more people from the Navy keep on guiding people like us, who then interpret, make it simple for the masses to appreciate. So with that, my introductory comments are over, and I'll hand it over again to Commodore Chitnis. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharat. We'll come back to you with many questions. But right now, we invite Dr. Rukhsana Nanji, who is a double postgraduate and has a doctorate in archaeology. She has worked at several excavations in Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Karnataka. She has authored 2 books and numerous papers in edited volumes and academic journals, and has presented her work extensively at conferences and seminars in India and abroad. Her main area of study is the maritime history and archaeology of coastal sites, with special interests in early medieval period. Welcome to the show, Dr. Rukhsana, and it's over to you for your introductory remarks.
Good morning, everyone. And before I start, I should thank the organizers for thinking of me and including me in such an august panel. I hope I can bring something to the table that hasn't been said before, because almost everyone has covered everything I need to say. Let me start by saying that my interest in the maritime aspect of archaeology started, well, almost instantly that I joined up to do my master's in archaeology at the Deccan College. I was lucky to go to Kuntasi and work with Professor Dhavlikar, one of the most eminent Harappan archaeologists at the time. And Kuntasi being a center, a Harappan center for maritime trade, opened up a whole different aspect of archaeology for me. Because here we were talking about ships leaving perhaps from this little Gujarat port town and sailing all the way across to the Middle East, to West Asia. And the very fact that we were looking at anchor stones, we were looking at beads, we were looking at shells and worked shells, suddenly opened up this whole possibility that there is a world out there which very few archaeologists at the time were really looking at. The first thing that I'd like to say is that maritime archaeology in India is relatively young. And I heard people use terms like sea blindness. I could not agree more. We as a nation are more tuned towards looking at the Himalayas and landlocked histories. All our narratives, our epics are almost all land-based. And unless you are living on the coast or you belong to a coastal community, very, very few people actually bother to look at the sea or decide to work in it. More so when I started working on the early medieval period of in archaeology. And I discovered that up to the early 2000s, almost nobody was working in medieval history. Everyone thought that medieval history started with the Mughals. So here was a whole rich body of work and no one was looking at it. When we look at archaeological sites, and we have thousands of archaeological sites to look at along the coasts of India, it's amazing that the quantity of work is so little. You look at other countries and you have them claiming a kind of ownership of the ocean, which in India, surprisingly, although we have a whole ocean named after us, we still don't give it the importance that we need to. The first thing that we need to do is to acknowledge that we are a power in the ocean, and that will come when we take pride in the history of our archaeological sites on the coast. Some of these sites face really large, very, in-your-face kind of problems. Erosion, human degradation of the sites, human activity, etc. But all of these can be handled if there is a little more awareness. It's very heartening to know that in the last few decades, there has been an interest in maritime history, and yet there's so much that needs to be done. The first thing is that we need to look at these sites not just as sites where people from other littoral countries or from other parts of the Indian Ocean or from across the world have simply been coming, and we have been the hosts who have simply been receiving them. We have to look at ourselves as people who have also taken the initiative to sail out. You do have records of Indians who have sailed to Southeast Asia or to West Asia or even to the Mediterranean. And yet we don't do anything about it. We have not been able to tap into this. It's wonderful to hear that the museum at Lothal is going to include everything that you could possibly want. And the other panelists spoke about harnessing this power at a very early age. And I think the phrase, if I can be excused to borrow from a marketing phrase, is catch them young. Our school textbooks, our history lessons need to include at least some interesting aspects of maritime history. It doesn't have to be a completely separate subject or a completely separate, a field of study. Children are burdened with it as it is. But it is possible. We can include it. We can make it far more interactive and interesting. Let me give you an example. I have a friend, a fellow archaeologist who's a prehistorian, lives in Chennai and has her own little trust, a small museum, and an interactive museum for children where children go spend the day at the museum, interact with craftsmen and people. They simulate an entire excavation and get the children to actually work hands-on on an archaeological excavation. It is an amazing experience for the child because they are never going to forget this. I'm sure this can be done at several other places. And I do hope that some of the museums that are being developed now will include some of these aspects. But we need more research as well. We need higher research, and we need research, particularly underwater research. We have almost no shipwrecks. We have no effort made to harness the living communities at some of these archaeological sites, which may still be carrying on the traditions from the past. Let me give you an example. At Mandvi, you have a shipbuilding yard, and you have these beautiful dhows being constructed in wood. And yet you don't hear of too many people being able to sail on a dhow from Mandvi, although Kutch tourism is doing very well. You have the songs of the sea and the seafarers. If you hear the malams and you hear the shipbuilders sing their traditional songs, particularly as I was lucky enough to experience on a full moon night on the beach at Mandvi, trust me, you will come away fascinated. And yet, these are the things that we almost never look at. So I believe that along with the archaeology of site, you need to be looking at the ethnography. You need to be including all these people. So not only are you giving them a livelihood, you're encouraging a certain pride in a heritage, which along the way is going to really hold us in good stead. If we want to attract younger people to maritime studies, I think that's where you start. And I think the romance of archaeology and the romance of folklore, the romance of the sea, is what you need to bring into it before you thrust hardcore, very, very serious scientific research upon them. To give you an example, you have the stories of Sinbad, and you have the stories of pirates, and you have all these stories which have always fascinated us as children. Certainly, a lot of it is fantasy. We all know that. But if we can tap into that imaginative interest with children, not about fictitious stories, but about real-time people, about how they sail, how they read the stars, how they used to read the stars and navigate, how they sailed despite the harshest conditions through storms and seas. I'm sure you're going to be able to catch many more young people and get the interest that we want. And at some point of time, perhaps we will look at the sea with a certain amount of pride and then claim it. We have had experiences like this when we were working at sites like Sanjan or at Padri in Gujarat, or even at Kuntasi again, where local people, once they knew their own historical backgrounds, they were so fascinated that there were children who were very, very keen to learn more and follow this up even at a higher level. Trying to choose that as a career, asking us how they could go about it. And I think that is the kind of interest we need to generate, and we need to generate it across the board everywhere in the country. I think I will leave the discussion at this point and hope that we will interact a little more as we proceed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rukhsana. I was very pleased to hear from you that you studied your master at the Deccan College in Pune. And you might know then that the Deccan College Archaeology Department was the site where we set up the Maritime Museum of the Indian Maritime Foundation initially. Correct. Of course, we've had to leave that place, and now we've set it up at the Anantara Pawar College of Engineering, Pune. But so that makes a connect between IMF and so I'm recruiting you also to become a member of IMF. Thank you, Bharat. Very nice point about experiential tourism and Bombay Castle and the Bombay Barracks becoming center of the naval interpretation. Actually, Commander Mohan Narayan, was wholly and solely responsible for this heritage walk starting. After that, we had the sound and light show at the Bombay Castle. If you remember, Mohan, during the IF, it was a very interesting event. And, you said the two people warring against each other, and that thing was being shown. That this was presented in the Light and Sound show. I don't know why it died a natural death at some point of time, but I wish we could revive these kind of things. And so we need to really look at this. So, Mohan, can you add a little more as to where we lost out in the sound and light show and the heritage walks, etc.? Are they still continuing, or are we going to revive them, or are there any plans like that?
Yes, sir. This sound and light show has a very interesting history to it. In February 2001, we had that International Fleet Review. And that is the time we said we have to restore the Bombay Castle and introduce the heritage walk. The Navy, of course, had no expertise in making a movie. So we started going to trade. And they said, it's going to cost you 10 lakhs to make a movie. Now, 10 lakhs was quite an amount in 2001. So we made that movie in-house, and it was about a 3-minute video clip after the restoration of the castle. And that video is still there with the MHS. Somehow, to my mind, it should have been made more popular and put on YouTube. So what we actually did was the Bombay Castle telling its own story. And most people don't realize that it's the Bombay Castle where the history of modern Bombay actually began. The Bombay Castle and the Bombay Dockyard. It should have been made popular, but I suppose in 2001 we were babes in the woods when it came to marketing ourselves. Because if you look at these two things which Commodore Chitnis said, the Bombay Dockyard and the Bombay Castle, if these two institutions were to tell their own story in their own words, they could very justifiably say, Coram Pars Magna Fui, which is Latin for we too played a great part. Because the castle and the Bombay Dockyard is where the plans of Bombay were made by Gerard Angier and the English East India Company. Yes, we should have put it away. We should have put it, circulated it more amongst various people, but we lost out. The Dockyard Walk, when we started in 2001, it was hugely popular. Somehow, after 2008, there was, after what happened in 2008, there was a problem to have it open, and it was closed on because of security reasons. The issue is what is part of heritage is also still very much in use. So it becomes a tight rope to open it. But yes, I believe there are plans afoot to keep it and to make it, to revive it. And I think that will be a great, great gesture of the Navy, by the Navy, if they can do it. But yes, of course, there are security considerations. And I will be speaking out of turn that it should be introduced.
Let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's keep our fingers crossed that such a thing actually happens. But Batul, while you were speaking, and after that Bharat was speaking, there was something flashed on the screen. It says we should try and co-locate water sport activities or some such activities with the museum so that the museum get more popular. First of all, I mean, we've chosen Lothal as the site. Well, Lothal has got history of 2,500 years, but say that how will we be able to attract people there is a question. Because I myself have been to Lothal along with Commodore Rajan Veer. We went there. We were researching some material for another book being written by someone in UK. So we found it pretty difficult to get there, first of all. And then when we went there and we saw the Lothal, supposed to be UNESCO heritage site, it was a real disappointment. So how are you planning to attract people to Lothal? I mean, are there any other associated things? I mean, I see the very fancy concept of the museum, etc. Are there any plans to that?
So the site actually is a 365 acres, and the museum is just one part of it. As the name says, it's National Maritime Heritage Complex. So the museum is one part of it. It has an amusement park, which is themed around understanding not water sports, but about what is the experience of being in water, and it will be an amusement section. There are various other tourism components to the site also. The site is about 2 kilometers away from Lothal, so it's not exactly at the heritage site, but there will be a way of just going to the heritage site if you want. But there is enough attraction for people to spend a full day, including hotels which are coming up there. So it's a very integrated approach. And as Roxana had mentioned, that it looks, maritime heritage is not just about the physical aspect of it, but also like whether it's the Malam singers or literature of that period. So a lot of that, it's being planned to bring that alive, so that it can become a one-stop destination for somebody who wants to get an introduction to what maritime heritage is, but it's also in an entertaining and a very engaging manner. While the current situation of Lothal is that it's not easily accessible, but by road it's just about 1.5 to 2 hours from Ahmedabad, Baroda, Mehsana, all these places. So once it's a full day destination, and there's a lot more to do where you learn things by becoming involved, by experience, by recreations. There are sections which are going to recreate different locations, sites, and also in terms of the actual seafaring vehicles, parts of that are going to be recreated. So it will be quite a wow attraction in many ways. But also there are things to do for people who do not want to get into a very conventional museum setup, because this museum is not going to be a museum which will have static displays or just panels, but it is going to be an interactive museum. But even if that is something which people do not want to spend time, there are sound and light shows that are being planned around it. There are IMAX kind of theaters. So it's going to be everything is themed around maritime heritage and the soft power related to it, whether it's the cultural, whether it's the food culture, whether it's the crafts, shipbuilding, all of those aspects. So there is something for everybody in that and for all the age groups.
Thank you very much, because it puts a lot of things in perspective there, because it's not only a museum, as you said, it's a whole complex of, and it has all the infrastructure that is going to be associated with it. That is what actually Bharat was saying, that we need to make it cool, right, for people to go there. And that's a very good idea, I think, And, Ruxana, you were talking about, if I may call you all by your first name, I think I'm all of you.
Please, absolutely.
There's a lot of gray up here, so I can say that. School children, etc., to involve them, you got to involve them in everything. Like at the IMF, we partner with a concern in the US called the Ocean Conservancy. They do coastal cleanup, and we involve children Of course, there's no sea or ocean in Pune, but we do it at Mumbai. And in Pune, we clean up the river banks of the Mula and Mutha. And now we've taken it one step further. You know, the person who's looking after it, Commodore Malhotra, he's taken coastal cleanup to the river banks of Punjab. He goes and does it on the Bias and the Satluj and all these rivers over there. So, you know, that's how we're involving children. So you step by step, you have to keep involving children, like you said, in, you know, and I'm sure, Bharat, you got some points on this, how to make it cool for the children. I mean, you know, how are you going to attract really young people who are black in their head, you know?
No, so I feel it's very easy to attract children. The most difficult segment, and I'm using the word segment because I'm a marketer, the most difficult segment to attract is young adults between the age of 25 and 15. So 15 to 25, that's the age bracket which is the most difficult to attract to anything which is cultural, which is about history. And I think so. Our experience in the past 7 years shows that you have to make things which attract them. So one of our most popular walks that we do is called Grizzly Girgaon, which is a ghost walk which happens at the night. It starts at 11 o'clock and ends at 1 o'clock. And that has attracted maximum number of young adults. And once they attended, they realized that heritage walks is not something that is boring, that just talks about architecture or, you know, which is very PowerPoint presentation like this. This is something interesting. Then they started coming for other things. So I love the way Atul has planned this museum because what happens is if a family is coming, if one person is interested in heritage and other people are not, there are other entertaining things which will then push those people towards taking interest in that history, heritage, culture, whatever is to be projected. And it has to be wholesome. So I was in a city which is called Melaka in Malaysia, and the way they have conserved everything, yet there is something for everybody, a young adult, a child, elderly couples, everybody had something to do in that place and spend an entire day. So that's the way we should look at it, that if somebody comes tomorrow to Bombay Castle and the Dockyard, how can they spend an entire day where they will be engaged? Young children, everybody, every set of people. And I feel Mohanji mentioned about how he used the film. Now, I believe getting people involved who can make a difference and communicate to a wider section is very, very important. I think so. The Korean government is doing amazing amount of work to use soft power of Korea by making what is called K-pop and K-drama cool with a lot of young adults across the world. And that's why even my daughter, like, she knows all the details of what is happening in Korea as compared to what she knows probably in her own country. Now, that is something that we have to incentivize, of involving other people who can make a difference. And if there are influencers like Commander Mohan Narayan, how can we help him to reach out to a wider section of society so that people start appreciating what is there? There is this book called Ocean of Churn, right? And the way the author has written it, it opened up eyes of a lot of people who looked at maritime traditions of Indian Ocean beyond the colonial perspective, the way it is. And this is something that is important for us to do, because if we are only going to come up with white papers and serious articles, which are important. So role of somebody like Rukhsana is very, very important, but role of others, what she does to take it to a wider section and in a more palatable way is something that, so both sections of society have to work together. I always feel that movies like Mughal-e-Azam or Bajirao Mastani did more to generate interest in those eras than what any history book would have done. So that is important. How do you use pop culture to make information easy for people to understand. I just want to talk about one more point, which Commander Mohan Narayan and all of you were mentioning, that something was started at Bombay Castle and then it didn't sustain. What happens is, when one particular official is very enthusiastic about heritage, something starts. But sensitization of the entire organization is something very important. We currently curate walks inside the BMC headquarters. But what is important is to sensitize even the person who is the sweeper there, that why this is important. And once you do that, then it becomes sustainable for the organization to do. We do a lot of free walks for BMC employees, including the sweepers, to make them realize what is heritage in that area. And this is something that is important. We sadly, heritage in India is a very elitist kind of initiative. We have to take it to the masses, and that's where I feel the platform like Khaki can take it to masses. Everybody can be a volunteer who is here. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharat. Thank you very much. I just saw a question or a flash from Mrs. Lalita Ramdas, and if it is the same Mrs. Lalita Ramdas that I know, wife of Admiral Ramdas, thank you very much for your comment, ma'am. And I agree with you. I mean, we got to popularize the place. We do not need to have a small series or number of small museum spaces, etc. But the local concept is something different. And as Batul said, it's going to be, it will popularize the place itself. It will popularize Lothal, because Lothal is a very important site in the Indian context. And so to have a museum there is also a very good idea. Nevertheless, your suggestion is also very good, Mrs. Ramdas. Thank you very much. And now, Dr. Rukhsana, I would like to ask you as to, what kind of sites are you looking at for the future? I mean, I know there's a lot of excavation going on, underwater excavation for the lost Dwarka city, etc. And where are we at that stage now? Where is Dwarka? Has finally been...
I have not been really working at Dwarka, so I am not an authority on the site. But I can tell you that Dwarka has been studied since Dr. S.R. Rao and even before. I mean, number of archaeologists have been working both on land as well as underwater excavations have taken place over there. The final word, of course, has still to come out on it, because there are the material is still under study. So really, it wouldn't be fair for me to speak about that. But I think in the last maybe 15 to 20 years, there has been an increased awareness that we have to look beyond just Harappan sites and Harappan cities in India and start looking at other aspects of our history as well. So a great deal of interest is being generated on the time period that so far had been completely neglected, which was the early medieval period from approximately the 6th, 7th century up to about the 13th century. And this is particularly true when we are talking about maritime archaeology. All the time, in the past, we've had the focus being on land archaeology and on the Harappan. And in Indian archaeology, I think we've needed to compensate for the loss of Harappan sites that went to Pakistan during the partition. So we have expended a very large amount of our time and effort in looking at Harappan sites on our own soil, and justifiably so, because we have a wonderful array of sites in India. But in the last 20 years, it's very heartening to know that what were very dark, unknown periods of history, which had not been studied, those are the sites that are now being looked at very, very carefully, and with a great deal of interest from the international community as well. So sites along both the west and the east coast, maritime sites which are showing you contacts with both West Asia at the one end and Southeast Asia all the way up to China on the other side. So this covers almost the entire part of the Indian Ocean. And sites are now being looked at as much more than just archaeological sites. As Bharat said, it's great that we are going there and digging it up, but it's not just to dig up and write in specialized books that barely 3.5 people are going to read. The idea is to take it to the public, and more people are now becoming aware that it's not just what you're digging up, but it's also how you are now going to make it known to the public in a far more palatable form than just a dry, boring textbook. So that's happening. I can give you one example. You have a program called the Return to Roots program that was started by an international group of expatriate Parsis who are living abroad. And this is, I mean, I don't mean to be community based in this conversation, but just that the program is very interesting. These are expatriates who are, sending youngsters in the same age group that Bharat was talking about, 15 to about 25, 30. A group of about 10 or 15 from across the world are brought to India and taken through a cultural circuit in Gujarat and Bombay. And I have been working with them, not working really, I have been consulting with them. So I take them on a short trip down to Sanjan, which is the place where the Parsis first arrived, supposedly. And I actually take them to the site that was excavated, although there's almost nothing to see there. Just taking them to the site and explaining what they are looking at. It is an amazing eye-opener for all of them. So if that kind of work that we are doing can be brought to the public, I think it is an amazing thing, and I think it can be done across the board everywhere.
Thank you for that very interesting point. I didn't silence my phone. Anyway, these things happen always when you don't want them to happen. And it just broke my chain of thought, actually. But, what I wanted to say is that we are all talking about museums now. And another thing that we were supposed to talk about is memorials. Yes. Memorials is something that we really, lack. And that shows our total disrespect to our forefathers, forebears, etc. Because memorials help commemorate that. The National War Memorial has just been inaugurated about a year and a half back, or maybe 2 years back in Delhi. It's a very fancy-looking memorial that has been built, and it's glad that this government is doing something about it. But similarly, for the seafarers, I mean, it's a person like Commodore Rajan Veer who thought of a memorial, and it was a very simple memorial that he made first. It is just an anchor that belonged to one of his old ships, INS Kuthar, which he managed to procure from the Navy, and put it in the middle of an island at Pune. It's a pretty busy island, and that is called a Seafarers Memorial. It is in memory of all the people who lost their lives at sea. Fishermen, merchants, Navy, Coast Guard, etc. It's called the Seafarers Memorial. And that was inaugurated by Admiral Arun Prakash some years ago, many years ago. And thereafter, he thought of this war memorial for seamen. Many of us don't know that about 7,982 seamen lost their lives in the 2 world wars. And they were sailing on board Allied merchant ships. So this this war memorial is built at the Bund Garden of Pune. And we lay a wreath there every year. Of course, for the last 2 years, we haven't been able to do it because that Bund Garden itself has been taken over by the metro construction. The metro is being constructed over there, and so we can't access that place. But we will revive it soon. So I really feel the need for making these memorials more. So are any of you all in any way involved with memorials? I mean, Batul, have you been contracted for this? Because you've done these projects overseas, but have you been approached for anything like that in India? You're mute. You'll have to
Unfortunately, not as yet. We hope that it can be done. And even in terms of memorials, I think what Bharat and what Rukhsana has spoken about, it's about bringing that history alive. So a memorial can be an interpretation center, but that storytelling aspect, like Rukhsana just talking about taking youngsters to Sanjan and telling the story of Sanjan, even if there is nothing existing. I think that if that can come through in a memorial, it will be a beautiful piece of architecture where you can walk through and there can be some kind of a performance, some kind of a sound and light show. But the human connection which can come through by telling personal stories or having somebody like Khaki Tours talking about it, I think that is what makes a memorial alive and brings that history and heritage alive for a visitor. And I would look at that aspect coming through whenever there is a memorial and whenever we can work on one. But I think there is lots happening just now. So I would hope that these aspects are also brought in, of living history, of a live connection, of personal stories where it's much more relatable than talking about somebody who you anyways have already put up on a pedestal.
I agree with you totally. I mean, you got to have memorial. I mean, you got to have physical building, but or some kind of a memorial. But along with that, there should be, like in Pune, you have the National War Memorial of the Southern Command, which has a beautiful exhibition center on one side. Then they have a display of tanks. They have an aircraft over there. They have got a ship model. So anyone going there, is seeing all these things which are there to see, and that it attracts more than memorial. Memorial, of course, is a place where people go and lay their wreath, etc. But they should not be neglected. I mean, and I think that we need to create more such memorials at various places.
Absolutely. So,
maritime memorials are almost non-existent. I mean, we had to make a memorial in Pune. Mumbai has got a so-called maritime memorial, but it is, tucked away in one corner of Kulava, where most people don't even know where it is, unless you really look for it. What do you say, Mohan?
Yes, I will tend to agree with you. But, if you ask Mumbaikars about memorials, most of them will not know there are only 3 memorials in the city. I mean, 3 that I know of. There are a couple of more ones. The Naval Uprising Memorial, which the Navy set up in 2001. Now, the Naval Uprising, or what you call the Royal Indian Navy Mutiny, without going into the politics of it, we'll stay away from politics. But it was one of the factors that actually acted as a catalyst for the freedom movement. And we just celebrated 75 years of it. I don't think many people are even aware that a mutiny had taken place in Bombay, started off in Bombay, became a pan-Indian mutiny, and it is in the heart of Colaba at Cooperage. Older than that, there is a memorial at Masjid, a memorial for seafarers, which go back to 1932, and it's just been restored by Vikas Dilawari. And it's a tribute to seafarers who lost their lives in the First World War, and later on they added to all seamen, whether they were serving on merchant ships or they were serving on warships. That's the memorial there. And what happens is only once a year on National Maritime Day, 5th of April, is where some sort of a ceremony is held there with the DG shipping and people from the mercantile marine coming. There's a memorial right at Balakpur, which is for all personnel of the Port Trust who lost their lives in World War I. Now, 3 memorials, not many people are aware that these memorials even exist. And that's a pity, because they are in the heart of the city. It's not in some, in a distant corner of the city. But yes, have we done something about it to popularize it? I'm afraid I must admit No, because when we set up the Naval Uprising Memorial in 2002, it was visited by many people across the city. After that, it has died its natural death, and not many people are even aware that such a memorial exists. Now, like you were talking about a sound and light show, it's a right place to set up a memorial. To set up a sound and light show. It belongs to the Navy, but it is accessible to everybody around the clock. Similarly, the Seamen's Memorial at Masjid, or the memorial at Ballet Bandar. Now, there are plans afoot to make a maritime museum in the Bombay Port Trust area, and there is the time ball which is there, which is in quite a dilapidated state. Now, that's an ideal place to put up a memorial, because memorial already exists there for all those people who lost their lives in the infamous Bombay dock explosion. But not many people are aware because it's not accessible to the common man. But yes, Comrade Chitnis, you made a very relevant point that unless you popularize it and sensitize people, like what Bharat said, then only these memorials can be more meaningful. But memorials do exist in Bombay. Thank you.
You want to add to that, Bharat?
So I just want to give an example. We took a trip to Turkey, and we took people especially to Gallipoli, one of the earliest times when Indians participated in a war in Europe. And around that time, there was celebrations which are called the Anzac Day. And the amount of young people who came from Australia and New Zealand to celebrate their ancestors participating, the local guide said, this is the first time some Indian group is coming to see this. He has never seen an Indian group coming. We got a wreath, we laid it at the memorial. The memorials were spectacular. The kind of impression that it had on people who visited the various locations where the cemeteries were immaculately maintained. I mean, Commonwealth's Grave Commission maintains it even in India, which are beautifully maintained. But the whole thing is, it's about, there is a Italian war memorial, prisoners of war in Shivdi, the cemetery, where Italians come and lay wreaths. But there are Indian cemeteries which are in Italy, where no Indians who go there. I was speaking to one of the travel operators who is one of the largest in India, that so many of your people you take, why can't you just take them to see one of these places which will inspire them that Indians have made a difference in Europe? But we are only interested in seeing Eiffel Tower, and we are not seeing beyond, and what is our connect with some foreign land and vice versa. So that is something that is important. Again, people like Batul can contribute towards making this more interactive and not a static memorial the way traditionally it used to happen. And Commander Mohan Narayan mentioned about the museum which is planned in Mumbai. So I'm a member of the society which is Maritime Mumbai Museum Society, and they have been allocated a space within the Port Trust lands where they will be coming up with a lovely museum soon. And I think so they are planning to make a very, very interactive museum, which I'm looking forward to. So that would be a great space. But of course, there's another memorial dedicated to people who participated in World War I and II, who are Parsis, which is there at Kareghat Colony. And people staying in the locality also are not aware about it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Kaustubh Gosavi is asking, could upcoming Shivaji statue in Mumbai Seas include a small gallery for the Maratha Armada and Admiral Kanoji Angre? I couldn't agree more with you, Kaustubh, but you all are in the say of things. We are slightly outside the realm of that. But what is the Navy doing about this? Doesn't the Navy have any part to play in this museum? I mean, I'm not asking you for an official opinion, but maybe you can add some of your views to it at some point of time. But what do you think? I mean, any of the panelists, can you say that that Shivaji Memorial could be used for something else beyond just Shivaji statue, like the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel statue at Kevadia? I mean, it has got many things around it. So can we develop that? Bharat, do you feel that you can do something about it?
Yeah, so always believe that whatever memorials are coming, I mean, there's a memorial coming up for Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar about Chhatrapati Shivaji. They should be beyond statues. And I think so the Sardar Patel statue, which is created in Gujarat, is a great template because they have created an amusement park nearby. There's a butterfly garden. There is interaction. There is so much more that local communities are benefited. We should look at it not only from symbolism, but also how that is going to, there should be a great study of how it is going to help the local economy. And I remember Rukhsana giving a presentation in Kama Institute where she talked about different communities which came. If we are able to involve the different communities which are based at a local level, their history, their legacy woven into the kind of experience which is going to be there, it would be fabulous. I mean, just imagine having a Jewish museum which is at Alibag and a Parsi museum which is at Sanjan, and at Shekhadi there would be a museum which is dedicated to Kokli Muslims. Involve those communities because they will become propagators of what is about the rich legacy which is there. Instead of looking at it from a very narrow prism, you have to look at it at multiple levels. And of course, nature, mangroves, mangrove interpretation centers should also be part of this. We shouldn't just look at it from history point of view. Nature should be a very important part. Shipwrecks are something that India should be looking at. Places like Angria Bank, I think so there is some issue going on that it is not accessible now. But these are places which will make a huge amount of difference in attracting people and making them more. I mean, so how many Mumbaikars actually interact with the sea, right? The whole Eastern Front is not open to us. So it is very important that visitors as well as the locals have more access to the sea and use it more actively.
Thank you. Thank you, Bharat.
So may I add something to this?
I wanted to ask you more, and I'm going to come to you in any case. As you said rightly, that after 2008, security considerations have, prevented people from going into the dockyard, etc. And rightly so. I mean, they are very sensitive areas. But what I'm saying is that, like they've made nowadays, you see virtual tours of ships on the Navy, on the Navy channel. You can see INS Vikramaditya virtually. So to start with, why don't we start, coming up with these kind of virtual tours of the dockyard, virtual tours of the Bombay Castle, etc., without going into any sensitive information, as and when security situations improve, or we can ensure tighter security for people to go inside the dockyard to do the heritage walk, etc. We can go on. But what work you had done that time, can it be converted into a virtual tour kind of a thing?
Yes, of course, it can be done, because not many people are aware about the importance of the Bombay dockyard, because there are a couple of infrastructure there that has been in the same. Nothing much has been done to it to let it fall into disuse, but they could be used, and maybe what you said, make a video or have a virtual program, a virtual tour, which the technology does exist now. But where I wanted to come in, sir, was there are plans afoot, as I understand, that the Kandheri Island, of course now renamed as the Kanoji Angre Island, is going to be used as a tourist spot. Now, many people might not be aware that it was a masterstroke of Shivaji to occupy Kandheri Island, and it acted as a choke point for his fight against the English East India Company. Now, Kandheri Island was totally Shivaji's brainchild, and that's a right place for a memorial to come up on, a Shivaji memorial to come up, because that is where Shivaji showed his maritime strategy. Now, when you have something on Kandheri Island, there are many things which will come up simultaneously, because the access to it is by boat, which means you have boats which ply from Gateway or from the ferry wharf, which is going to be the new domestic terminal, which goes right up to Kandheri Island, which means you see the entire dock vista, the entire, the mock Manhattan skyline of Bombay. You see all the lighthouses, and then you spend a day on Kandheri and end with a sound and light show on the Maratha Navy or on maritime history. That's the right place to have it, because you're going to popularize that place, which is now hardly being visited upon, and it's got its own history. So yes, so that's what I wanted to come in about the Kanoji Angre Island or the statue of Shivaji. But yes, sir, you're absolutely right. The Bombay Castle and the Bombay Dockyard, we have the technology now to conduct a virtual tour and let people be aware that what lies behind those walls which separate the city from the dockyard.
Thank you very much, Mohan. And before I thank all my panelists, etc., there are some people in the audience whom I wish to acknowledge, who have been posting very interesting messages here. And I don't know how to communicate with them, but there is a lady, Priyanka, who says that lighthouses are very interesting places. We could make them into interpretation centers. I want to ask her how many lighthouses has she visited. I mean, they're perfectly nice places to go to, I assure you, and it's very interesting to see the lighthouse working in itself. People should be taken in tours to the lighthouse to see what a lighthouse is, what it does, how it works, etc., etc. Then there is Adil Desai. I want to acknowledge his comments. I mean, he's been making very, very sound suggestions, and I thank you very much for your suggestions, Adil. And we are 5 minutes away from the next session, so all it remains for me to do is to thank my panelists personally. Thank you, Commander Mohan Narayan. Thank you, Batul. Thank you, Bharat, and thank you, Dr. Ruxana. It was wonderful interacting with you.
10 minutes only.
And
Thank you very much. It's 5 minutes early.
We are going to be meetings virtually. We have met, but I hope we do convert this virtual meeting into a physical meeting sometime. Maybe next year we'll have a seminar, not a webinar, seminar. The last 2 years we've done this webinar thing, but before that it used to be a physical seminar, and this was the time we were thinking of a very scrumptious lunch made by Western Naval Command. Unfortunately, now we'll have to have the lunch made at our houses, which I'm sure will be equally good because my wife is listening to this. So thank you very much once again, all of you all, and I hope the organizers will pardon us if we've gone away from the subject, or thank us if we've done justice to the subject. So now it's over to Krishna for after that.
Thank you, Commodore Ajay Chitnis, for effectively moderating this session, and all our lead speakers for their insights on making museums a key platform for maritime history and with changing technology, changing the museum experience. Before we formally end session 2, let me highlight some key takeaways from the session, which comprise discussion around facilitating and nurturing of the maritime soft power through incubation and development of museums, memorials, and exhibition spaces, artifacts on maritime subjects through various means. At the beginning of the session, Commodore Ajay Chitnis, Vice President of IMF, rightly pointed out that museums are among the Cinderellas of the world, and more so in India and Indian Ocean region, where they are conspicuous by their action. Today, India is all set to boost, with the government deciding to establish a National Maritime Heritage Museum at Clothil, in congruence to which he asserted how maritime museums hence have to be at the forefront within maritime domain, illustrating India's maritime history. To start with, Commander Mohan Narayan shared with us his contribution in the Maritime History Society, an over 4-decade-long academic initiative of Western Naval Command, founded by India's great maritime icon, late Vice Admiral Manohar Praladapti. Today, MHS continues a rich journey of promoting Indian maritime wisdom through a variety of means and service. The first thing MHS did was to set up a maritime museum, which was established with active collaboration of academia and industry. he significantly assimilated us with the concept of museum and evolution of museology. With the changing technology, our minds have been faced with rapid doses of information. In this context, that idea of interacting with static objects shall be enhanced. This can happen with intangible experiences that museums can offer today. In conclusion, maritime museums must concentrate on creating experiences. Moving ahead, Ms. Batul Raj Mehta, who has an immense experience in heritage management and is actively working towards making museums as a key part of maritime soft power. She succinctly put a detailed presentation implying formation of National Maritime Heritage Museum at Lothal, a Harappan site on the Saurashtra coast in Gujarat, a museum dedicated to country's 5,000-year maritime history. It covers 14 galleries and today is connected to contemporary ports. In cognizance, she continued to focus on how maritime museums have played a key role in India's maritime history, highlighting the development of heritage complexes and its potential to cover various historical anecdotes. She asserted 4 key areas that can give impactful experiences: immersive exhibitions, public programming, effective use of technology, and various collaborations. Museums are key enablers in reinforcing identity, preserving heritage, and most importantly, making history accessible that will stimulate and sustain maritime knowledge. Followed by that, Mr. Bharat Gotoskar, founder of Khaki Tours, is enthusiastically working towards generating the importance of heritage and keeping it alive. He quoted famous musician Charles Mingus that making the simple complicated is commonplace, making the complicated simple, that's creative. And that is the goal Khaki Labs is effectively contributing towards. In the similar lines, it is very important and effective to make heritage experiential. In conclusion, he beautifully put it together, explaining how maritime tourism can be looked at as locals' interaction with the sea, examining their culture and traditions. At the end, Dr. Rukhsana Nanji, an archaeologist and maritime history scholar, engendered upon her work in maritime archaeology. Maritime archaeology in India is relatively young. With focusing on the importance of understanding underwater archaeology, she asserted that many thousand kilometers of coastline, an ocean named after it, and maritime activity dating back to the Harappan era, there's no question that a lot of India's history lies underwater. Underwater archaeology has involved working on the recovery of submerged remains such as ports, shipwrecks, and has studied proxy records of maritime activity from archaeological excavations as well as archival and historical records. As we know, there is much more to study all along our coast. In a related move, archaeology today can be seen as a tool or technique to be used in maritime history to tell the story of human society. The session significantly covered remarkable insights shared by the panelists, encapsulating the significant functionality of heritage spaces and building experiential museums for generating maritime consciousness and awareness. With this background, I would like to proceed towards the end of session 2 and will resume session 3. Back to you, Mrs. Meera. Thank you.
As we move to the next session, I thank all our viewers for joining us from your homes, offices, universities, at sea or on land. This webinar keeps getting excited. I'm looking forward to hosting and moderating this special session today. When I read the theme of my session, looking into the future, fostering maritime curiosity in young minds, I decided to ask a few of my students, some of whom are postgraduate students, what do they think about it? A barrage of replies. Ma'am, it's very easy. Just take us on a visit to the coastal belt, a little bit of travel, a little bit of cuisine, maybe a visit to a museum, a port or a dock. And the best was, let's go scuba diving and take a picture. Well, I thought to myself, a very narrow, very limited understanding of the maritime. And that needs to change. And most importantly, how we do it also mandates a rethink. The concept of hard and soft power has dominated the global power politics narrative. The maritime dimension of soft power is gradually getting its due with the increasing role of maritime industries and agencies in the humanitarian and disaster relief roles, and also the indispensable role that maritime industry plays in global trade and commerce. However, the wide-ranging aspects of the maritime remain elusive to the young minds. For many youngsters, Navy, Coast Guard, Merchant Navy, shipping constitutes the scope of maritime domain. But with this special session, I hope to showcase the diverse avenues within the maritime that are potent maritime soft powers of the future if they are nurtured and harnessed consciously. I would like to add that the United Nations General Assembly had declared 2021 as International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development, which, if holistically examined, has a critical maritime dimension and can add value to the discourse on maritime soft power. When Admiral Hari Kumar discussed the plight of fisheries in India in his keynote address, I was reminded that the UN General Assembly has declared 2022 the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture, another reminder for the indispensable role that oceans play in livelihoods and cultural exchanges. Now, this session is dedicated to young maritime enthusiasts and achievers with the aim of promoting in youth a vision of maritime India's future. And I hope with this session, we can cultivate love for the sea among the young minds. With a young and diverse panel on my side, there is a lot of energy, a lot of ideas, talent, and inspiration that is going into this session. And I'm sure that there'll be ample takeaways to share and points to reflect upon at the end. Starting with Advait Prashant Menon, a dashing and ambitious 15-year-old with a penchant for yachting. Advait is a class 10 student of Naval Children's School, Mumbai. Advait started sailing at the age of 9 and has received several awards at the state and national events. He has sailed Optimist, Enterprise, Laser Standard, and Laser 4.7 classes of boats. He will discuss all those later. His hobbies also include debating and essay writing, and he loves swimming. So welcome, Advait. I hope you're comfortable.
Yes, ma'am, I'm comfortable.
Great. Now, from school going to a postgraduate researcher, author, archaeologist, and museologist, welcome Tia. Tia Chatterjee likes being called a maritime enthusiast. She is passionate about underwater archaeological and maritime history studies, and she is a PADI certified diver. A goal is to aid the dissemination of knowledge about, bridge the gap between laymen and professionals. She's currently working as a research associate for the Indian Navy History Division, New Delhi. She's also a freelance writer and editor for academic and non-academic platforms. Once again, welcome, Tia.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Lieutenant Commander Swati, a naval officer and a doctor who, with her sheer grit and gumption, has embarked on a great adventure. I would say adventure of a lifetime. She's our golden girl of sailing on the panel. She has done her basic skydiving course, apart from training and representing the Navy in ocean sailing. Trust me, she has pushed the envelope to live her dreams and pursue her passion. We'll hear more about you. Welcome, Lieutenant Commander Swati. Our next panelist is a dynamic duo from SEMA, the Society for Indian Marine Artists. Prateek Tandon is a passionate artist and a polymath who is also SEMA's active secretary. He has been a key asset for SEMA in promoting awareness on marine art, including seascapes among general public. He has been part of many art shows, and yes, his solo art exhibition was held at Nehru Center, Worli. Welcome, Prateek.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon.
The other artist on the panel is Miss Deepshikha Saxena, a self-learned artist come teacher and nature lover who has played an instrumental role in encouraging young students at SEMA to take up marine arts. Welcome, Deepshika.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Thank you. So I think I will begin with the youngest achiever on the panel, Advait. Advait, please tell us about your journey. What attracted you to the sea? What drove you to pursue such a challenging sport? Maybe one of your earliest memories of the sea, probably the role of families. Yeah, please go ahead.
My journey of yachting actually started with a hilarious incident. When I was 7 years old, my father took me on a sailing boat. It was actually a one-man boat, but as I was small, I could also fit in. I just sat and watched him sail the boat while he told me how the boat works. The funny part was that when a strong gust came, he miscalculated the rudder angle and fell in the water. Unaware of how dangerous this predicament was, I started laughing and managed to handle the boat all on my own till he could swim back. This normally is difficult for a person who had got in the sailing boat for the first time. This was where I found my love for water and encouraged me to set off on this life-changing path. I would take every opportunity to be in the water, whether to swim, kayak, or simply jump from the jetty. My father would always permit me to do all these things under his watchful eyes. He would never let me get close to the water without me having a life jacket, a precaution that is now fully imbibed in me. When I was 9, we were posted at NDA Khadakwasla, and a scintillating speech by Commander Abhilash Tommy further inspired me to learn sailing. This is where I started sailing competitively for the first time. NDA used to host enterprise class sailing championships. It is a boat handled by 2 sailors. In 2 years down the line, I, along with my partner, won the Under-21 Shield. Interestingly, during this time, I was only 12 years old.
So, Advait, did you meet Commander Tommy?
Yes, I did meet him. I even took a photo with him in which, yeah, and that photo, I still have it to this day. I met him later also after I eventually started sailing. So he has been a role model for me.
That's so nice to hear. And even a role model would now know the kind of influence that they have on young minds like you. But any word of advice that he gave you when you met him recently?
Recently, when I met him, I'd already started sailing. So what we usually had little chats about how my sailing was going, and his attitude really had a deep impact on me, and that's how it motivated me to continue sailing, and I surely will continue even after I grow up. I'll continue this sport.
So tell me, the memory of sea, of course, we know that, you have a background in the Navy, but when you go home, where would home be? Has that had any influence? Your native?
I used to live, my father's from Kerala, so where we live, there are a lot of backwaters. So sea has always been something close to my heart. So therefore, I grew up near a backwater, and there's a beach right very close to the place where I stay in. So water has been something that has for a long time been close to my heart. So that is maybe one of the reasons why I started sailing.
That's great to hear, Advait. Amazing. My next question is for you, Tia. Are you around?
Yes, ma'am.
Tia, explain the world of, maritime archaeology to our audience. I know it's a niche domain, and I'm sure there are ample opportunities for research in it. But, well, we are the laymen here.
So if I have to, broadly explain what is maritime archaeology, so basically the reconstruction or the study of man's interaction with the oceans and the seas over time. how it has, how it began, how it, developed and evolved, and how it actually impacted human life. And the reconstruction is done via material culture. That can be, that will be the most easy definition of what is maritime archaeology. Now, the terminologies are very different, in different countries and different universities. For example, marine archaeology is also the most widely accepted, terminology for maritime archaeology. And then it has a lot of specifications, like you have underwater archaeology, where we are dealing only with submerged archaeological sites or artifacts. Then we have nautical archaeology, where we are studying only the shipwrecks. Then we have sites which are located, along the coast. Now, this is just the tangible part of it. You also have the intangible cultural heritage, like the culture, traditions, and all of that of these, coastal communities. So all of this actually falls under the ambit of marine archaeology. So, according to me, there are so many fascinating avenues of research, and also with the background of the vast amount of heritage, maritime heritage that India has, there are immense possibilities for research in this domain. Ma'am, you're muted.
Sorry, Tia, can you hear me? I have
Yes,
a picture with me. Let me know exactly what are you doing here.
Okay. Okay. This is a archaeological field visit. This is in Rajasthan. It's close to Mount Abu. It's called Chandravati. The site belongs to the Parmar dynasty. So I actually found the like the top structure of the temple. So that is what I found, which was like buried inside. So I didn't have anything to clean it up. So I was just using my hands. So this is that picture.
So that's wonderful. I guess your research chronicles have quite a lot of thrilling experiences.
Yes, a lot of them. Yeah.
Okay. So now my next question is to Lieutenant Commander Swati. I'm quite eager to speak with you. At the outset, congratulations. I've heard you qualified your post-graduation exam, another feather in your cap. You are a Valley girl. You became a doctor. You joined the Indian Army, then moved to the Indian Navy, a doting mother to a 3-year-old, and a sailing champion. There are roles galore. So take us down memory lane. Tell us about this beautiful journey from Jammu and Kashmir to Mumbai.
First of all, a very warm afternoon to all my fellow panelists and all the viewers who are watching us live on YouTube right now. Secondly, I would like to convey my gratitude and thanks to those who found me, capable of being a part of this webinar. Of this webinar. I'm really grateful and delighted to be part of this webinar for the next 1 hour. Thirdly, the question you have asked me, ma'am. So it's not a one question actually. There are questions in the question. So I'll first start with my journey of being a doctor. So then I'll come to how I came into Indian Armed Forces and then to as a sailing medalist. So becoming a doctor, you can say, was my childhood dream or my aim. It was very clear since beginning that I wanted to be a doctor. Secondly, when I was doing my graduation and when I was in my internship, I got engaged to a naval officer. So that time only I decided that once I finish my graduation, so I'll take up armed forces as my further career option, because that would be the best option for me and my family and my husband as well. Thirdly, from how I actually came to Army and then to Navy. So it all started with once I finished my internship. So an advertisement came in the newspaper that there are vacancies for doctors in the Indian Armed Forces. So I filled up that form. I was called for the interview. I got selected in that interview. I cleared my medicals and eventually I made it to the merit list. And that is how my journey to the armed forces began. Although I wanted to be in the Navy, since my husband, was in Navy, but initially I got to join. I was made to join forces. Army. So initially I felt like, why Army? Why not Navy? Because I wanted Navy. But today I can say that was a blessing in disguise. That is how I could experience Army also and Navy also. And in Army, so I was posted in Jammu, and after that I was posted in Udhampur, which is a CIA ops area. And during my tenure in J&K, so I got to know that we have an option of switching over to Navy. Like we doctors have that option. So I put up that case, take up that case, and I put up the application, and it was accepted. And with the grace of God and with the help of my seniors and the guidance of my seniors, so I got seconded to Navy within 1 year of my service. So that is how my journey from Army to Navy began. So in Navy, so my initial posting was in Visakhapatnam. I got posted to INHS Kalyani. When I joined INHS Kalyani, so I got to know about this thing, the skydiving. So I was a kind of person who is always into adventures. I'm not a monotonous kind of person ki khali doctor, not only that. So I was like, why shouldn't I grab this opportunity as something new, and my husband also wanted to do it. So I and my husband both volunteered for it, and luckily we got this opportunity. And then I went to MP, where I did this skydiving course, and I completed all my 5 jumps successfully. And that's how I got this badge. I was always crazy about putting this badge on my uniform. And I must say, I would, I can say with proud that I would be one of the, I think I'm the first lady medical officer in whole Navy who has done this skydiving. Then after that, I was, transferred to Naval Dockyard Visakhapatnam. And during my tenure in Visakhapatnam, I got to know about a bunch of lady officers who have gone on circumnavigation of the world. It was a group of 6 lady officers. So that is how my interest towards sailing developed. I was like, why not I? I should also try this new sport. Like I'm done with skydiving. Why not take up sailing now? So sailing club was nearby to my home. So on every weekends or on holidays, I used to go there and used to start practice different kinds of boats. So after some time, an advertisement came that volunteers are required for Intercommand Sailing Championship, and I grabbed it, and I was so happy. I practiced on weekends. Then a professional practice started once I volunteered for that, and I represented Eastern Naval Command in Intercommand Sailing Championship, and this is how I came into sailing.
That's a great story. I just heard Advait. He mentioned he was inspired by Commander Abhilash Tomy. You said you were inspired by the Navika Sagar Parikrama crew. So I'm sure Indian Navy has a very strong community. You inspire each other. And I guess there are more laurels ahead in store for all. With that, I think I'm going to move to Prateek. Prateek, could you take us through your personal journey towards this creative pursuit? You're an artist. How did that start?
Sure. Welcome to everyone. Good afternoon. This is indeed an honor for Seema and me. I would also like to congratulate Vice Admiral Hari Kumar for being elevated to the post of CNS. I have been drawing and painting since infancy. I also write poems and articles on nature and spirituality. I have been attending art classes while in school. I won some prizes in art in school and at competitions. I won a prize for design in Maharashtra's elementary art exam. Then while studying computer engineering, I would do the stage decoration for my college's cultural events. In 2009, after I had resigned from my IT job in Pune, I started learning art at an art academy at MG Road. I started enjoying it a lot. I really loved it. So then one day I decided that I will do it full time. Then I started learning from my art teacher at his house and slowly participating in group art exhibitions. My flight of fantasy painting was sold at Jahangir Art Gallery in February 2012. Then I joined Seema. I studied fine art for a year at Bharati Vidyapeeth. Came into contact with my friend and art teacher Sachin Nimbalkar sir. I learned a lot about art from him at his studio, Art Impressions. December 2017 was a watershed moment for me. I started selling paintings and also gave a talk on my visit to the Art Institute of Chicago. I accepted Rajanveer sir's offer to be the secretary of Seema. My solo art exhibition was held at Nehru Center in Mumbai in August 2018. It was well received. In April 2020, I was offered a seat to study for the regular classroom bachelor's degree at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. Thank you.
Pretty commendable, Pratik. Pratik, I have to share the screen here. I have a few paintings of you that I would like to share with our viewers as well. And maybe you could pick one and tell us a little about it.
Sure.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see the screen, but I can't see any artwork as yet.
Can you see the picture?
Yes, this is a cartoon that I had created on my own in childhood.
Is that a pirate?
Yes, that's a pirate. It was modeled on a pirate, and I gave it a name, Bloodship.
Okay, okay.
So this is, my imagination, and this is a seascape painting that was a commissioned order from Kolkata.
Oh, amazing.
Thank you.
Does this have any symbolic meaning?
Yes, it has a lot of symbolism. This is the flying horse Pegasus. This is the microform breaking its shell, of limitations of narrow thinking and gaining freedom. It has a lot of spiritual meaning as well. That that this is akin to a human being being born twice. They say that people who gain enlightenment, they are born twice as they break the freedom of they break the limitations of the world and gain freedom. They become one with God. So this is symbolic of that enlightenment as well.
Wow,
this was selected for a national level exhibition in Pune.
What is it? Which mountain would this be?
Yes, this is Mount Matterhorn, the famous triangular peak of Switzerland. So I had created this when I was in college, and this won an award as well. This is a pencil shading on paper.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's great to see your artworks, and thank you for sharing them with us. Now I'm going to move on to Deepshika. Deepshika,
Good
can you hear me?
afternoon,
Good
yes,
afternoon,
ma'am, I can
Deepshika.
hear you. Good afternoon,
so Deepshika,
ma'am.
take us, Raja, tell us about your foray into marine art.
Okay. Ma'am, I started marine art in the year 2013, where I was introduced to SEMA by Mr. Pratik Tandon itself. And slowly, as a member, I started participating in various activities of SEMA, looking around so many great artists depicting marine art as a symbol to the ocean, the respect and the ocean values that I could see in SEMA were great. So I got very inclinated towards the art form and started making seascapes. So eventually, it was just not me making the seascapes. I already had classes, so I wanted my children also learn to that art form. So I started teaching marine art specifically to the kids, and eventually got permission from Rajanveer sir to exhibit the same in the venues. And fortunate enough, it was appreciated a lot. My kids, they went abroad to various parts of the country, and they have sold their paintings, and they are appreciated by so many people, and I'm really glad to see that kind of achievement.
I think that must feel so rewarding.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
So, Deepshika, sorry, please continue.
I myself, as a nature person, I love doing nature more. So that is an inclination also towards the marine art.
Amazing.
Ma'am, you can continue.
Yeah, so I have a few pictures with me. I think I want to share them with our viewers, and do help us go through them so that
surely, ma'am. My pleasure.
You could reflect on them. Yeah. So this here would be.
Ma'am, I can't see the pictures.
Are they visible now? It will just be a slight lag, but.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am, I can see the pictures. Okay. Ma'am, this is a pencil sketch done by me. Since I love the corals and fishes a lot, I am madly in love with fishes. So I just picked up this beta fish. This is a beta fish, and I drew it on a grayscale paper. So that's it. And it is totally color pencil on paper. This this fish is clownfish, as you know.
Yes.
And very joyful fish. I really love the colors in them, and reef is one most powerful thing in the marine life. It gives so much nutrition to these fishes and hideouts too. So depicting some kind of hideout to the clownfish. This is oil on canvas painting.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Thank you. This is from, as you can see, if you can relate, this is a Kerala backwater. A few years back, I had been to Kerala, and I was mesmerized by the scenic views in Kerala, and the whole impact was different. So I had just made a similar sketch to this painting, and one of my known persons, she saw this and she said, I want a painting in this. So this is a self-created Kerala view painting where a houseboat is sailing. Well, this is one of my unique artworks. This is a mixed media. The background is done in pencils, pastels, and poster colors, whereas the tortoise is purely done in pencils and
so
charcoal.
That's a sketch. That's a sketch.
Yeah, it is a sketch, but when you do a sketch with some paints, you call it mixed media.
Mixed media. All right.
Yes,
That's news
yes.
for us. Great.
Yes. So that is all these paintings. They show the love for sea and the groundwater, the animals and the all the animals prevailing in the sea.
I can feel the warmth, the way you're saying it, Deepshika, and I'm sure you're very passionate about what you do. And
Surely, ma'am.
we'll hear more from you.
Thank you.
Advait, coming back to you, I would really like to know about your training sessions, and I'm sure that that is something that everybody wants to know. How grilling, how easy, how difficult, and so how does a typical day in the life of a yachting champ look like?
Enterprise class is more of a boat for seniors, and I wanted a boat for my age. So I did some research on the internet and got to know that there's a boat called the Optimus class, which is ideal for under 16. There was one Optimus boat in NDA that became my Maruti. I would take the boat myself, rig up, sail, and on return wash it and park it back. From there, I participated in the National Optimus Class Sailing Championship in 2016. Although I finished last, I neither felt ashamed nor regretted. My father saw the certificate where it was written that I finished 53 out of 53 participants. He jokingly said, "Congratulations, Advait, you've got full marks." But frankly, I enjoyed every moment I was in water. I knew that this was my calling, and the only way from here is up. My father's transfer to Mumbai in 2017 was a blessing. That was when I really started to step up my game. I got a coach and started doing practice seriously. A typical day of my life is morning fitness, including endurance and strength. I would reach school at 2. I would reach from school at 2:15 p.m. and was at the sailing club by 2:45 p.m. My mother would accompany me and remain at the club till I returned back to shore. My practice would be till 5:30 p.m. I would leave the club after washing and keeping my boat spick and span. I would sail with my coach, Mr. Xerxes Bamboat, on Saturday and Sunday. He would brief me on my shortfalls that I had to correct by next week. This routine has continued, although now I've added a few more stretching sessions before my class start. These days, due to my 10th standard preparation, I am not able to visit the sailing club daily. But when I am close to a championship, the intensity in training increases. Running, stretching, core exercises, hiking on a bench is done for longer duration. For the recently concluded nationals, my coach, Lieutenant Madhu, used to push me to undertake physical training for almost 10 hours daily.
10 hours, do you say?
Yes.
And from where does that endurance come? How do you?
Basically, during the time before my championship, basically 2 weeks in advance, he started really pushing me to my limits. So he started with lesser, and every day it kept increasing. But every time I came back from sailing, I was immediately in bed. I was that tired. I used to just sleep most of the time in my free time. Whenever I wasn't doing anything, I used to sleep. It was that tiring at times. But that actually helped me a lot because during the championship, I didn't feel any physical strain on my body. I was able to compete at my best. So it is good to have a coach who can push you to your limits.
That's something very kind to say, despite whatever you've been through. There's we have a comment saying full marks, Advait. So there you go. I think I'm going to go with Tia now. Tia, you have 2 masters and an extensive research experience. How easy, how difficult you find maritime research?
So, like we, spoke about how niche the domain is. So, my first master's is in archaeology, and the second is in museology. So, while pursuing archaeology, I realized that I'm doing something unconventional because it would take extra effort to make people understand that okay, archaeology is also something that normal people do. I mean, it is not as niche as marine archaeology, but it is also not something mainstream as being a doctor or an engineer. So at least I was mentally prepared, that way. Maritime research, I think it has always fascinated me. It continues to do so. But I think the biggest challenges for me, which of course do remain and will remain further also, is the paucity of domain experts in our country, because we really have a handful of them, and also research material in terms of books, papers, because when we compare with the West, right from the inception of marine archaeological studies across the globe, the gap is, it's really a lot. It's not that India has not done like good work. It really started with a lot of enthusiasm in India, but I don't know, somehow it just did not continue. And I think apart from all of this, definitely encouragement and finding like-minded people who want to do something similar in the domain and who are willing to guide you, because I think like Advait said, to have a coach who really pushes you. So I think similarly, to have the right guidance to push you to steer your research in the right direction is also extremely important. So I think, yeah, all of these constraints were definitely there, but somehow I made it till the finish line. So I'm happy about that.
We are also very happy hearing about that. But tell me, Tia, I'm sure there are, we have viewers who could be aspiring marine, maritime archaeologists. They would want to do something similar. Any particular book that you would like to recommend? Something that, you yourself gleaned data from? Maybe some papers, something that you could suggest?
I think when we are talking about studies which have happened in India, I think Dr. Alok Tripathi is a pioneer, and he's done a lot of research. So if someone just Googles, Dr. Alok Tripathi, they're going to find a lot of material about, the different studies that, he's undertaken. And also one of the best repositories is to just go to NIO Goa, National Institute of Oceanography. Just go to their website, and you can just click on the repository, and you will find all the papers, regarding whatever research that they have done throughout the years. And NIO has been an organization which is there, which was there like right since the inception. So I think, visiting their website is, also great for getting like for gathering some data.
That's great. That'll, I'm sure that'll be helpful. Thank you, Tia. Moving on to Lieutenant Commander Swati. Swati, I would have imagined a girl from the Himalayas would probably opt for mountaineering. I know I'm sounding prejudiced, but I would definitely want to know why sailing. Probably because of some inputs from friends or mentors. But or was it just the thrill of it? I want to do something new.
Well, mountaineering is one such sport which is in my bucket list since quite a long time. In fact, I got an opportunity also to do it in 2017, towards the end of 2017. But by that time, I was already on my family way, so I couldn't do it. But I'm sure I'll be fulfilling this dream of mine also pretty soon. I'm really looking forward for that. Regarding my my interest towards sailing, it was definitely thrill of doing something new, because as I earlier told, I'm a kind of person who always love exploring new things, be it at home, be it outside. So as I told in my earlier session that I got to know about circumnavigation, so that is how it inclined me towards sailing. So I thought that I was like, yeah, I'm done with one thing. Now I'll focus on sailing. Why not try different kind of boats and venture into sea? So that is how I actually made to sailing. and I have actually sailed on, three, four types of boats, uh, like enterprise class, like laser radial, laser bahia, and then initially I sailed on J24 class of boat, in which I got gold medal as well.
Great. That's so inspiring to hear. And
Man, you're muted.
yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm going to share a few pictures of Lieutenant Commander Swati at her sailing best, and she could throw some light on those pictures.
Yes. This is J24.
Would you repeat that, Swati?
Yes. This is J24 class of boat, which I recently did it in Mumbai, in the month of September.
All I can see are ropes. And where would this be, Swati?
Yes. This is the enterprise class of boat. This also I did in INWTC Mumbai recently. In this also I won a gold medal.
This is probably at the beginning of the race.
Yes.
So,
and I would like to share an experience with you. When I started practicing in 2017, so that time I was practicing on a laser radial. That's a small boat, and only one sailor is there on that. I mean, one person sails that boat. So I was not well versed with it. So sometimes what used to happen, I have taken the boat into the sea, and I am into the sea, and boat is on me. So that was, but still, I was not scared at all, because I knew I am with my life jacket, as Master Advait told that life jacket is your savior. You should not venture into the sea without putting your life jacket. So that was a different kind of experience, I must say that.
that's heartening to hear, because you're talking about a very challenging sport here. You're getting injured, and still you admire it. We want to hear more. What has the sport taught you? But we'll come to that later. Let's talk about Flight of Fantasy. Pratik, your award-winning art that was exhibited at Jahangir Art Gallery, and yes, I'm sure sold to the rightful owner. What is it about? And just share, how did that all, transpire?
Yes. So, can we display the painting, please?
Yes, sure.
Yes. So this is an acrylic on canvas landscape painting of Switzerland. I use the photograph as a reference. I have not personally been to Switzerland. So this painting has a size as a height of 18 inches and a width of 24 inches. This has a very interesting and a unique story behind this. So I had submitted this photograph to Bombay Art Society for the annual art exhibition in February 2012. And I had totally forgotten about it. Then one day I get a call from my art teacher who informed me that it has been selected. So he was over the moon, and so was I. Then I traveled to Mumbai with a friend and submitted this painting. Now on the last day of this exhibition, it was still unsold. So I had made preparations to transport it back to Pune. However, the office manager of Bombay Art Society asked me to wait for some time. I was hanging around out there, Then later on, I see a gentleman staring at it. So I go up to him, I describe it, and finally he bought it at a little higher price than the minimum that I had quoted.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
So it seems that an artist has to be a patient, has to show perseverance, and needs to be a good negotiator too. That's great.
Yeah.
Advait, you've participated in championships. Now, the takeaways from each event, okay, your championships, or even what you learn from your training sessions. So many things to learn. Any particular event that you remember would be your most memorable, or it could be most challenging?
To be frank, I carry fond memories of every regatta that I have sailed. They have really made me learn more and more about sailing. I have also made new friends. There are a few moments of lasting memory that I would still like to share. My performance as a 12-year-old rookie at the Nationals in 2018, competing at the top with the best of the sailors, almost 3 years elder, was memorable. This was the first time I made an impact among the sailors of my group. This performance also helped me in securing my place in the national squad, which was a matter of great satisfaction. At an international invitational regatta in Spain, I was the only participant from India. Still, the organizing authority hoisted the India's national flag, and that was a moment of pride. Recently, I represented India at the World Optimist Class Sailing Championship 2021 at Riva del Garda, Italy, in July this year. It was a singular honor bestowed upon me that I can never forget. As you know, now I have shifted to a larger boat. Last month, I was practicing for the Nationals at Marve. The location has strong tides. While entering the channel, the wind suddenly dropped and my boat drifted and got entangled with the underwater ropes of a mooring buoy. My boat capsized and my sail got damaged. I did not have a sail for the competition. While I had nowhere to go, one of my partners at practice, who was not competing, got to know and he offered me his sail. What I want to say here is that the sailing community has a great camaraderie and friendship that lasts lifelong.
Those are some really worthwhile takeaways, and I have to say you're a 15-year-old, and you are giving us some pearls of wisdom there, and we'll probably hear a little more about your mantra later in the session. Tia, I'm quite excited to know about your book, Underwater Archaeology in India, The Lost Enigma. It was released on 2nd October 2020, so heartiest congratulations for that. Tell us about this journey from research to producing a book. What went into the making of it, and anything special that you would like to share about it?
It's actually been a very interesting journey because I was actually working as a documentation assistant on a digitization project in Deccan College, Pune. When I had this chance encounter with Dr. Arnab Das, the director of Maritime Research Center, Pune, and he proposed this idea of research in underwater archaeology. And I was actually skeptical because I thought, oh my God, I'll have to learn swimming. I don't know how to swim, and I did not even know I knew no one who had done something like that. But then it was definitely something very interesting and new. So I thought, okay, why not? So the initial, arrangement, the initial contract was only, between me and MRC was only for 6 months, where I was supposed to, figure out, potential areas of research in the domain, and come up with some good, interesting papers. But as we got more into the research, Dr. Das and I, we thought that, oh my God, this has so much of potential. It is so interesting, and right now, not much is being done about it. So how do we take it ahead? And right then, IMF Pune was very kind, to award me with a fellowship of a year to expand my research and write, the book, because they also sort of agreed with me that, this knowledge needs to go out in the public domain in the form of a book, so that more people are aware, more people know about it, and more students can also possibly take help from it and also get inspired to research in the domain. So yeah, there's definitely, like I said, because of the paucity of material and relevant domain experts, it was pretty challenging. But I think we all have our highs and lows, but it's been a great learning experience. It has been so enriching. I've met so many people now. I have great contacts, and a lot of people motivated me. So I think, yeah, like there's no turning back. It's definitely happened for the good.
What's with the lost enigma? Probably.
Yeah, so lost enigma. So this is my view. So I don't want anyone else to get offended by it. So, like I said, in India, when Dr. S.R. Rao, the father of marine archaeology in India, I mean, it all began with a lot of enthusiasm, but somehow it died. And we also need to understand that there are actually a lot of constraints involved in researching, primarily when you're talking about underwater archaeology or nautical archaeology. There are a lot of resources, diving equipment, and so it's not something easy to do. But because of whatever reason, somehow we are kind of in a stagnant state. But we have a lot of potential, as I mentioned, and also we have this vast amount of maritime heritage. So in my eyes, I thought it is something which is lost, but it's definitely enigmatic as well. So that was my sort of way to kind of put it across my thoughts. So
yeah, you're actually, I can't help think of this animated movie called The Lost Atlantis, and maybe we'll see something more entertaining coming from you. But we'll talk about that. But Tia, tell me something. Any experience from your archaeology research, some trip underwater or beyond, that was particularly memorable? I have some pictures with me, but of course you could share them, share your experiences. I'm going to share these pictures.
Okay. I think, yeah, there are like some things which are really etched into my in my brain because of my field trips in archaeology and also diving. I think some of the most important things that I've learned is to conquer your fear. When you're on your field visits, I mean, I used to be creeped out by insects, but insects, snakes, scorpions, you name it, you have all of these on terrestrial archaeological sites. And I would like to share this interesting experience. So in my first excavation, I was there, and it was my birthday. I was in Bhuj, on a late Harappan site, and I was just sitting on that the bed, and my feet were dangling, and I was and we didn't have connections, no electricity. So somehow I was saving up the battery to talk to my family and relatives because it was my birthday. And I was just happily talking and telling them, and I just saw like 2-3 scorpions just pass, like just crawl very close to my feet. And I thought, it made me actually appreciate nature more, and also get over that fear that if we don't get in their way, they're not going to harm us. So so much of that learning came by these visits. And also when diving, when I was underwater, and I just looked around, and there was just water everywhere and marine life, and it just made me feel like really tiny in this vast nature force. But it also made me feel that that small existence can be made significant if you really can carve out a niche for yourself. If you're passionate about something, if you have that drive, you can do something and make that thing matter, your existence matter. So I think these are some of the things that have passed on because of my experiences in archaeology and diving.
That was pretty deep, and I know from where that comes. Your research aptitude, of course, years of experience in research, working with so many organizations, and your passion to do or to make a difference, to the maritime domain. Great, Tia. We'll hear more from you. Coming to you, Lieutenant Commander Swati, pandemic was particularly taxing for the doctors across the world. the medical fraternity within the Indian Navy were no exception. And to say the least, they have braved the belly of the beast where quiet was not always peace, right? And yet you somehow managed to fulfill your duties and pursue your passion and emerging triumphant, no less. So please tell us how you navigated through these different roles. You trained, you practiced, and participated and won the events. So take us through this transition from one role to the other.
So before answering this question, I'll go little retrospective. So from Vizag to Mumbai, I moved in 2018. That time I just delivered a baby girl, and I was on my maternity leave. So I had to come back to my form because I had to come back to my shape. So after around 2 to 3 months, I started doing gymming and started the diet process and the gym and all. So I was back to shape for another 7 to 8 months. And 2018 and 2019, I couldn't do much because of my baby, because I had to fulfill that motherhood duty as well. And in the beginning of 2020, this COVID thing happened. So I would say all the adventure activities were actually put on hold by the Navy. And these adventure activities actually started happening in 2021 only after this second wave subsided. And in the last 1 year, I was actually preparing for my post-graduation entrance exam also. I was totally dedicated towards that thing also. And then during my COVID time, I was not getting that much time because I was made to go to Dhanvantri Hospital also, which was a kind of joint venture by central government and defense forces. So I had gone to Ahmedabad. I was posted there in the ICU for 1 month. So I finished off that duty and then focused on my studies as well as whatever time I could get after my office, after my hectic work, because I used to do 24 hours duty on every alternate day. So once my exam got over, so I thought now I should give time break to myself and start what I love the most. Then suddenly one day I got to know that the sailing championship is coming again. So I volunteered for it, and again I participated in the sailing championship which held in the month of September in Mumbai, and luckily I got 3 medals in that. So I'm really looking forward for such more adventures in the coming future as well. And one thing I would like to say to younger generation is Navy is an ocean of opportunity. The only thing is that you should be really, really passionate to do something new, to try something new, and to grab these opportunities. And I can vouch for that. No other organization will give you such opportunities which you can do.
Very well said, Swati. And I know that you've been able to navigate these different roles because of cooperation from your peers, your subordinates, your seniors. So I know what you mean when you say that Navy is it provides you with opportunities.
One thing I would like to say that one person who kept me motivated through all this time was my husband. He has got a big role in that. So he's not a typical stereotype husband. He's the one who's like my friend, and who always pushes me to do something new. So even if he couldn't do these things, he pushed me that no, you should take up these events.
And let me remind the viewers, her husband is also a naval officer. Right. So now coming to Advait. Advait, you've been sailing for a few years now. Has sailing affected your personality, your attitude? You must be getting something from your friends, your relatives, parents of your friends. Tell us about that.
Sailing isn't just a sport which helps in keeping you fit physically, but it also makes you stronger mentally. Physical strength has its limits, but it is your mental strength that can help you break those limits. Mental strength is something people usually forget. Like I told you before, sailing is a sport that requires you to multitask. You need to be aware of the natural forces around you. Make your own boat move fast. You are thinking and doing many things together, sometimes repeatedly. The 12 races over a period of 3 to 4 days means that every sailor has ups and downs over the period. Hence, one develops the confidence to bounce back. Another interesting aspect of sailing is that it is a self-disciplining sport. That means that if you make a mistake, say your boat touches a mark, you have to do your penalty on your own. No referee will remind you. After the race for the day, in case you feel that a fellow participant has not been self-disciplined, you have the right to protest. A jury hears your case. Sometimes you also hear false allegations or perceived charges. The hearing is like a small courtroom. These peculiarities in the sport of sailing has really helped me in the development of my personality. Multitasking is one, self-discipline being the next, and also the confidence in putting up your side of the story irrespective of the person's stature. A regatta is not over till the last race is over. So it is in your life. If you fail once, you can still bounce back. And last but not least, a sportsman does not fast, nor does he feast. One should not be depressed too much, neither should celebrate too much. I have lost more races than I have won. So with it comes the humility. Sailing shouldn't be seen as a sport that takes up time and distracts you from studying, but it should be seen as a sport that empowers your ability to adapt and develop.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
Advait, after listening to you, I can only say there's always light if we are only brave enough to see it, if only we are brave enough to be it. You are truly a prodigy. You are an inspiration, and we are so proud of you. What you said, it's not just about the race. So many other elements go into it. So keep it up. Pratik, share details about your association with Society of Indian Marine Artists. And I would want to ask you, since you're the secretary there, do you see a growing maritime consciousness among students, general public, through art? Or you think more could be done?
Well, the sea has its dazzling and brilliant coral reefs, multicolored and beautiful fishes, sun-drenched and sandy shores, deep blue sea, and boats and ships. Is it not beautiful? Then how can a landscape artist not fall in love with the sea? This was the reason why I take to painting seascapes, and I'll tell you my history, my association with SEMA. Around 8 to 9 years ago, I joined SEMA as I wished to be part of a landscape art group. The category of seascapes is a part of landscapes. Well, there I met my mentor and well-wisher Rajan sir. I started participating in the events and art exhibitions. Later on, sir invited me to be on the management committee. SEMA invited me to give a talk on my visit to the Art Institute of Chicago in December 2017. My presentation was highly appreciated. Rajan sir offered me the post of the secretary, which I accepted. So I have been the secretary since February 2018. I have conducted many events and annual art exhibitions. In response to the second part of your question, I would like to say yes. Through maritime organizations, media, and fine art, there is a growing maritime consciousness. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Pratik. Deepshika, since we're talking about art here, I have a 5-year-old son and he loves the beach. He was recently stung by a jellyfish and after an antihistamine dose, just a few hours later, he demanded to be taken back to the beach. He wanted to play with the waves, with the rocks, the shells, explore. So I know that's the power of sea on a child, right?
Yes.
However, how do you encourage marine art among children? Because I know there are challenges.
Surely, ma'am. Every art has challenges, same as marine art has. Now, the biggest challenge is to inculcate that culture between the kids who have not visited a beach or a shore. And saying that, I have a few students who have not visited. So now as Tia ma'am is a scuba diver, she knows what a coral looks like. But if I have to explain the same to a kid, it would be just by pictures or by the help of some animations. So what challenge we face is we have to not only make them understand what is the value of sea, oceans and rivers in our country and abroad, as well as the effect. These days we have so many pollutants prevailing. So to make them realize that it has to be conserved also, it is a water source to us. I make them understand the value of water there. And then with the help of few pictures and guidance of other artists, we make them talk to each other, and then we can come to a picture. We select a picture, basically. It's either a real life picture or an inspirational picture. Definitely some kind of modification is done to those pictures, because kids, they cannot inherit the same kind of values which a picture has. So some kind of modifications are done, then the color scheme is decided, and so many things are involved in it, and it definitely takes months together to get one picture together. So when it is like a group of children, 10-15 children together, and each making one different seascape or depicting sea life, so it becomes a lot of challenge to me that they should present the essence of the sea and the animals and the prevailing life in the sea. As you said, your son is like, he saw starfish and got excited. So my kids also do that. They who have made once or twice one picture, they go beyond that, and sometimes I get so many expressions from them that, ma'am, if we can include this or that, or some kind of extra elements they give me, and we include all those and make a picture.
Deepshika, I would love that my son can enroll in your class, and now I can only I hope the management at Society for Indian Marine Artists is listening to this. We can have something up in Mumbai.
Surely.
So
Yes,
ma'am, one thing. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. That's great. That's great.
One thing I would like to add here.
Yes, sure.
Since in SEMA we have a junior section also, so we encourage kids to become members and participate in various activities throughout the year. Me being the head of it, I take special precautions that children literally learn how to conserve water energy in our country.
Wow.
We'll be talking about it more later.
That's great. That's great. So you mean to say that, of course, you are also promoting awareness on, eco-friendly measures, right?
Yes.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. But, Tia, coming back to you, suddenly I recalled that, when I read about you, and this is very fascinating and motivating. You were suffering from thalassophobia. That's fear of oceans. And now you're an advanced level professional association of diving instructors, PADI certified diver. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes.
this is phenomenal. You please share this spectacular transition, with our viewers, because I'm sure they have similar apprehensions or some other apprehensions in pursuing maritime related careers.
Yeah. Actually, good question, and I get asked about it a lot. So, firstly, I think I also read a comment. So, there's a little bit of clarification. So, many people say that it's not necessary for you to be a scuba diver to be able to do marine archaeology. Partly that's correct. If your research area is about a site which is land based, or it is about intangible cultural heritage. But apart from that, I think if your research area is underwater archaeology, nautical archaeology, then it is like 100% must for you to be a scuba diver. Plus, it's such a fun thing to do, so like why not? My book is based on secondary and tertiary sources. So at that time, I did not know how to dive. I only learned swimming while I was writing my book. And when I was in the last stages of writing my book or finishing my book, I actually had that realization that, oh my God, I'm so interested in underwater archaeology, and I don't want this thing to just get over with by finishing the book, and I want to do it, pursue it further. But for that, I'll have to get over my fear, and I'll have to learn diving. And once the book released last year in October, I spoke to my parents about it. And so yeah, like I'll also use this platform to thank three people who are actually they're like solely responsible for this. My parents. So I was having this conversation, and my parents said that, okay, if you want to do it, like why not? You've always done unconventional things. You've always been someone out of the box, so just go for it. And my dear friend, retired Colonel Anand Swarup, he is a diver, and he told me that just go for it. And I think it was just 3 days, without thinking much. This discussion took place in October, and in November I was in Goa. I was doing my training. I got stung. I also got stung by a jellyfish. Like the first day, 5 minutes I was in the water, I got stung so bad. It was really painful, but I did not give up. I thought that no, I have to do it, and I was instantly in love after my first session. I thought that this is addictive. I cannot stop this. And at the end of my training, when I had that diving license in my hand, and I actually realized, apart from the motivation that I got from my parents and also my friends, I think there were so many people who told me, oh my God, you're afraid of the oceans and the seas, you're not a great swimmer, how are you going to do diving? But then I converted all of that into positive affirmations. And once I finished it, I thought that, okay, if I can do it, anyone can do it. And I think I would like to give this message to everyone that if you really want to do something, any adventure sport, be it maritime studies or scuba diving or sailing, just go for it. I mean, of course, you will have inhibitions, and people try to inform. I don't think they try to pull you down, but it's that half knowledge, because especially for someone like me, I like Advait, he had this association of the seas and the backwaters. People like me who are like born in the mainland and they're always in the plain areas, they have no connection to the sea. Even the family side, like no one will ever encourage you to take up swimming for a sport. They'll say go learn dancing, swimming. So I think if you have any such passion, and if it gives you that adrenaline rush, just go for it. I mean, that's what I did, and I'm so happy that I actually did it. It's a great experience.
Thank you, Tia. I think you sort of summed it up. And, I can't help think of Plato. I have political science background. And Plato said, the sea cures all ailments of man. I heard all of you all have had your challenges, but it seems the sea has cured you from, of all these ailments, all the impediments and challenges that you faced. So looks like we have certainly run out of time. And looking at the comments, those are very encouraging for all of us. And I can, there are comments for Prateek about When is the next SIMA exhibition in Pune? Swati, everybody expects you to do a solo circumnavigation. So Advait, you should, I guess do you have a Twitter account? Not yet.
Not yet, not yet.
Not
I
yet.
don't know.
Thank God. But yeah. I guess we did very well, and thank you very much. We've covered up many questions. You shared your stories and experiences, and with that, we come to the end of this special session with you, young achievers. We had an eclectic mix of panelists for this session. Recognizing their dedication, ambition, and contribution to maritime. This session is an acknowledgement of their achievements and, most importantly, to foster maritime curiosity in young minds. One can join the Navy, Merchant Navy, shipping industry. One can take it up as a hobby, diving, sailing. One can nurture the love of seas through art, literature, research. At the beginning of the session, Commodore Kesnur had discussed the story behind the choice of maritime soft power as the key theme for this year's webinar. Because of my political science background, I can't help but revisit the contested concept of power in international relations before presenting my closing remarks here. Now, today we are discussing maritime soft power. We must remember that the concept of power has been a contested one across disciplines. Its slightly oxymoronic resonance in the traditional discourse of my field might make people think again about their assumptions when they speak of power. And when we think of the concept of power in the 21st century, we need to get away from the idea that power is always a zero sum. My gain is your loss and vice versa. Power can be a positive sum too, where you gain, your gain can be my gain. And that's the impassioned plea that Joseph Nye made in his books. And that is precisely what we should aim to comprehend when we talk of maritime soft power. The most important and critical narrative of power is that of transforming societies for better. Hence, maritime soft power is about tackling issues, social, cultural, economic, environmental. And this session has made it abundantly clear about the vibrant facets of maritime through sport, hobby, research, and art. And clearly, they are all making a difference to the lives of people, inspiring young minds, disseminating maritime knowledge through research, exploring the unexplored maritime, and promoting awareness. There are many bright kids and youngsters curious about different aspects of the maritime domain, from pursuing a maritime hobby to understanding the wealth and depth of maritime realm, or even aiming to join a maritime profession. Young minds need to be an integral part of the maritime narrative. Even if we help a handful of these bright kids foster maritime curiosity and discover maritime consciousness, we would have given back something very significant to maritime India. Advait showed us how at a tender age he developed the love for seas and sailing. It is said that in youth we learn, in age we understand, but he's proved it wrong. His thoughts are articulate, he's mature, he seems to be learning and understanding very well the joys and challenges of his passion. And of course, walking the tightrope, studying for his 10th boards. Tia's research chronicles were thrilling, to say the least. What surprised me is her lone ranger attitude, academic proficiency, rigor of research, and most importantly, personal fears were all overcome by this archaeologist come historian, come diver. I think the extant research and scholarship on Indian maritime soft power is indeed scanty. Blue economy, marine ecosystem, underwater domain awareness that she brought out, maritime history. So Tia did talk about her challenges while exploring and researching for her book. Lieutenant Commander Swati was another surprise. So many roles, rolled into one, and she's doing justice to them all. And I think it was humbling to see Swati navigate each role with a sense of duty and determination. And I want the viewers to know that the Indian Armed Forces, she's from the Indian Navy, they do that to you. So your journey from the mountains to the seas will inspire the young minds to not be limited by environment, upbringing, or even gender. Pratik and Deepshika, you brought a kind of calmness and restraint into our otherwise very high on adrenaline session. And I guess, I imagine art does that to you. It's a common denominator which enables artists from different spheres of life to come together, display their creative work. And a sense of tranquility and composure prevailed when you spoke. And that's how I guess one feels when one is at sea. It lets you retrospect, introspect, contemplate. And marine art is a splendid way to reflect on one's maritime linkages. Deepshika, Pratik, you have simplified abstract art for us, and it's creditable. You have a challenging job at hand teaching art, especially to young students. The session has also raised some very pertinent questions about modalities and efficacy of dissemination of maritime research, brought out by Tia. Possibility of building a market for marine art to ensure that marine art flourishes and prospers in India, brought out very well by Pratik and Deepshika from SEMA. About sailing and yachting, how to make popular these sports in schools, and even if I could say that tap into the rural schools, project and promote these local talents, whom I'm sure would do great. So Advait, Lieutenant Commander Swati, Tia, Pratik, and Deepshika, you've taught us that oaks grow strong in contrary winds, and diamonds are made under pressure, and certainly not overnight. A warm thanks to all of you, your maritime achievers in diverse ways. And in a way, it suggests the nature and scope of maritime, from hobby to passion, from passion to glory, and from glory to reflection and research. These achievers braved and endured many challenges, yet today have contributed in their own different ways to maritime consciousness. Maritime India needs young visionary enthusiasts, a community that would create, nurture, and develop unexplored opportunities in maritime domain to take the country ahead. Thank you so much, all of you. I hope the audience is ready for some more action, because we now come to the concluding session for the day, which is on creating maritimity, ways, ends, and means. It will be moderated by Commodore G. Prakash, Nausena Medal. Commodore Prakash has had a long, illustrious career in the Indian Navy. He was awarded the Nausena Medal for his distinguished service in 2018. With his vast experience, he has been delivering lectures for over 15 years at various armed forces institutions, offering professional military education. Post-retirement.
Ma'am, Commodore Prakash has not yet joined. We are waiting for him to join.
I'll complete the introduction. Noted. Post-retirement, he published a book of short stories and continues to contribute to services and civil publications. He has been mentoring select students of government colleges in Kerala through a very interesting initiative called Walk with a Scholar. We'll wait for Commodore Prakash, but we are very excited to see him commence and moderate the concluding session.
Thank you, Meera. While we await Commodore Prakash, I'm sure I'd like to say Vishnu, Richa, and Dr. I think we're waiting for Kulpreet also.
Sir, you are muted, sir. Sir, check audio, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are loud and clear, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You are loud.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are also loud and clear, sir. Richa, ma'am, can we do an audio check?
Could you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You are loud and clear.
Can you hear me, Arun?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay, great. I just like to welcome our eminent panelists again. And I think while we await Commodore Prakash and Kulpreet, I'd just like to tell those who are here, Admiral Nadkarni, Mr. Vishnu Shom, and Ma'am Richa Pant, that this is a perfect build-up. I don't know if you've been watching the previous sessions, but we had a wonderful inaugural session and two great technical sessions and one special session for the young adults. And it's all building up very beautifully to this theme, because I think there is a general agreement that one way to create maritime soft power is to ensure that it has greater resonance amongst the people and public. And I think we got some great practitioners here. We've got a person who's been active in the field of television for many years, well-known face in Vishnu. Richa, you've been doing lots of wonderful documentaries about the armed forces and the Navy. You know where to pitch the ball, as they say. Kulpreet Yadav is a retired Coast Guard officer who has written books, but he has written about the Battle of Rezangla. We, of course, we are inspired by Rezangla, but I'm keen to ask him if he would like to write about maritime themes too. And he's written novels, but none of them with a maritime theme. And we got Admiral Nadkarni, who's wearing several hats. I mean, he had a long session in the Navy, training in maritime history as a speaker, lots of wonderful appointments and operations, and several other staff verticals. And now he's playing a very, very important role in the Indian Maritime Foundation as a council member. So we got him to give us the perspective both from the services as he saw it, and now from the think tanks as he sees it. How do think tanks play a very important role in all of this? So I think we've got some wonderful deliberations and discussions coming up. Tech team, do we have Commodore G Prakash and Kulpreet, or we don't?
Sir, we are still waiting for sir to join.
Can you send out a
Commodore
word for them?
Prakash and yes, sir, we are calling it.
Meanwhile, so as to not sort of, we have lots of people watching on the YouTube and on Sailor Today, another parallel channel on the YouTube. So may I request, perhaps, I don't know how Commodore G Prakash intended to go about, but may I request our three panelists who are here, I'll begin with Admiral Nadkarni, go on to Richa, and then come to Vishnu Shom, to make your initial comments for about a couple of minutes, or 2 or 3 minutes, about this subject in general and about your views. And by the time if GP joins, we'll have him take over the baton. Otherwise, if he doesn't in any odd case, I will this way. Yeah, Kulpreet joins. Welcome, Kulpreet. We were just talking about you. You have a long life. Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
It's my pleasure. Good afternoon to you.
Okay. Admiral Nadkarni, sir, would you like to sort of...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
So firstly, thank you, Srikanth, for giving me this opportunity to take part in this webinar. And I'm very happy to take part and share my views. And also, it's a little disadvantage because I think this is now the fag end of this webinar. But the 3 sessions, I think, which have preceded this have been so stimulating that I can see on YouTube that the attendance is still quite high. Though perhaps it's a little lower than what it peaked at about a little more than 250 people who are viewing it. And also, this is a post-lunch session during which generally people have a tendency to be somewhat drowsy. This is a proof that there are a number of people who are still quite interested in what is being spoken. I'm sure that this session also will be equally stimulating.
So may I just come in here, sir? Since Commodore G Prakash has come. Commodore Prakash, good afternoon. I began in your absence, made brief introductions of all our eminent panelists as well as of yourself. We've introduced you, and I've asked all the panelists to, I didn't know what was your sort of plan of action, but I asked our panelists to begin with a couple of minutes of initial comments, beginning with Admiral Nadkarni, and he's just started. So you can take it over from here, and I'll be happy to recede into the background.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies, in Kerala we do things differently. Good afternoon to everybody. So glad to be back at this Navy IMF National Nautical Institute event yet again. On behalf of my panelists, yet again, I thank everybody for this opportunity. It's great to see maritime affairs figuring increasingly in our discussions, but it is not easy to get the sea into people's blood. About in 2007, 14 years ago, when I was doing the Naval Higher Command course, there is 1 year when we get away from our wives and stay for 1 year at Karanja, in those days Karanja, in the Naval War College. We had the Army and the Air Force officers too with us. And we had a colonel from, equivalent of my course from NDA. After listening to naval lectures for 1 full year, breathing Navy air, eating Navy food, and drinking Navy's water, at the end of it, he asked me, "Yaar, JP, ये बता कि आखिर तुम लोग actually क्या करते हो Navy में?" It is very difficult because what is not seen is difficult to believe. No, during a large part of my 36 years in the Navy, I have heard or bothered about only the very basic idea of increasing awareness of the sea. My awareness, as well as the awareness of those who make the mistake of listening to my lectures. But thinking and about talking about deeper things like maritime consciousness came only when I reached higher ranks. But now, 2 years into retirement, it's got deeper and more remote with maritimity. Now, maritimity is sublime, as it dwells in the world of exotic realms like anthropology. And maritimity is the relationship among the three entities: land, sea, and the people who dwell in those. Maritimity combines the coastal environment, coastal society, and their practices, which emanate from these two. But the word coastal is very special for India, because in India's engagement with the world by way of trade and other minor political engagements of over 2 millennia, our navigable rivers have reached deep into the hinterland, and therefore the hundreds of ports, riverine ports and landing points, as well as our numerous ports of the coast, have all actually made the setting for maritimity to emerge. Now, did it but really happen? Did it really emerge? If it happened, then did it wither away? Or does it lurk unseen somewhere, unnoticed in the way we think, we talk, and we act? Now, maritimity is how much the seas figure in the bloodstream of those on land. It is a manifestation of past physical engagements, and it could be tangible, intangible, could lie fallow, not translate to action. It is unlike maritime consciousness, which is desirable among people at large, but essential among policymakers and statesmen. Maritime consciousness can be engineered, and through it, maritimity can develop over time. So if maritimity exists, it could be tapped to speed up the creation of maritime consciousness. So it may be right to say that maritimity and maritime consciousness actually feed off each other. In a large country like India, it is difficult to bring out awareness about the oceans among the wider public. It's easier in little islands. I have been to an island nation so dependent on import that if ships get delayed due to bad weather, shops run out of essentials. I remember reading, I used to read Dawn for about 15 years from 2000. And every day in the news in Dawn, they would publish the ship arrivals with oil, crude oil, and products in Port Qasim, because they were facing up to 18 hours of power blackouts in those days, and the arrival of the ships was essential to assure the public that they may actually have fuel to fire their factories or their power stations. So, but since such things don't happen in India, it's difficult because of our size. Taking the seas into hearts of the people is tough, but we must try. All my panelists have been involved in the sea or matters related to the sea in their lives, and hence they're perfectly capable of discussing today's theme, creating maritimity, ways, ends, and means. So here we go. First, I'll start from closest to home, my heart, the Navy, and Admiral Natkani. Now you know about him. We have been associated for very long, and in his second last appointment for about 2.5 years, when he managed the affairs of the Southern Naval Command, I was the head honcho in Cochin. Sir, no, I don't know if Keshore has said that, but he's a man beyond all those things that are on his biodata. I know that he's a man with deep interest in literature, in films, in music, especially Western music, history, and a genuine love for academics. Sir, with such a background, Natkani sir, what does maritimity mean to you? Over to you, sir.
Sir, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. So when I saw this program, which came to me for the first time, I was not sure what this term actually maritimity was, because I had not heard it before in all my 37 years of service. So I did the first thing which comes to mind these days when one is faced with the unknown, and that is to Google it. And I saw a number of articles which dealt with maritimity, and two definitions in particular, I think, came to my attention. And the first defined maritimity as the conceptual process whereby the sum of cultural adaptations made by a coastal population becomes imbued with meaning. It was a little confusing at first, but the more I read this, I think the more it became clear. And the second definition which I found is identity grounded in perceived or imagined shared traits deriving from a community relationship with the maritime environment, which I think is more clear to me. So if I have to give my own interpretation of maritimity, it is clearly a word that is a combination of two or more familiar words, of which the first one is certainly maritime, but the second one could be either affinity or identity. And essentially, I feel it defines the character, culture, affinity, and identity that the people have developed over a period of time based on the relationship with the maritime environment. Now, there are a few nations which come naturally to mind, of which I think two are most obvious. That is the UK and Japan, which one can say do possess this maritimity. Both are island nations. Both have close linkages with the sea and are dependent on the seas for their trade, commerce, as well as livelihoods. And both in the past have had very sizable and very impressive navies that have contributed to the expansion of their empire. Though in the case of the British Empire, it lasted for much longer than in the case of the Japanese Empire. Sadly, I feel that India, despite having a long coastline of more than 7,500 kilometers, strategically located island territories on both seaboards, as well as being very advantageously located in the center of the Indian Ocean, does not possess this maritimity. Except for a few coastal communities who are dependent on the sea for their livelihood, the majority of Indian citizens have little knowledge or interest in the oceans and seas that surround us. And I think this has also been brought out by the previous speakers during their sessions. And nor do most people understand the importance of the sea for our trade, commerce, and energy security, as also having a significant bearing on our national security. So, though we are all now talking about petrol and how important it is for us, but very few people probably would be aware that most of the petrol, or rather the crude oil which we use, comes from overseas. Also, my perception is that most Indians do not have a sense of history and interest in the preservation of our heritage, and which is why so many of our historical monuments, such as coastal forts, are in a sorry state of neglect. And you all know the story of also Vikrant and Virat, which the Indian Navy for many years tried hard to convert into maritime museums, but unfortunately had to ultimately send away to the scrapyard because they were just too costly to maintain, and it was possible that the steel was corroding so badly that they may well have sunk alongside in our dockyard. If you were to go to the beach in countries who may be considered to have a high degree of maritimity, especially on the weekend, you would find hundreds of people who would be taking a dip, surfing, swimming, sailing, jet skiing, or participating in any other water sport which they may find entertaining. However, if one were to go to a beach in India, most of the people would find to be fully clothed, with a few perhaps gingerly treading water, and maybe one or two adventurous souls trying to go out a little deeper. But you would find a lot of belpuri, chaat, fresh coconut, and stalls, Ferris or giant wheels, as they call them in our country, merry-go-rounds, pony rides, and many such other activities. Now, how can we develop this maritimity if we have to do that, which is the theme of this particular session? And I feel that there are several ways, but since this is my opening, I will just summarize some of them, and perhaps we could discuss this more in the later Q&A. And as speakers have brought out even earlier, we have to start with education, as that is a foundation in any country or anything that the country can or will do, whether it is economic development or the military capability or the science and research and development and so many other things. And our maritime history and heritage, as well as the importance of the seas in our economic development and national security, must be an integral part of the syllabus in all the primary schools, which also has been reiterated in many of the previous sessions and which I am also reinforcing. Also, there needs to be a similar focus given towards inculcating an interest in marine sports. And I'm especially talking about two sports, that is swimming and sailing. And sailing, in the last session, we saw Advait, what he has achieved. And even in this year's Tokyo Olympics, we had 4 sailors who participated in 3 classes, 2 participated in the 49er men's class, 1 lady participated in the laser radial, and another man participated in the laser standard. But despite that, I'm not sure how many Indians actually watch these sailing specifically on TV. They may have watched athletics or shooting or archery or some other sport, but how many of you may have watched actually sailing? And in fact, these sailors did quite well, I would say, compared to some of the results which we had in the past. The next step I feel that needs to be taken is to create awareness and generate interest in maritime activities, which is largely a function of the media, whether it be traditional media such as print or electronic, that is TV and radio, or present trends of social media, cyber, and especially YouTube, which I think is a great medium for spreading this message. And as regards our historical monuments, which I mentioned earlier, were suffering from neglect, I think this is the responsibility for both the central and state governments, which have to not only preserve but also restore many of these neglected edifices and make them proper tourist sites, which many citizens of our country will have a lot of interest in visiting. So with that, I'd like to end at this stage my opening remarks and look forward to some interesting discussions to follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. A couple of days ago, I had spoken to Richa for the first time in my life, and I think I thought I was a great storyteller, but I ran into such energy and storytelling that and I had to just quietly listen. But it was a great experience. Richa telling me her illustrious past from NDTV, 10 years and 10 years abroad, and the filmmaking, and she's made a lot of interesting movies about the Navy. Surely that must have been covered in the introduction by Commodore J Gurumani. So I will straight away come to the question, Richa. With all that Richa, with your rich experience, having dealt with a lot of stories about life at sea, human experiences, what does maritimity mean to you?
So I'm a landlubber. I'm a girl from Uttarakhand, and I'm also a landlubber because I come from a background where my entire family is in the army. So my blood runs a bit cocky in that sense. So what does maritimity mean to me? very little. Mixing with the ocean does not run normally within me. I'm the kind of person who's had a near drowning experience in Tobago, in the crystal blue waters of Tobago. I'm the person who comes from Nainital, where we have a wonderful lake where the British used to use for yachting, but we have lost out on that. We have a yacht club, but we only have pedal boats. So I believe that India has a very uneasy, even though it's surrounded by seas from three sides, we have a very, very uneasy relationship with the waters. And how did it all change for me? I started doing a bunch of stories for the Navy. I did a documentary on the Indian Naval Academy for National Geographic. And one thing interesting while doing that was to see how the first boys and girls out there, what they struggle most is with swimming, and they need to pass that before they're even able to go to the next term. Most of us can't swim. Most of us have, as Admiral Lakhani said, we go to the seas, we dip our feet into it. Our clothing doesn't work for it naturally, but we're uncomfortable with it, and we don't like it that much. After that, I went on to do something. I did a 4-part series for Discovery Channel on how to be a submariner and what it takes to be a submariner. Fascinating, very interesting. But what was changing for me was meeting this wonderful man, and a rare breed of men that he is, Admiral Avati, and who was fueling the Tidal, who was the great engine behind making this circumnavigation of 6 young women happen around the world, and seeing these women do it. And to be able to understand what it means when sea and waves come together, plus the magic with the wind and the kind of adventure that it takes. That is what really changed my idea, my imagery, my friendship with water changed at that point in time. I think we're having this conversation today on maritimity at a very, very good time. 2021, as Admiral Anand said, is a very, very good year. First time we've had 4 people going to the Olympics. They may not have won anything, but they actually reached there. That is a very big deal. It's 2021 is also the year where you've had a Padma Award going to Ali. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Manik Farm. Ali Manik Farm, the old man from Lakshadweep, sailor, done all kind of things with boats and ropes. The knowledge of seas and water is very deep in him, and he's been awarded the Padma Award. 2021 is also the year when we've seen world's biggest traffic jam at the Suez. It has brought forward to everybody how important the seas are for trade and how important it is for us to be taking an active role out there. So where am I, what is my point that I want to make out here? And I want to say that I believe that the Navy has a lot of stories to tell. The Navy for a long time has stayed as a silent service. If it wants to dominate the narrative, if it wants to tell any narrative of any sort, it has to speak up. It has to be open up to the media, to be allowed the media to tell its stories. We cannot tell your stories for you, and you have a lot of stories, whether it is your heroes, a lot of the MBC stories. I grew up with a mother who would love telling tales, and I grew up on the story of Captain Miller and Great Sacrifice. It's a heroic story, a fantastic story, not told too much, not out there in the public sphere to that extent. There is a story which happens almost in every other year when the naval ships go out to do amazing rescues, as they did with Cyclone Taute this year. So many of the ships went out. 100 odd people were rescued by the Navy. But I think what needs to be done, Navy has to be open to tell the stories. And there is a time to tell the stories, old stories and new stories. This year, the Air Force asked us to tell, they wanted to talk about their role in the 71 war. Everybody's been talking about it. We've been working with them for the last 6 months. And I wanted to tell the naval story also. We reached out to the Navy about 6 months ago because I knew that the museum in Goa, I had seen the videos of Virat and the Alizas taking off at that point of time and the great role that they had played in the liberation of Bangladesh. But the Navy wasn't interested. There is a story, you need to dominate the narrative, you need to tell your version of the narrative with the people that you can, whether it's people like Vishnu Som, whether it's people like me, whether there are people in print. 2021 is a wake-up year. We're glad we're having this conversation. Let's see where this takes us. And hopefully we will be telling loads and loads of nature stories. And whether it's a romance of the water, the wind, and that is created out in the ocean, whether it is stories of strategy, whether it's stories of humanitarian rescue, whether it is stories of Somali pilots and what is happening. There are loads and loads of stories to tell. If you want to make a strategic difference, even if you want to have to be able to get a third career, you have to build a case for it, and it comes from the drip of stories that you tell on an everyday basis within the media. And the Navy really needs to wake up and think about what it wants to tell and how it wants to tell, and that's where I come.
Thank you, Richa. Now, next panelist is someone I'm truly envious of. Because strange man from Haryana, but he was born in Chennai, graduated in science, postgraduate in mass media and communications, and thereafter 2 degrees from an IIM, and then he joins the Coast Guard, spends 23 years there, and chucks all that and withdraws up north to start writing books because he thought that was his calling. I am jealous of him because I could not pull myself off like that with any inner calling, and he's not at it easy, and that tough life of his is converted into motivational lectures, which some delectable ones are there on the net for everyone to see. So here we have retired Commandant Kulpreet Yadav, now who is about to poised to become an actor after all that, and his latest book on the Battle of Rizengla has just been published, and he has now gone right from the seas to the mountains. Kulpreet, great to have you on the panel. What does, with all your background, what does maritimity mean to you?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. First of all, it is such a pleasure to be speaking alongside these outstanding participants and speakers. I'm really very excited, and I've been looking forward to this particular webinar. As far as this question is concerned, maritimity, just as Admiral Nadkarni was speaking earlier, I have heard about this term just now when this invite came. And since then, of course, I've spent some time to understand and kind of deconstruct and interpret maritimity versus maritime consciousness. And if I can break it down and make it very simple, I may not be 100% right, but I think maritimity basically means taking action. And maritime consciousness means being aware. So when it comes to taking action, I personally believe that all the stakeholders, whether it's the Navy or it's the Coast Guard or it's the Merchant Navy or the maritime branches of the police or the customs, all these need to, or the state police and the local fishing communities, the shipyards, etc. All these have to cohesively work together and improve the situation in the maritime waters. So these are my initial thoughts. I would also like to say that yes, I've spent 23 years in the Coast Guard. I'm very fortunate to have been a part of it, and also I have had wonderful friends in the Coast Guard, and did some great missions, great operations, not just with the Coast Guard, but also with the Indian Navy, in the Indian Air Force, to a small extent with Indian Army. And whatever I have become today, and I'm trying to become, I think the foundation of that was actually laid down while I wore the white uniform. So these are my initial thoughts, and look forward to having a fruitful conversation on this.
Thank you, Gurpreet. My next panelist needs no introduction. You can see him everywhere. You look left, right, or center. You will find him. One of our most favorite channels, NDTV. been there for over 20 years, from the beginning, I suppose, who gives you those wonderful programs on TV. I remember in 2006 when I was commanding INS Taragiri in the Western Fleet, he had taken a ride on a sea harrier, and I remember his interviews then and his stories then and later. When the decommissioning happened, I remember him interviewing people, the commanding officers, people who have served on board earlier, and thereafter, I also know, I remember last year, his effort, the 11th hour, 59th minute efforts to save the Virat from being scrapped and being made in the museum. But surely the government of India would have taken a decision on that and the reasons wouldn't have been known to anybody other than them, the reasons. Anyway, he's been embedded in a lot of wars, of military action, even Bhuj earthquake, and that's one hell of a lot of experience to have. Vishnu, in the light of the vast exposure that you have had to the affairs of the sea, what does maritime mean to you? You're muted.
Yeah, is that better? For me, understanding our maritime heritage or our maritime traditions has always been something that's interested me greatly. I've actually tracked the Indian Navy for more than 25 years now. And the experiences which I have had with the Indian Navy have enabled me to actually understand what exactly the force does. This is particularly important in a dynamically changing strategic environment. But in terms of preserving this sense of maritime heritage, of naval heritage, it is essential to develop the soft element of our naval traditions by trying to establish these credentials and inform people at large of this history. Have we done that well enough? The simple answer is absolutely no. I've always been a passionate advocate of aircraft carriers. I believe the future of the Indian Navy in this part of the world lies partly, to a large extent, on having a large aircraft carrier fleet. I've had the incredible opportunity, courtesy Admiral Arun Prakash and some others before him as well, to get a first-hand experience of INS Virat itself. And I was actually fortunate enough to get a sortie on INS Virat, certainly the only journalist and perhaps one of the few civilians anywhere in the world to get an opportunity to fly on a sea harrier, that too off the deck of the Virat. It was an incredible opportunity, and it enabled me to get a first-hand perspective on where aircraft carrier operations actually are and the potential thereof. It was nothing but with a sense of extreme sadness that I had to report the news of Virat literally being killed, being broken up by a shipbreaker in Alang. And it struck me that we as a nation and this government or previous governments had done nothing to actually try hard enough to save her. And what I thought I would speak about today are the 11th hour plans which actually fell through, and how we could have saved Virat and how it wouldn't have cost a cent to the center because the plans which were actually afoot were very, very pragmatic. And so in a 2-minute summary or a 2-minute summary of what the situation is or was as far as Virat was concerned, Virat was decommissioned in 2017. There was a plan to try and convert her into a maritime museum, adventure center, etc., off the coast of Mumbai. That didn't work. The cost was too high. The state government abandoned that plan. The government decided that she needed to be auctioned because they felt that her hull would give way sooner than later. So there was an online auction in July 2020. She was procured by the Shriram shipbreakers in Alang for a cost of 38.5 crores. And here's where it gets really interesting. At the 11th hour, a company called Envitech, working alongside the Goa government, came up with very serious plans to take the ship after refurbishing her, parking her off the coast of Goa and transforming her into a living museum and of the heritage of the Indian Navy over the last several decades. They got into an agreement with the Shriram shipbreakers in Alang, who actually agreed, and the amount they agreed on was 100 crores. Remember, the Shriram group bought the ship as scrap for just 35 crores. But the Shriram group came back to Envitech and said, no, look, there's a problem. Unless you get a no objection certificate from the government, we cannot sell this to you. And that no objection certificate never arrived. NVTech as a group went from pillar to post in the defense ministry. They were not given meetings with the defense minister at a time when they sought it. There was no progress over there of the files at all. They ultimately had to go to the High Court and then to the Supreme Court as well. Throughout this entire period, I made a personal effort in getting through to the Sri Ram group. And I told them that, look, the matter is now before the High Court and later the Supreme Court. Don't break the ship. But after initially waiting for a short period of time, they felt that they couldn't delay it any further. So and justifiably, they started breaking the ship. It was sad in a sense because while the matter was being heard of in the Supreme Court, this group chose to go ahead and still break the ship nonetheless. At the same time, Aditya Thackeray of the Shiv Sena got in touch with me because I'm in touch with him, and we spoke about how the Maharashtra government, it was the new government at that stage, could actually do something. The earlier plan under a different government didn't work out, and he said that the Shiv Sena government in Maharashtra presently was willing to put in a very sizable amount of money to ensure that the ship could be parked off the coast of Mumbai. And then there was another plan as well. And this was perhaps the most ambitious plan, that if everything else failed in India, then there was a trust which was created, the Hermes Virat Trust, a UK trust, which after checking or inspecting the condition of the hull of the ship, again involving NVTech and some of the finest naval engineers of this company, many deployed in the Middle East and operating out of the Middle East, would take a decision and, if possible, at their own expense, tow Virat back to where? To Liverpool. Remember, Virat had a glorious tradition in the Royal Navy as HMS Hermes winning the British, or doing a large amount to win the British the Falkland Islands War in 1982. And they actually managed to get into an agreement, hadn't been signed, but they would have, to park Virat, to dock Virat off the center of Liverpool and transform her into a world-class museum, very much like what the Americans have done with their aircraft carrier, the Intrepid. It is nothing but shocking and sad for me that the want of an NOC is what prevented the ship from being transferred. This was a proper plan with a detailed engineering plan. There was a financial arrangement which was reached, but without the permission of the government, this could not go on. This never happened. Virat broken. The pictures were coming to me every 2 days. A living part of our maritime heritage destroyed for no rhyme or reason. My first comments.
Thanks, Vishnu. Abdul Nakani, sir, returning to literature. Churchill once complained that Royal Navy officers didn't have to read a single book on strategy.
Can't hear you.
Something happened. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, broken.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes.
So you are loud and clear, sir.
Yeah, okay. So Abdul Nakani, sir, Winston Churchill once complained that Royal Naval officers didn't have to read a single book on strategy in their entire career. And he complained that no major work of literature had come out of the Royal Navy despite their 450 years of experience of being a Navy in existence. Was Churchill's comment fair? Was it fair to expect people from the Royal Navy to produce literature? But also considering that people who actually experience the sea and go to sea must shoulder a lion's share of the responsibility for spreading the romance around. What do you think? How do you think we have done? And where do you think lies the future?
Thank you, GP. Of course, in literature, I think there are two parts to it. The first is non-fiction, which is essentially an account of what has happened in the past, and in this case, specifically with regard to maritime or naval history. And I've not really heard this comment of Churchill earlier, or this quote, But I can tell you that there are innumerable examples of literature which are both fiction as well as non-fiction, which have been produced not only by the British, that is the Royal Navy, but also countries such as the US and various other European countries, which have been also made into movies. In fact. For example, we have the Hornblower series, which was written by C.S. Forrester, and this was in the early 20th century, about this fictitious sea captain called Captain Horatio Hornblower. And I'm sure that many of you who are watching this would have read this series. I too not only read them, but have read and reread them several times. And they're fascinating books, each of them. Actually, they start with the ship of the line, which is when Hornblower was the captain, and they go on till when he was, I think, a rear admiral, and then they go back to the time that he actually joined as a midshipman. So it's sort of, go ahead and then go back. But I remember reading one of these, and in the preface, I think I saw Churchill's comment, which says that I find Hornblower admirable. So maybe his remarks were made about some other literature. And in addition to Hornblower, there are many other books about the Napoleonic Wars. You would all probably remember about Austrian Commander, which is based on the stories of Captain Aubrey Maturin, written by Patrick O'Brien. In fact, there was a film also, I think, starring Russell Crowe, which was made about him. And then there are more. There are books which cover more recent histories. For example, The Cruel Sea by Nicholas Montserrat. Similarly, you have HMS Ulysses, which was written, the first book actually, which was written by Alistair MacLean, and he went on, of course, to write several more. And then you have the books which have been written by the Americans. For example, the Kane Mutiny, which was written, the first, I think, book which was written by Herman Wouk. And again, he went on to write several more, including two very epic sort of books called The Winds of War and War and Remembrance. Thereafter, there are also a number of non-fiction books, and these are actually sometimes more interesting than the books of fiction. I recently actually read some books by an American author called James D. Hornfisher, and these were primarily on battles fought during the Pacific Campaign. For example, we have a book called The Last Stand of the Tin Can Sailors, which is based on the Battle of Samar, fought as part of the overall Battle of Leyte Gulf, which was the biggest naval engagement in history. And this was where a few American destroyers and destroyer escorts took on the might of the Japanese battleships, which were trying to attack the invasion force, which was landing on Luzon in the Philippines at that time. And they were actually successful. They managed to turn back the Japanese fleet. Just a few destroyers, which were basically, not even, I think, 1/20th the size. Similarly, you have a book like Neptune's Inferno, again written by Captain Hornfisher, which is on the naval battles of Guadalcanal, which again were quite fascinating. And then you have books written by historians such as Max Hastings, one of which I can remember is called Operation Pedestal, which is when Malta was under siege by the Germans, being so close to Sicily and Italy, which actually the Germans had occupied and were launching airstrikes from. The British had to actually send a convoy right to replenish Malta. Otherwise, they would have either starved to death or their fuel supplies would have run out and they would have to surrender. And in the end, finally, that convoy, which initially consisted of some 22 ships, I think five ships managed to reach. But the most important thing was the tanker managed to reach Malta. And that was the reason why the Royal Air Force was able to continue operations flying from Malta and not only defend Malta, but also threaten the Axis efforts in North Africa. So these are some fascinating stories which were told in books of non-fiction, and these have all been written by British authors. So I think many more exist. Also, like I said, many of these have been translated into films as well. For example, the Kane Mutiny has been made into a film starring Humphrey Bogart. The Cruel Sea has been made into a film which stars Jack Hawkins. And I think HMS Ulysses probably also has made into a film. Similarly, there's a play, Kane Mutiny Court Martial, based on the play actually, which was written by Herman Wouk. And also, probably many of you may know, this has been performed in India as well, where Nasiruddin Shah played the lead actor in that. Also, there have been several films on very epic battles. The Battle of Midway, for example, the Pearl Harbor attack. I think all of you know about the battle, the film called Tora Tora Tora. Then there's a German film, one of the best films on submarine operations called Das Boot, which many of you would have seen. And similarly, the Americans have also made one called Run Silent, Run Deep. So like this, many of these books and films, I think they gain a large readership as well as viewership. And this also contributes to generating interest among the population of the country in maritime matters, in naval matters. And I think that is actually the influence which you can say people then thereafter feel that they must join the Navy and serve the nation. Similarly, we have TV series also, such as The Pacific. Again, a very epic series. Now, coming to the second part of the question, as far as the books on the about the Indian Navy or about let's say naval history or naval matters or maritime matters is concerned, well, there are books of non-fiction, I can say, on many events which happened. For example, we have the official history of the Indian Navy, which in fact is published in 6 volumes, and each volume generally covers a decade, except for the first, which generally covers only 5 years. That is, I think, under 2 ensigns, which is from 45 to 50. But there are the other books, I think, cover a much longer period, and they are also well written. But unfortunately, I think the readership is little limited. Initially, this readership was restricted only to certain libraries where these books were distributed. But recently, the Indian Navy has in fact put PDF copies of these books on its website, and they can be accessed by anyone from the general public. But maybe not many people know of this, so that is why perhaps people may not have even read these books as such. And these give a very realistic and very factual account of all the activities that have been undertaken by the Indian Navy right from independence till almost the present day. In fact, Commodore Kesnur is the author of the next volume of the Indian history, which I think will come out in maybe a year or two. Also, there are various biographies written on great Indian leaders of the past. This is unfortunately only post-independence. We don't have any biographies or many, you can say, non-fiction books also on our naval leaders. For example, the Kunjali admirals who fought under the Zamorin, or Kanoji Angre who fought under the leadership of Balaji Vishwanath, under the Maratha flag. So these are little lacking, but there are biographies, for example, on Admiral Ramdas Katari. There is biography on Admiral Christian. There is one on Admiral Nanda, which is called The Man Who Bombed Karachi. And lastly, there's one on Admiral Pereira, I think written by Commander Thomas. And these also are very fascinating books, some of them, and give a lot of insights into these great leaders and how they were able to take the Navy to great heights. Then there are books on the 1971 war, such as VIEWING-17 by Admiral S.N. Kohli, who was the Flag Officer Commander-in-Chief, Western Naval Command during the 71 war. Then you have the war in the Indian Ocean, which is written by Commodore M.K. Roy. Then Commodore M.K. Roy, who later on became a Vice Admiral. Then he was the Director of Naval Intelligence. And more recently, you have had a book called Operation X, which is written by Commander M.N. Samant on the covert operations undertaken by the Indian Navy during the 71 war. And then you have various other books also. One of them is written on Ines Kokri by Major General Cardozo. Then you have books which are written on actual maritime strategy by Admiral Raja Menon. And like that, you have many other books. Unfortunately, I think the problem is that generally fiction captures the public imagination. Non-fiction, people tend to think of it as being rather dry and not very interesting. So perhaps most people don't even attempt to read non-fiction. Even if, like I said, the books written by James Fisher, they're actually, in fact, superior to many fiction books which I have read. So I think there is possibly a need to write not just about our recent naval leaders, but also about our historic naval leaders. There are books actually which have been written, I think, by some people on, for example, the Peshwas, Bajirao, and they are largely fictionalized. But the point is that they capture people's imagination, and that imagination thereafter generates interest, which makes people sort of take up these professions, whenever they grow up and want to, say, join whichever service they want to join. So I think there is a need possibly to write more of fiction. And similarly, coming to movies, now that I mentioned books about Indian Navy, as far as Indian naval films are concerned, there are very few and very far between. Whereas there are many more about the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. There has been a film, I believe, made on Ghazi, which is again very largely fictionalized and also made, as per Bollywood norms, which is to sort of sensationalize a lot of things. But that is Bollywood. I mean, they want to sort of sell their movie, so they will add those elements. So you have to give them a little bit of literary license. But I find that there's no movie which has been made on the 1971 attack on Karachi. If someone knows about any movie, he can put up a comment. But as to the best of my knowledge, there's no movie on that. Similarly, there's no movie in Kokri. There has been a book written on it. So I think if such movies are made, then possibly it can serve to generate interest. Thereafter, it can also add to our overall arts and culture of maritime aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Definitely, we need much more fiction. We are lucky to have a lot of Malayalam fiction, which is based on written by people who've been at sea, both sailors and officers. There are lots of books in Malayalam. Okay, Richard, you dealt with the Tarini ladies close, and they came from different parts of India, from different backgrounds. And did you find any evidence of lingering maritimity in them? What do you attribute their, to the success to?
It's interesting that 6 young women from different parts of the country, only one came from a location which was close to the sea. Swati is the only one who came from Kochi. I mean, she was used to the sea. Otherwise, they were all people who had grown up far away from the oceans and the waters. However, I think Tarini played quite a bit, especially when we came back. The Tarini women went around schools and colleges speaking about their adventures that they've been around. But it was interesting that when we started following their story, and before they left, and we started engaging with them, before the Tarini had been completely fitted. And we went around, my organization and I, we went around to different channels asking whether they'd be interested in this documentary that we were very keen to do. We went to the regular suspects that we normally work with, which is History, Discovery, National Geographic. And what I found fascinating is because all these channels love military content, and they all said, women on a boat, no guns, no action, no real interest. However, because I was fascinated, we worked with the Tarini girls, we put GoPros on the camera, we taught them how to do basic shooting, and eventually, at the end of the journey, 9 months later, we did come out with a documentary, which has done very well in National Geographic. But it's also fascinating how there was not immediately any interest, and to say, hey, we need this, everybody, we should have been a bidding war to grab a documentary on the Tarini. And I think that is because, when Vishnu was speaking so passionately about why was this amazing piece of history demolished, it comes from the big things don't happen because the everyday small things don't get done. You are not in the public consciousness on a regular basis. And somebody within the Navy has to be thinking about that. What is our story? How are we coming out? When the army is out in the Northeast, they're engaging with the local boys out there or wherever. They are probably funding the local football match. They're coming out to engage with the local population. What are we doing? It doesn't maybe do that in the boat races of Kerala. I mean, maybe on the backwaters, but there's still people. How do you engage with people who actually engage with the water in whatever limited way? Plus, we have wonderful sailing clubs which the Navy runs, which are not easily accessible to everybody out there. And is there a thinking, a greater thinking which is happening that with the Coast Guards, with the Navy, with how do you encourage a whole load of youngsters to get into water sports? It's very interesting that the National Sailing School in this country, and mind you, it is the National Sailing School, is actually nowhere close to the sea. It's run out of Bhopal, on the big lake of Bhopal. And because of the Tarini girls, I got fascinated. The Tarini girls infused me with great passion and enthusiasm that I wanted my daughter to have an experience of sailing. But I had to go to Bhopal so that she could figure out what it means to feel, to be on a little boat and use a sail to go out. So I think a lot needs to be done in terms to dominate the storytelling. Yes, there are very few fiction films which have been made, and fiction does take liberty with storytelling. But I agree with Admiral Ratnali, you have to give creative license to people. But there are a whole lot of other stories which have to be done at the moment. We wanted to tell, I wanted to tell the story of the Marcos. It's a file which is pending, I think, at the MOD level for a very, very long time. We've been called to do a recce on the INS Vikramaditya 3 years ago, and it hasn't gone out anywhere. There are lovely stories the Army allows us to do about little operations which have already happened. The Navy decides to keep silent on it. For example, just take the case of Pulwama. Everybody afterwards spoke about what the Army was doing, what was happening post Pulwama. But what we were not told about, nobody came out in the public sphere to talk about, was how the VKD had sailed forth, and the entire cavalcade and her, the large flotilla of ships that she takes like a skirt around her, and had prevented any commercial ships from coming close to Karachi. And what it means, a blockade of Karachi automatically means you dry out their economic blood and people quieten down. I think the Navy has to put itself forward in telling their tales because they do such interesting dramatic work. The Marcos is currently working in Kashmir in so many places. My cousins tell me who are posted there. But these stories are not coming out. And the Navy has to speak up for itself to create the romance, the drama. There is enough magic, there is enough adventure out there. And if you tell your tales, it might create a space within the common people within India for more people to join the Navy, but also decision makers to say, why should a file not be signed? Why should it take, for the lack of a signature, a ship was lost? That's awful, and it must never ever happen again. But to be able to do that, there has to be a continuous way of storytelling to create a maritimity which is from the media to a larger population of India.
Thank you, Richa. Let me turn to Kulpreet. Kulpreet, I wonder, you have spent 23 years on water. You've written about romance, you've written crime, you've written even a battle in the mountains, but nothing as yet from sea. Now, is that something, is that romance something that we're going to see in the future?
I was expecting this question, to be very frank, sir. Yes, 23 years at the Coast Guard and the experience that I was speaking in my introductory notes. Why haven't I chosen to write a book on the waters is perhaps because I think for anybody to write a book, it's a very solid commitment. It is something that needs to come from the core of your heart. It has to be something that you really believe in. It has to be something on which, in a way, your life depends on. After leaving my job, I'm someone who's always been very keen and very interested about espionage. So my childhood, my college days, even as a service officer, I've spent considerable amount of time reading espionage. But at that time, of course, I was not aware that I'm going to become a writer one day. So my initial books, obviously, were on espionage themes. Romance I wrote, just to be very frank and honest with all the people listening in, is perhaps because I was at that time around 47 or 48. I'm 53 now. And one day I just mentioned to my wife that I'm going to write a romance book now. And she said, don't, please don't. And I said, why? And she said, for anybody to write a romance book, you should be romantic at heart. So I took this as a kind of a challenge, and I thought, let me try to write a book about human relationships in which actually there is no villain, because more often than not, unless it's a romantic thriller, in romance books, it's all about internal conflicts and internal struggles. It's about people. Nobody's bad there. And I thought when I started writing that perhaps it would be a chapter, but it ended up turning into a book, and it has become one of my best-selling books. Anyway, coming back to my latest book, Battle of Rizangla. So since, as you said, I hail from the state of Haryana. My father was in the Indian Air Force. I grew in different parts of the country, and whenever I used to go on summer vacation with my parents to my village in Haryana, everybody used to talk about these Rizangla warriors, because out of these 120 people, rather all 120 people, they came from South Haryana, and two of them were related to me. And women used to sing songs of their, raganis, the local folk songs of their valor. And I used to come back to school in Chandigarh and tell my friends that, this is what happened in Battle of Rizangla. And they used to look at me and ask me, what is Battle of Rizangla? Later, when I went to college, I went to Naurushi Vadya College in Pune, very interesting, very impressive college, continues to exist today. There too, they said, what is Rizangla? And even in 1991, when I reached Naval Officers Academy, with due respect, the libraries which are there and the officers that I interacted with, absolutely, I did not come across a single person who had heard of Battle of Rizangla. Now, here I was with two of my relatives who sacrificed their lives, and so many people from that part of India, and only they actually ended up becoming heroes for those small villages. And I thought the time has come. Now I should write this book. So when I was 49, I was about 12 books old at that time. I started researching. About 2 years it went in, and finally the book came out. I'm very satisfied because it's been almost 1.5 months. It's been published by Penguin. They believed in this story. The fact is, from 1962 till now, nobody has written a book on Battle of Rizangla. There are at least a dozen books on the 1962 wars. I've read all of them. Everywhere the mention of Battle of Rizangla is just about a page or page and a half. So here is the reason for me to write this book. Whether I will write a book on waters or not, probably I would, because I left Coast Guard in January 2014. It's going to be 8 years in coming January. I've been part of some very exciting operations, and just like the Navy, the awareness of Coast Guard is absolutely zero in our country. For example, when I go to my village or I go anywhere in India, apart from peninsular India, perhaps, but in the northern parts, and I say I'm from Coast Guard, so they have no clue, and they just turn and ask me, what is Coast Guard? And then I have no option but to say something like Navy. And then they turn back and say, Acha, okay, Navy. Then you're a very rich man, because people in the Navy are rich because they obviously think Navy is merchant Navy. So yes, apart from the books that we were discussing earlier in this session by other panelists, I think these are all about World War I, World War II. The recent stories are probably not out there. We have to make books interesting. In nonfiction also, there is a category known as creative nonfiction. You can add dialogues, you can add context, you can make it friendly for younger people. It need not be academically oriented as they are today. Most of the books that I pick up on defense subjects when I go to USI library, whether they are about battles or special operations, they are so academic in nature that even as an officer who's researching, I find them totally not interesting. So if you have to write books on Navy and take this term that we are talking about today, maritimity, forward, I think we have to write interesting books about Navy and about the waters, and perhaps I would at some point in time in future.
Yeah, thank you, Gurpreet. I suppose in that genre, Sandeep Unditan's Operation X was a wonderful one.
It is. Sandeep is known to me personally. Yeah, it's a great book.
Wonderfully written, a real story of 1971, a lesser known story. I also read it with a lot of interest, and I hope you actually end up writing some more about stories from the sea. Vishnu, if I turn to you, in your 20 years of, more than 20 years of experience in journalism, how much of matters maritime really figure in the media? of what and what figures of what nature does it really contribute to enhancing maritime consciousness among the the common citizen as well as the policymakers?
I think it's a very important question, and I think one needs to look at this from a larger standpoint. And the standpoint is that of the relative exposure and education of a large number of people in our country. Are people actually exposed to the high-tech environment that the Navy is all about today? Is it something that is easier to understand than, say, a Jawan with an AK-47 or an incest rifle in his hand? When one actually sees, and we were in Kargil covering the war, soldiers charging up, it was so much more dramatic and so much more basic than the sophisticated nature of what naval operations are all about. Every single naval officer is trained as an engineer. The trigger is not the trigger of an AK-47. It's actually a button push in an air-conditioned battle operations center. That's not necessarily something that people quite easily understand. But it's the sophistication of the nature of what the Navy is all about, how this is very much a high-tech battle if it were ever to happen, upon the seas. That is something that needs to be introduced at a much more basic level, which I mean school books, where you talk not only about India's naval prowess or our maritime history in very simple terms, but also about what the modern Indian Navy is all about. As far as journalism and the Indian Navy is concerned, quite frankly, nobody is interested in the good news. That's not the way a lot of journalism works. A lot of the mass journalism that you see is if there's an accident like what we saw on Sindhu Raksha or some of the other Kilo class boats, which becomes a huge thing. It becomes a scandal. It becomes a loss of life. And at one level, it's not just sensationalism. It's also because it's much easier to understand. But if one were to do a program or a story on the deep integration of sensors on board the Visakhapatnam class of destroyers, which in my mind is one of the most profound achievements of Make in India in the last several years, the integration of sensors and consoles and bringing together Israeli weapons, Indian sensors, Russian missiles, etc., into one consolidated platform which operates on Ukrainian engines. It requires a great deal of skill and understanding. That may not be something that necessarily appeals to people. It's, when they see pictures or they see videos of naval ships in action or the Malabar type of exercises, that's when things start becoming more interesting. There is also another very basic problem that people in the electronic media face. There are simply too many of us now. If there is a journalist taken aboard the Vikramaditya, there will be a riot in South Block. When I flew on a Sea Harrier, was when NDTV, we were the only people around with just maybe one Artstak who came many, many years later on. So the opportunities were much more. It's also been an area of specialization for me. It's not been an area of specialization for more than 3 or 4 journalists in this country. Sandeep certainly being one of them. We are peers in this sort of profession. So it is very much a difficult battle, more for the Navy than for the Army. But I will say, and I want to re-emphasize this, the Navy has had some of the brightest and best PROs and spokespersons over the last many years. And I say this over the last 10 years. They have been absolutely intent in sending the message of the Navy across. And they've been absolutely superlative. In terms of access to information, if I was to call up the Navy and say, this is what I want to do a story on, is this correct? Yes, Vishnu, it's correct. We can help you. No, Vishnu, sorry, we can't. Sorry, Vishnu, you cannot ask that because it's classified. But the answer comes within minutes, if not hours. The other services are not as efficient in terms of in providing news. And there is a deep hunger. It's a smaller service and a very professional service in trying to get the message across. But there will be challenges. It's never going to be the same as a Jawan fighting terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir with an AK-47 in his hand, which is why what Richa was talking about and the story of the Marcos is much more amenable and easier to understand.
Thank you, Vishnu. One last question to Admiral Nadkarni before we take on questions from the audience. I have more questions for the other panelists in case we don't get good questions from the audience. Admiral Nadkarni, you have a very special relationship with the Maritime History Society, and you've been linked to it. And now you are part of the Maritime Foundation. How much do you think that the MHS and the IMF have actually contributed to enhancing maritimity or maritime consciousness, or even simple love for history?
So you're muted. Yeah. Thank you. Well, I think there has been considerable, work which has been done by both these organizations in spreading maritime awareness. However, I think in the past they have been restricted by the media by which they were, say, spreading this awareness. Now, as far as the MHS is concerned, of course, we have had Commander Mohan Narayan, who's been more closely associated with the MHS or been part of the MHS for much longer. I think he would be the right person to shed more light, and maybe if he's still watching, he can put a comment or two. This was started way back in 1978 by Vice Admiral, then Rear Admiral Awadi was a fleet commander. Of course, he went on to become Vice Admiral and the Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Western Naval Command, and therefore it is now in its 43rd year. And it was supported, of course, by my father, Admiral J G Gurumani. And these two were the driving force, I would say, for at least 30 years or maybe longer of its existence. But there was one more person who was also instrumental in popularizing the MHS, and that is Professor Arunachalam. And he was the one who has written numerous books on various aspects, primarily of navigation of various seafaring communities around coastline, whether it be the Lakshadweep Islanders, whether it be the people from Kerala who are occupying now present-day Kerala, whether it was people from Orissa, whether it was people from present-day Tamil Nadu. So number of books have been written by him, and in addition to that, there have been other authors also. Like I think there's a Professor Sachin Painse who has written books. Then there has been one Mary Edward who has written, and of course we have had Wing Commander Naravane, who was in fact the father of the present Army Chief, who has also written books. And these three people, that is Admiral Awadi, Admiral Natkani, and Professor Arunachalam, are very ably assisted by the curators, like Commanders Unnitan and Commander Mohan Narayan, followed by Commodore Johnson, who has just recently retired. And of course, now we have Commodore Robbie Thomas, who has taken over really recently, so not be fair to mention about his contribution at this stage. I'm sure that after he spent a year or two, definitely there will be something quite significant coming out. And in addition to that, I think presently they have at least 7 to 8 research associates who do research, thereafter publish papers, thereafter present them in various forums. And I think they're doing marvelous work. They have published a number of books. They have conducted lectures. They conduct seminars, workshops, exhibitions, various essay competitions, as well as visual arts competitions. Now, as far as the future plans are concerned, I think there are a number of plans which they have in mind, such as digitizing all these various artifacts that they possess. Thereafter, they're very much involved in the Naval Memorial Museum, and also in setting up a center of excellence. However, like I said, largely in the last 43 years, or at least 40 years, most of this awareness has been spread through in-person kind of forums, whether it be a seminar or whether it be a lecture, wherein we all generally went to a hall in Mumbai. Of course, that is normally we go to the Malla Hall, which is in the Navy Nagar. And in the past, I remember we also used to go to Angre Auditorium a few times. So in these halls, there is a bit of a limited attendance, and not much of what transpires therein actually gets out. Of course, they bring out compendiums of seminars and things like that, but then the readership may not be all that much. But now, especially, I think the pandemic has helped us considerably, because since the pandemic started, most of these interactions have been held online. And I think online, you would get a far greater audience than you would get through in-person meetings. So while in-person meetings do have their advantages, certainly I think online forums such as this one, exactly what we are doing now, webinars, I think we are definitely reaching to a far greater audience than we possibly would have done if this was conducted, say it was done in the past in this INHS Ashwini auditorium, where only a limited number of people, and that too mostly naval officers, would have taken part. Not just naval officers, merchant navy officers, coast guard officers, various other stakeholders from the maritime field. We also have many students, and I'm really heartened to see so many questions being asked by many of these people who probably do not have so much of exposure to the maritime arena. The other thing which I think will greatly help in spreading awareness is this medium called YouTube. I've always found that whenever I require to know about something of which I have little knowledge, the first thing which I do is go to YouTube. As regards the Indian Navy itself, when I searched on YouTube, of course, Indian Navy has its own YouTube channel which we are presently using. And there are very many others which are mainly, I think, for recruitment. They tell people how to apply for recruitment and how to get through the process and so on like that. But there are very few actually which tell the general public what the Navy is all about. And even the Indian Navy channel, if I have to be a little critical, though the videos are very well made in terms of visuals, but there is very rarely a commentary on what is actually being explained. So I think it would be great if that also could be included. And more than that, I think many people, if they could somehow become creators, they could tell others what to do. And generally, when you're a creator, having a very documentary type of performance generally will not gain much interest. You have to be really in your face. That means that the person who is watching this, firstly, the thumbnail, the title, that has to gather his attention, and then only I think he will be able to see the video. And once he sees the video, whatever is being talked about in the video and shown during the video, both the narrative as well as the visuals, I think should be so appealing to him that he sees through the entire video. So I think YouTube would be a very good medium for spreading greater awareness. But it need not be only these type of webinars. It could be even lectures. It could be any topic which you would like people to know about. The different types of naval ships, for example, or what the Navy is all about. And of course, these are talked about at various other forums as such. But generally, they are thereafter seen, and then the next day people will forget about them. So you have to have channels which regularly show this, bring out videos at the rate of maybe twice or thrice a week, and that is the best method I feel that can spread awareness. Now, next, coming to the Indian Maritime Foundation, I think which you also asked about. I think this also is a very old organization which was founded in 1993 by Commodore Rajan Veer, who's the patron emeritus, president emeritus right now, and I hope that he's watching this. And as mentioned, it has been mainly headquartered in Pune, but of course we have got now chapters in Delhi and Chennai. I am of course a very recent entrant, having just joined about a year back. So probably having seen the president and the vice president talk about it earlier, I think they would be better authorities. But I can speak a little bit about what I know. And its primary aim is to, again, as you mentioned, raise awareness of the oceans and to rekindle maritime consciousness and pride in our people and make them sea-minded. And in the past, its primary means of spreading the message has been through its flagship journal, which is called Seagull, which is presently, I believe, in the 105th or so edition, which we are very proud of. And in fact, it has continued right throughout without a break. And it has got some excellent articles as well as news about the maritime world written by a number of people from Navy, Merchant Navy, and various other sort of organizations. And we have got a viewership, I think, in excess of some almost 500 subscribers. And those 500 subscribers, I'm sure, disseminated to many other people. So I'm sure it has got a very large circulation. But again, this is a traditional medium. And if it has to now change with the times, then I think even here we have to probably transition at some stage to the digital medium. And especially in this case, I think through YouTube and also social media platforms such as Facebook. The advantage in YouTube vis-a-vis, say, Facebook, Twitter, and so on, is that once it is there on YouTube, we can see it anytime. Whereas in Facebook or Twitter, it is there for 1 or 2 days, and thereafter it will scroll down or up, and thereafter people may forget it. So I think on social media, let's say the Twitter, YouTube, WhatsApp, or whatever it is, we have links to YouTube videos which are informative, interesting, and I think they can really spread the message much better than what the traditional means of propagating this have done so far. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Richa, are you still with us?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, okay. Your window was a turning circle for me, briefly.
Check
Okay,
sir from
you know,
control. Check sir from control. Mr. Vishnu Som is no longer connected.
Yeah. I know that. Richa, no, we heard Vishnu's perspective about how much do the matters maritime figure in our own media. Now, you've been with BBC for 10 years and you lived abroad. How much of maritime India is heard outside? Because perceptions matter. And if maritime India is important for India's stature, then it matters as to how much of maritime India is heard outside. What are your comments?
Actually, on the BBC, you will get to hear about, the exercises the Indian Navy does. In fact, the exercises, because it's doing exercises with the Americans, the French, they do make international news. Also, I do remember when they were getting their, and I'm going to get the name wrong, I think is it the P2s or the new planes that the Americans had given for, and they're getting the latest technology. Navy, I do agree with Vishnu that Navy, in terms of, is far ahead of the Army in that sense. It brings the technology, it's extremely modern, but technology for a whole bunch of youngsters who are your audience today is very exciting to be able to play with the kind of radar systems that you have, the kind of technology that you have. So I think there are stories there that you need to get out. So every time we have these exercises, you will hear stories about it on the BBC. I'm not so sure how much we hear about it out here, but these are exciting things. It also tells you how in stature Indian Navy has grown, that anybody who wants to be in control or have a little piece of the Indian Ocean with them wants to work with them and do these amazing exercises with them. So yes, we do hear some amount of news on the BBC about the Indian Navy and its activities. Also, because I think the world over, everybody sort of appreciated the Indian Navy's role on policing the waters and what they did to curb the Somali pirates.
Yeah, okay. Staying with you, Richa, earlier you did speak about the difficulties of getting permissions to shoot and to do stories that need to be told. But then, every story doesn't have to be, action, blood, gore, Marcos, and all that. Surely there are lots of nuanced stories of personal experiences, human lives, and it's just not the Navy. There is the mariners, the merchant marine, which has an equally tough time. The sea is equally tough on anyone who sails on the medium, and with piracy and dangers like that, I can surely imagine that the mariners too go through difficult times. I have personal friends who tell me those stories. Now imagine after the Enrica Lexi shooting by the Italians of, say, fishing boats. Now imagine the consternation a fishing boat crew has when a merchant ship just coming past them. They can do nothing. So there are lots more stories that and finally the maritime India is not just the Navy. There's a whole lot of other people who are linked to the oceans. Now, don't you think there's a lot of potential in tapping those stories too? Richard, it's for you.
I think you're right. I do understand why permissions get stopped. The Ministry of Defense and the Navy have their own security reasons why. Hello, can you hear me? Hello,
yeah,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Commodore Prakash, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Ma'am, you are loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Check, ma'am, you are loud and clear.
Commodore Prakash, can you hear me? I think.
Yeah, can you see me? I'm giving you a thumbs up.
Okay. I said I do understand why. I do understand why. I do understand why sometimes it's hard to get permissions because these are defense establishments permissions. There are the Navy and the MOD have very good reasons very often not to give access. But you're right. Beside the Navy, there are other coastal forces, whether it's the Merchant Navy, whether it's the Coast Guards, and these stories have to be told, and they are quite magical in that sense because have to be told to talk about so that you can build a consciousness. Also, because not simply because there is a purpose to build a consciousness, but because these stories are exciting. With the BSF, we've done something on what they do when they are patrolling places which are the riverine borders, for example, right, by the Sundarbans, and the kind of problems that they have because their waters are not deep, and the kind of boats that they have, and what do they have to do about it. You talked about blood and gore. However, the audience does love blood and gore, So the Marcos, anything to do with the Marcos becomes extremely exciting. And also because somehow the Marcos is far more exciting than even the special forces of the army, which we've done a lot about. Because the special forces can't do the kind of stuff that the Marcos can do by going underwater. The Marcos being, they can manage the air, they can manage the land and the water. So the Navy is in that way extremely special. And there is the great attraction that we as storytellers have in wanting to tell your tales. And then, of course, when all these, INS Kolkata, INS Kochi, and the great work they did right now in the rescue operations during the cyclones, when everybody battens down their hatches.
Hello. We lost Richa there.
Security issue.
Yeah, sir, I think while we wait for her, I will come to Kulpreet. Last, question for the day, Kulpreet. Say you are spreading your activities into the world of movie making, screenplay writing, etc. Richa, I will. Okay, you can finish your answer. Richa, you can continue.
So, just to complete what I was saying. The Navy, because the Navy has these amazing ships which control so much of the oceans, the Navy has technology. The Navy goes and works with many more foreign military services than the Army and the Air Force. The Navy has these planes which can land on ships. And the Navy has a Marcos which can work on land and on water and on the air. So the Navy is extremely rich. That's why the Navy is a great attraction for storytellers like me who want to tell their stories, and that's why we keep coming back to you. And of course, the Navy also does a lot of work in peacetime. The humanitarian work that it does, the diplomatic work that it does, which make it an exciting place for us to find our stories, and that's why we're always hovering around people like you.
Okay. Yeah, Kulpreet, thank you, Richa. Continuing with Kulpreet, the question that I was asking you, now that you're going into screenplay writing and even acting, would you, and now that you're considering writing something about the oceans, would you also consider doing, short films or movies based on, say, Coast Guard themes? And it may be easier for you to get access and discuss, projects with people whom you know. Would you have anything like that in your plans?
Sir, I'm going to be very, very frank here. It's a great idea to make a short film or a film on any of the themes related with Navy or the Coast Guard. But the question is, will I get access to the information? Will it be easy for me to relate to and contact senior officers? My experience has been no. It's going to be extremely difficult. So I'm going to be taking an easy way out and trying to make a film on a subject which is close to my heart, and also where I can muster all the resources uh, far more easily. We were talking about cinema earlier. We were talking about great cinema in the West, about the Navy, about the naval wars. We do not have such cinema in our country. I'm going to be completely frank here, is because even as a producer, I'm just a short film producer. Tomorrow, if things do go well with me and I become a big film producer, the question that is always going to linger in my mind is, if I make a larger than life, entertaining story about the Navy, will I get information? Will I get access to the naval resources or the Coast Guard resources? Or at the moment, let me tell you, I'm writing a police story. I'm writing true police cases at the moment after Battle of Sangla. It is so difficult to interact with police officers and get information from them, which is why probably I'm not going to do, unless there is an initiative and there is an interest from the organization part, and someone approaches me and there is an interaction and I feel that some path has been lit for me, I might still walk on that path, because at the end of the day, I'm a retired officer and my heart beats for my organization. But in present circumstances, probably no.
But Mr. Yadav, I'll say that 2021 is a good year. Look, we are having this conversation. That means there is an interest, there is an awakening within the Navy itself, within the. I think it's a good year to put forward and think about it. I don't think we should give up. I think it is time.
No, we never give up. No, Richa, our training right from Naval Academy is never ever give up. So an officer is never going to give up. I'm just trying to say whether I'll do or not. So if the situation is conducive, definitely yes. Definitely yes.
See, the conversations have started, and now the Navy is ready to come out of its closet. That's what I feel.
Yeah, let's hope so, Richa. Surely for the system, there are lots of takeaways from this panel and what was discussed here. You know that there are people willing and there are stories to be told. There still is need to be told, and we got to find via media to let that happen. Now, coming back to maritimity, in my concluding remarks, I would say that the Portuguese, I think, have a great lesson for us. In the 15th and 16th centuries, what they did was extremely important. Before that, the Portuguese had no great maritimity or maritime consciousness, nothing. And when the need came, in fact, they were known as the last part of Europe, the end of Europe, the very last part. But then when a great need came to them because of geostrategic, geoeconomic reasons in the 15th century, they organized themselves. They engineered maritime consciousness and actually created capabilities and taught themselves not to view themselves and the seas as frontier, but as gateway to the world's riches and for control of the world. I think there's a great lesson in that. Now, what is the current narrative? The current narrative is basically Sardar K. Panikar's narrative of a glorious past, and then our land centricity and sea blindness in the Middle Ages, and how we get engulfed by European colonialism, 450 years, and then we get impoverished, and now we are coming out, and the oceans are extremely important to us, but we need to somehow get that into our consciousness and into policy making. Now that is it's a well established truth that this narrative is correct, and we must do everything to enable that. Now, in this, what Sardar K. Panikar says about India's future is important. He says that if India decides to be a naval power, it is not sufficient to create a navy, however efficient and well-manned. It must create a naval tradition in the public, a sustained interest in oceanic problems, and a conviction that India's future greatness lies at sea. I'm tempted to say this, that to be a maritime power, you need three things. You need a good fighting navy, you need a good merchant marine, and you got good ports, infrastructure, and laws. 500 years ago, we had excellent ports and infrastructure, and we had a good merchant marine, but we had no fighting navy, and we got eaten up. And today you have a fantastic fighting navy, and it's for us to introspect as to what else do we do to build on that, because they say that outside your shores there will always be a navy. If it is not yours, it is somebody else's. And finally, I'll say that these engagements are important, and however, we need much more. Now, today these discussions are driven entirely by people who actually directly deal with the oceans or have interest in the oceans. It's got to go beyond that, and we got to heat space to a lot of other people. Now, maritime matters are beyond the fighting navy and its exploits. It is the net result of the sweat and blood of millions of people who have something to do with the oceans, and those stories will have to be told for the greater benefit. They have to be acknowledged, they have to be appreciated. Otherwise, we will lose the plot. One last comment is that in 2005 I gave a lecture at a college in Jogeshwari in Mumbai, which at 74 acres, that's the largest college of Mumbai. It's called IY College, Ismail Yusuf College. After I spoke to about 1,000 children there, college children, I was aghast to find that in Jogeshwari, in Mumbai, not a single student had gone to Colaba and seen a ship. Now, I really went back and thought about it, discussed about it, and maybe it is because much more information needs to go into the vernacular press, into the vernacular other modes of communication. I remember Commodore Gurumani in the first session talking about a semester at sea. I have met those students in Mauritius of this American ship, which it is not Mauritian thing. It's an American concept, and they spent one semester of their university time on a ship. They're going around the world. I happened to be there in Mauritius with my ship, and I also had students only. Actually, we don't call it semester at sea, but in the Navy and the Coast Guard, I think everybody goes through a semester at sea. But it is a wonderful experience, and I don't think, and the sea would have really gone very deep into those students. I really feel envious of them. I thank my panelists, co-panelists for their wonderful perspectives, and on behalf of them, I thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Shanovar.
Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Commodore J. Prakash, for comprehensively moderating this session, and all the lead speakers for their insights on maritimity and taking us through their experiences in the maritime world and exploring ways and means of determining how to harness India's maritime soft power. Before we formally end session 4, let me highlight some key takeaways from the session which comprised discussion around maritimity and how that has contributed and shaped India's maritime soft power. At the beginning, Commodore J. Prakash, distinguished senior fellow at the Defense Research and Studies, took us through his captivating journey with the Indian Navy and importance of maritime consciousness. Maritimity is the relationship between land, sea, and people. Maritime combines coastal societies and the practices. Word coastal is very special for India. Our trade engagements, which he highlighted, goes back to the 3 millennia. And the rich maritime history has made the setting for India's maritime architecture. Maritimity has been defined as a manifestation of past physical engagements and has been intangible and intangible forms. He focused very well on the ascendance of maritime consciousness and maritimity. To begin with, Rear Admiral Ajay Nadkarni, sir, he defined he explained 2 definitions of maritimity. First, the conceptual process whereby the sum of cultural adaptations made by the coastal population engages with money. And the second definition comprised identity grounded in the perceived or imagined shared state deriving from the community which is part of the maritime environment. He explained the maritimity definition by giving the examples of 2 countries like UK and Japan that can be explained to have the feature of maritimity. Both are island nations and have close linkages to the sea for trade, commerce, and livelihoods, and have greatly contributed to the naval expansion. In culmination, maritimity basically is the character, culture, and entity people have developed living in the maritime environment. In lieu of that, India, with a vast coastline, does not comprise this feature. Hence, it is important to understand how important it is maritime and trade, how important it is to highlight maritime trade and commerce. In order to set strategies for maritime cultural heritage, one has to understand India's maritime trade. Does the concept of maritime cultural landscape bridge a division between land and sea? In the similar lines, he has envisaged his view on the literature, covering various historical anecdotes, and one of them was The Last Stand of the Tin Can Sailors. It covered the full narrative account of the Battle of Samar and also the history of naval warfare. Moving ahead, Ms. Richa Pant, who has been an Indian document maker, travels through her experience in covering various stories of Indian Navy, understanding maritime strategies and various narratives of sea, identifying stories that cohesively put forward the maritimity of India. Followed by that, Commandant Kulpreet Yadav very succinctly deconstructed maritimity and maritime consciousness. He distinguished them in one meaning to take action and another to be aware. When it comes to taking action, all the stakeholders of Indian Navy, Merchant Navy, Coast Guard, Customs, and the local fishing communities, they effectively contribute in having to improve maritime waters. In addition, he also took us through his interesting journey of publishing his first book, The Battle of Rezangla. At the end, Vishnu Som concentrated that in lieu of preserving maritime and naval heritage, it's essential to understand soft power that derives from heritage and cultural traditions. The passionate advocate of aircraft carriers, he reminisced about the historic contribution of the aircraft carriers. Vishnu Som viewed the loss of Virat, a living part of India's maritime heritage, and urged greater cohesivity, purpose, and urgency in institutional maritimity and policy. He envisaged how institutions like Defense PRO have greatly contributed in portraying Indian Navy's stand in the maritime domain and getting the message across clearly. In conclusion, there is an idea of India that belies just size, population, diversity, and wisdom. It is vast, yet very garland-like strung together with a present fragment that pulls the homage. Ships, merchant, and naval have a force of inner attraction at the soul level that strings emotion, passion, and purposefulness and practical objectivity. In the words of the late Professor B. Arunachalam, long before a man learned the art of saddling a horse, he had learned the skills of paddling in waters. Eventually, man became more terrestrial. India, a maritime nation, is surrounded by oceanic expanse on three sides and comprises the rich maritime heritage and legacy that we withhold. There is an imminent need to reset the frames of our history with the full spectrum of maritime consciousness. Today, with this maritime webinar, we have introspectively looked at India's engagement in the Indian Ocean and understood conventional and emerging perspective on India's maritime soft power. With this background, I would like to proceed towards the end of session 4 and will resume closing session. Back to you, Ms. Meera. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. And thank you, Commodore Prakash. That's truly been an invigorating session. May I now request Commodore Shrikant Kesnur, Director, Maritime Warfare Center, Mumbai, who has overseen the coordination of today's event, to sum up the day's proceedings. Commodore Kesnur, you have the most complex job on hand. The session from morning to evening has been full of surprises, lots of issues raised, and ideas and concepts, both old and new, have emerged. It is going to be a massive undertaking, but I'm looking forward to hear you bring us the key points of the productive sessions and, of course, your valuable inputs as well.
Everything that was said today, because I just sat transfixed through whole lots of discussions and deliberations, and it was so fascinating. It was so great in its scope and depth, and the things that were sort of spoken and exchanged, and it's kind of difficult to cull out everything. And I do not have the kind of photogenic memory or recall of our follow-on speaker, Admiral Chauhan. So I hope the audience and all of you will indulge me as I go through the notes that I have made. Ladies and gentlemen, we sort of are assembling at a kind of very important time when this seminar is taking place. It is, of course, one of the key events of the Navy Week. In a year that is celebrating 50 years of 1971 war, in which the Navy played a big role, but that also led to certain amount of maritime reawakening, if I can call it that. We also stepped into the 75th year of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75th year of independence, which sort of encompasses several great national initiatives. And I think the maritime canvas there certainly deserves lots of attention. Closer home, yesterday, or rather today, is 24 years of INS Tarangini's commissioning, the sail training ship. And Tarangini itself has done a great deal in terms of spreading India's and Indian Navy's soft power. Some of you spoke about memorials and people who have fallen. 11th November yesterday was the Remembrance Day, in which a whole lot of soldiers and indeed sailors from India in World War I and World War II are remembered. Therefore, all these events come together at a time when we must remember the military aspects, certainly, but the maritime aspects, because they are close to us, so to speak, those who wear the whites. But as
Check,
has
sir.
been, yes?
Sir, we are facing some technical difficulty. Sir, we'll just take a second break and then get back.
Sure, sure.
Just a second.
It's saying some technical difficulty. Can you check? Can you hear me?
Sir, your video is not coming on YouTube, sir, that we are checking. It's coming in the session, but it is not coming on YouTube. We are checking that.
Okay.
Sir, can you ask Meera ma'am to join, sir? Sir, if you can change your seats with Krishna, sir.
Okay.
Sir, I'm getting Krishna's video, sir.
अपना कैमरा बंद कर सकते हैं तो सर को फिर से लॉग इन करा
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Sir, you're loud and clear, sir. I'm just checking for your videos. Yes, sir, it's there, sir. You can continue, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry about that slight technical glitch. My apologies. So I would like to start again and seek your indulgence to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's been a long, wonderful, fascinating session. There have been lots of interesting discussions and deliberations, and it is extremely difficult to sort of sum all of this, to cull all of this, because very wonderful points have been made. And I do not have the kind of photographic memory that the follow-on speaker, Admiral Chauhan, has. So I will be referring to my notes as we go along and what I jotted. But today is important, or this time is important for several reasons. We are celebrating 50 years of 1971 war, Swarnim Vijay Varsh, in which the Indian Navy played a big role, and that led arguably to some sort of maritime reawakening in the country. We also entered 75th year of our independence, and the maritime domain figures as a big part of this growth over 75 years. Today, closer home is the 24th anniversary, quarter century of INSV, Indian Naval Sailing Vessel Tarangini, which has played a big part in Navy's soft power efforts. Talking of the military issues, yesterday was Remembrance Day, 11th November, where we commemorate and we remember all those from India who took part in World War I and World War II. There were discussions on memorials in the second session, and it brings to relief, into sharp relief, some of what they spoke regarding Remembrance Day and whether this figures in our memory. So there is both a military aspects and a maritime component, and we must remember that merchant marine played a big role in World War I and World War II, so they are a part of this story. Having sort of considered all of these issues, I think we set the stage in many ways for the discussions that happened. In the first session, we had three outstanding talks. We began with Captain Anand Dixit, who brought out very quickly how this topic has been enhanced in its scope over the last few years, the Maritime Seminar, and how when we talk of maritime soft power, we are referring to maritime culture of a country. And though it is a new phrase, he says it has differing interpretations, but it has significance beyond those interpretations. And he mentioned of maritime art and how IMF, which he is heading, has given lots of importance to maritime art through the SEMA. And later, if you'll remember, we had two artists from SEMA. So after his sort of quick talk, we had Captain Behel, who talked again of the difficulties of recognizing between hard power and soft power. But interestingly, he brought out that several components of soft power, and he brought out 2 or 3 issues. He said medical and piracy assistance. Now, piracy assistance is an interesting example because when you talk of piracy assistance, it could combine several elements. There is a hard power assistance when you thwart piracy attempt or when you chase away pirates. But there's also possibly soft power assistance if you were to give medical assistance, if you were to do counter-piracy patrols, or if you were to form a part of a global coalition against piracy, or if you were in the exercise of doing counter-piracy, do other collaborative ventures with other people. Captain Behel also brought out about UK maritime industry and how the fact that it still is the global hub, and so long as we continue to read publications from UK or any other country for referring to the pilot or for their various books of navigation, then they will continue to be thought leaders. Therefore, he said, write and publish, whether it is history, memoirs, or books of navigation or books of operations, do write and publish. I think that was a big cry from him to everyone in the marine community, naval and merchant, to write more. The CNC, in his keynote address, he talked of very many things. It was a very large canvas. He talked interestingly of, even though land is occupied largely where man stays, he talked of floating cities. He talked of underwater cities, and who knows where the future might go. The important point he made is that when the Navy talks of soft power, it is much more than mere strategic considerations. It is largely with a view to have sort of collaborative partnerships to generate win-win solutions. He said we need to do a lot more, however, to harness. He referred to a phrase called the maritime ecosystem, which requires the best brains. And I think this came later on when we talked about the maritime education and other things, that how do you encourage, how do you get the best brains? How do you become a magnet for attracting some of the finest minds in the country to the maritime industry, to the maritime sector? He also talked of the container crisis and the use of smart power as a combination of hard power and soft power. He brought out an interesting thing, that ironically, even as the sea continues to become more and more important enough as human contact itself with the sea has dwindled. And therefore, as we have more and more of unmanned, as we have more and more of automatic vehicles, as we more and more get the feeling that the milk or the fuel is delivered from the petrol pump or the milkman or from the local boy who delivers and not from their places of origin, then the sea itself may not become attractive to people. I think that's a big challenge that people like us have to face. How do we make sea and life at sea more attractive? He talked of use of technology, particularly for pole vaulting rather than leapfrogging. And therefore, here is a question that all of us must consider. Whether can we use technology, apps, for example, on phones? Can they have maritime games? How can simulators, can we have ship handling simulators in airports and other places, or smaller sort of simulators at various museums to bring in technology in a big way and make it attractive to younger generation? I think this is what we need to consider. After that, we began our first session. Our first session had some wonderful speakers, people who are in the vanguard of maritime education. Dr. Malini Shankar brought out how, and I think that's an important point she made, that our seafarers are very good, regarded professionally very highly, but we need soft skills, and that's very important. And she talked of communication, attitude, leadership, and analysis. She also focused a great deal on R&D, and I think that's again another very, very important point that is being made. Unless we put in money into R&D, we are not really going to become leaders. We are not going to get cutting edge. Dr. Shanta Kumar, who followed, he talked about how knowledge, in fact, it was a sort of perfect follow-on from Dr. Malini. He says how knowledge will always have a market, and even as there is outsourcing of business, there could be several sectors in the maritime field which has a huge demand, particularly in the white-collar job and other sectors. Whether the autonomous will reduce, I think Captain Gyanendra asked an interesting question, whether, as is commonly perceived, will autonomous vehicles and other autonomous entities and automatic vehicles, will it reduce employability, or will it seek to re-engineer people in different ways and continue to keep people engaged and employed? I think that's an important point. Professor Anuradha talked about how the Mumbai University has taken this initiative, recognizing that if you have 8 or 9 districts in which 2 are on the coast, you do need a center dedicated to maritime studies. She also talked of the doctoral program starting in CMAS very well. That's very soon, and I think that's very good news for all of us. Seafaring, there was an increase mentioned to 10%, and we looking at 15% by 2030. That would make us very important players globally. However, the reduction of tonnage in DWT was also brought out by Dr. Malini. Now, one of the important points that was made, I think, by Captain Gyanendra was the size of delegations in IMO meetings, that how different countries come with big delegations with multiple expertise. And that's exactly what happened when I was in Nairobi and I used to attend piracy conferences. I saw that while we had to make do with the people who were there, yes, we were thinking on the literally on the move, just 2 or 3 people in several conferences. Countries like US, several Western countries, even China would have 10, 15 people who are domain experts in everything from language to maritime law to shipping. So the amount of brains that they could put into these delegations was much more. I think that's an important point again, and therefore IMU's involvement with RIS certainly is a good step. I think all think tanks and universities should have much greater sort of exchanges, as CMAS is having with the Indian Navy. The point was made about need for clear strategy. I think what Dr. Malini mentioned again, a sort of grand maritime vision or a strategy wherein all maritime stakeholders need to think about how do we go and what is it that we want to say. Commodore Gurumani nicely brought out how hydrography is in some ways. He says without hydrography, you can't have safe navigation, you can't have coast, you can't have coastal cities. So Saraswati Vidya hydrography is, and the fact that the Indian Navy is established lead and is one of the best in the world in hydrography, I think should give us much cause to be proud. And also the fact that we teach hydrography to several countries. I think 33 or 34 countries have been represented in the National Institute of Hydrography. Compliance with NEP, leverage with existing collaborations. Many of these things were brought out by all the speakers. And one of the interesting things that I found was greater percentage of women or female students, and I think that's very, very good, because it talks of the maritime sector in future having women. We've seen already women starting to make breakthrough in the Navy and in the merchant marine, or rise to become captains of ships. Last year, in fact, we had a captain of a merchant ship as one of our panelists. As we have women in several maritime sectors, I think that apart from making a more diverse and more equitable society, it will also be excellent for maritime sector. Several other ideas were mooted. How do we educate? The challenge was, does it come through formal education processes or through maritime clubs, scouts, NCC? Sea Cadet Corps was a wonderful option, though it's at the moment just based in a few places. Whether that can be a great model. Again, what came out is that this sort of activities can't be, as Dr. Malini said, it can't be an overnight activity. Future presence building has to be thought of from the present, and we have to see how to go about doing it. Popular culture, which came about both in sessions 2 and session 3, was also reflected here. How do students take to maritime studies? Someone said ferry, Alibag to Mumbai, and again, what is the thing that fascinates us? The fireman. So can we have comic heroes? Can we have it was brought out again? I'm sort of jumping sessions. Sindbad the Sailor, or even Sailor. So should we be having certain equivalent ways in which we can bring the romance in maritime sector? I think that's an important point made. Can we introduce sailing in schools? I think Gurumani said an excellent thing. Instead of burdening children, let's unburden them. Let's make them more involved, interested through a whole lot of these issues. Of course, again, the caveat came that this should not be a check or tick the box sort of initiatives, but should be more grassroots. Therefore, you have to make children much more educated about this. So don't make education a checkbox item, was what Dr. Shankar said. So how do we have ease of doing business in maritime education? And I think all three spoke about it, though I'm quoting Dr. Malini. I think all three speakers, indeed all four, including Captain Commodore Gurumani, brought out a few issues in this. One is there must be ease of doing business. Second is there must be greater interface between professionals and educational institutions, between think tanks, and private-public collaboration should be there. And I couldn't, of course, help wonder at the irony that when I was told, or I heard, that it is very difficult to get admission in maritime universities in India from abroad, while we have a whole lot of people who are so difficult for us to get foreigners to come and study in India. I think we need to give it much more thought, and I think that's one of the key takeaways of session 1. Now, session 2, ladies and gentlemen, memorials, and I think Commodore Chitnis began very well when he called maritime museums the Cinderella amongst museums, and he said they are hardly there. Of course, he mentioned some numbers, but the fact that they don't register in our consciousness should be telling the story. Now, Commander Mohan Narayan, who has a rich experience dealing both with maritime history and maritime museums, talked of the difference. He said history may be didactic, but museums must create experiences. And of course, how they can be was taken up by Batul. in her excellent presentation on the Lothal Maritime Heritage Complex, where she spoke about the tourism potential of museums and the multiplier effect. And she made an interesting point that this itself can create a global community of soft interactions, which is online, Instagram, meaningful exchange. So she sought to de-link this community from the formal sort of communities or interactions that governments can have. And she mentioned, or she hinted at how if you can get tourism, you can get maritime heritage, then you create a global set of people who want to go and see and visit, and that creates a sort of virtuous circle. I understand, I'm not sure, but 2 years ago when electricity was given, 24-hour electricity was given at the Gharapuri or the Elephanta Island, the tourism profile there has changed completely. So that in a way could probably be the answer for future, to tap into tourism potential of museums. And that takes us to what Bharat said. And I think again he said wonderful thing where he says gray hair overpower the black. That is how do you, the biggest challenge is how do you rope in the young. And he talked about Bollywood, of Hindi having been made popular through Bollywood rather than through the Rashtra Bhasha Prachar Samitis. And he made an interesting point later that he said that it is the 15 to 25 young adults that's the most difficult audience. And I think this is important, ladies and gentlemen, because both the Navy and the Merchant Marine seek their future sort of leaders and people from this 15 to 25 target group. So it makes you wonder if we are missing out something. Should we be speaking to marketing people and to brand strategists and others to see how we can sort of make the maritime domain, the maritime discipline attractive, so that we can attract, we can get the finest minds. He also talked of making heritage cool and museums experiential. And I think one of the things that came out, and when I spoke recently at a school, and they were bemoaning that last year they could not do their planned trip to Esselberg, the museum amusement park. And I sort of sought to ask them, I said, you are a school in Kolaba, why do you want to go all the way there? Why don't you experience by going to the fishermen community just opposite Badwar Park and see if you can take a day at sea with them? Why don't you go and seek experiences in different ways? So that these are some ways in which I think we seem to miss the very obvious tricks that we have. While we would talk about Narli Purnima on our mobile apps and show pictures of that, if we were to actually see how the fishermen celebrate Narli Purnima, that would make us much more educated about the rites and rituals that obtain among seafaring communities. So lots of things that came out here: walk, sailing tour, enactment, light and sound shows, dhows. And I think it's very, very important when they talked about dhows, because this was mentioned later by Dr. Rukhsana also, the dhows of Mandvi and sailing. And I have seen this in Mombasa. Some of the great tourism advertisements is through restaurants and hotels and dhows. And it is sad if India doesn't really sort of advertise dhows, because Indians went all over the Indian Ocean region in dhows. In fact, one of the more famous books in East Africa, talking of Indians coming, is called They Came on Dhows, written by Blanche D'Souza. Therefore, for India now, not to sort of front dhows or those experiences or the shipbuilding experiences, whether in Kerala or in Mandvi, I think we are missing out a trick or two, not just from maritime consciousness and awareness, but even from maritime tourism aspects. And I hope the Lothal committee takes sort of a note of that. So point was made about roping in influencers and people like that. So digital marketing is the name of the game. So how do we do that? I think again, Dr. Nathji said very few decide to work at sea or on sea, and our history has been continental. Of course, that is made. But she made an interesting point. She said we don't have ownership of oceans. That is simply not there. That's a point that was made later by Commodore Prakash also in his moderation, that we tend to see the coast as a sort of a barrier or a border rather than vital territorial area or important spaces. I think one of the questions was by Sitaram, who talked of water sport complexes with museums. I think that is a very important aspect. Dr. Nanji said mix ethnography with archaeology so that romance of folklores and seas have to be stitched together, and it is only then that you can make it interesting. I think that's an important point made. And there were, of course, lots of questions on Bombay castles, plans for Bombay, dockyard walk, and I think Commander Narayan came into all of these with lots of gusto. I think the point is well made, ladies and gentlemen, but the security concerns are there. We can't walk away from them. The Navy has maintained these places very beautifully. We have to see and take a call on some of these, and I'm sure you will appreciate those issues. Coastal cleanup being extended to rivers, very, very interesting point made by Commodore Chitnis. How do we get brand strategists, marketers, and influencers to incentivize? We have to consider pop culture through movies, I think, and our organization that came from all of this was don't make heritage and maritime issues elitist, take them to the masses. Issues, memorials were discussed, and I have spoken about them, how we don't seem to know enough about memorials in terms of not recognizing their value. A mention was made of Gallipoli by Bharat, and I think he's right. The fact that Turkey and Australia and New Zealand, it's very, very important to them. Indians don't recognize. So many Indians were a part of the Gallipoli campaign. For many years, I used to write about, though I'm a Navy man, I used to write about the Gallipoli and talk about it because I was similarly moved by the Anzac Day ceremonies that Australia used to hold in Nairobi. And I thought that we have not recognized Indian contribution in this enough. So is there case for us to visit these spaces abroad and for people abroad to visit memorials in India and to visit places with maritime significance? I guess certainly there is. Kanderi Island as a great tourist destination was brought about. So I think the common thing that came out was lesser elitism, more access to sea, make it more popular, consider taking in expertise from people who understand young people, who understand the pulse of young people. So sometimes maritime people in maritime disciplines stay in their silos and ivory towers. And if we want to reach out, I think we need some more expert advice. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope because of the technical sort of faults, you will indulge me for about 10 minutes more. You will notice that we have some more time before I call on our next speaker, Admiral Chauhan. So I wanted to talk more about session 3 and session 4. Session 3 was very, very interesting because it had young people, and this was the first time that we were seeking to rope in young people, and I think it was fantastic, and it was noticeable in the way that this session, though we had planned it in the afternoon at lunchtime, actually had the highest viewership. I think when Advait talks of Tommy, straight away you realize how role models are important for people to take to some profession, to be interested in. Tia and Swati brought in what motivation and determination means, and when motivation and determination meets interest, then you can really scale great heights. I was quite interested and taken up how Pratik spoke about certain fascination for pirate in his drawing, and Deepshika about how she said, "I simply love fish," and I think these little things that keep you interested, visual motifs or something in your imagination from the maritime world, tell a lot of stories. Advait made another interesting mention again. He said, I use my boat as a Maruti, and we got to ask this. I think this question came up last year also. We have seen in places like Seychelles and Mauritius that people bring in boats in a marina, park, go. Ordinary people own them. I mean, when I say ordinary, I mean reasonably middle class people own boats and take the boats out for a spin as we do with our cars when we go out to drive. So I think, can we create that sort of culture, or it still remains elitist? I think we have to consider that. But I like the way he said, I enjoyed every moment in water and I learned to care for my boat. I think that's a very, very important point. As we are told in the armed forces, you care for your weapon and the weapon will care for you. So when he says that I care for my boat, he brought out one of the key factors in terms of understanding and ownership. Tia brought out encouragement of like-minded people, guidance. Swati said, learn to fall. I think it's important when she talked about her sailing experience, and this Advait also brought out, you must learn to fall. You must learn to get into the drink, so to say. Have the sea water in your veins. Taste the sea water, and don't bother about those little injuries and bruises. They will happen, but you will remember them and they will be memorable. Advait also said, don't feel bad to lose. You will succeed at some stage. And the pride of national flag, the pride of representing your nation, there can be nothing better than that. And camaraderie and friendship. I think these were again common themes against these young people. And I'm really taken up with the maturity that these young people showed in their discussion. They talked of overcoming your fears, whether it was insects or thalassophobia or love for nature. Swati, the way she's handled motherhood, PG, COVID issues, along with her other passion, self-discipline, mental strength, all of these are there to develop personality. So it's not over till the last race is over. Your passion is not a distraction, but a part of you. And how can I not fall in love with the sea, as Pratik said, or as Deepika said, once you start, you gain momentum. So what all these people brought out is that it is a fun thing to do and fun thing to be. Admiral Nadkarni in the fourth session started off. We got Commodore J Prakash. He's slightly, due to some technical difficulties, a couple of minutes late, but we flagged off that session. Commodore J Prakash, very erudite scholar. He got into the gear straight away. And I think one of the important things that Admiral Nadkarni talked of was sports, again, taking off from previous session. And he said how it's a good point that sailors did well. I think we make too much about certain sports getting more attention. That is true. Will sailing not get attention? I don't think so. As you create word beaters, I mean, sports like shooting is not necessarily very great or pleasing to the eye. You don't get running commentary. But there were lots of Indians hooked on to shooting during the Olympics, as indeed they were hooked on to golf, wanting to see Aditi Ashok win a medal. So I'm sure in future, when our sailors become medal prospects, sailing will also become a much sought after TV viewership sport. But I think that point is well made, and that was carried forward by Richa, who said Navy has lots of stories to tell and it must stay on top of the narrative. She talked of MVC winner, she talked of, however, that storytelling has a deadline, it has timeline issues, that people's attention span is limited, and so we must know when to tell the story. Again, this is a matter of expertise. Kulpreet Yadav talked of taking action. He defined maritimity as moving from awareness to action. Vishnu ruled the loss of Virat. I must also mention, I think Vishnu covered the expedition that went from 50 meters below sea to the Everest from the submarine, which flagged off. He was on the submarine there. So that was the Everest expedition, which technically climbed, as we said, about 8,900 meters or something like that. So Vishnu was part of that expedition too. And his concern about Virat is well hoisted. Then we talked of lots of literature. I think Admiral Nadkarni listed out everything. India has been slow in the maritime literature genre, only as far as military fiction is concerned. Of course, Sandeep Punithan's Operation X is not only a great book, I think a great movie can come out of that. And as was seen from Ken Mutiny, a good book can result in good theatre, good cinema, and much more. And so possibly Operation X can be that. I think when it comes to other realms of literature, we have done some outstanding cutting-edge work, global level work. I mean, Amitav Ghosh's books, in a sense, can be talked of as maritime literature. But if we want specifically fiction, thrillers, I think there's lots more that can be done there. Again, encouraging water sports was brought about by Navy. And I think a whole lot of very understandable angst in this section dealt with the Navy being a silent service. Though, of course, Vishnu acknowledged that we had the best PROs and who were always on top of the game. I think there was largely a consensus that it is far interesting and attractive to tell stories of a man in a valley, a trigger, and a gun. And it's not so. I think the sophistication of the Navy goes against it, as Vishnu alluded to it, that is it sexy enough to talk of stories of integration on Vishakhapatnam class? And I think that's a point very well made. Our sophistication possibly goes against us. People want more sort of thrilling stories. And it may not be easy, as Commodore J. Prakash said, that not all stories have to involve thrill and blood and gore. There are lots of human interest stories. And I think that's a point well made. But I think it's also important to underscore that the Navy is called silent service for a reason. We operate beyond the gaze, beyond the horizon of the common person. And therefore, it's always difficult to bring out our stories. That is the nature of the medium. That's the nature of the beast. The role of think tanks, the difficulties and problems that they face was brought out by Admiral Nadkarni again. And I think one of the issues that think tanks need to ask is, do we preach to the converted, or are we sort of getting more bang for the buck? And one of the tests is, are we having new members? Are we having new audience? Are we getting more footfalls? Are we getting more eyeballs for our seminars and webinars? I think that in some ways could be some of the tests to see if our messages are going across. And while we must influence policy and a whole lot of things, we must also reach out to greater section of our countrymen to enhance maritime consciousness, maritime knowledge. So I think the points that were made again dealt with excess. It were dealt with by Kulpreet again. It was dealt with a thrill factor. But it needs to be underscored, ladies and gentlemen, that sometimes such a lot of burden is placed, so to say, at the Navy's door, that we must do think tank activities, that we must encourage heritage walks, that we must enable maritime cinema and documentaries, that people forget that the core job of the Navy is fighting and to go and sock it to the enemy when required. And we must not forget that. A whole lot of these things are done by the Navy. Navy is doing the heavy lifting through organizations like NMF, MHS, through our outreach during Navy weeks, through seminars like this. The Navy is doing heavy lifting in a whole lot of maritime domain activities. And now institutions, think tanks, other sort of actors and stakeholders in the maritime realm need to come to the party, so to say, and sort of make it more of a combined effort. Ladies and gentlemen, just give me last couple of minutes. Certain overall points I thought as a summator, but adding a bit of my own. Some of the things that could be considered. One of the points that was brought out has been, is there time? Like the military literature festivals that have been going on in Chandigarh and more recently in Lucknow, is there time now to have a maritime literature festival where we can discuss many of these things and get to maritime books and periodicals and people who sell, buy? Is there time for doing this and sort of bring maritime thought issues under one umbrella? And if so, who would take the lead in it? Again, one of the other points that comes is that to be a leader, you need to start taking initiatives. And to start taking initiatives, you need to start generating your own thoughts, your own literature. We have done that, as I pointed out, in literature that's outside the military maritime realm, cinema in many ways. Bollywood and cricket are great examples of a soft power. Our non-maritime education also attracts a huge amount of people from various parts of the world. And the Navy itself is a great example of a hard power that wields lots of soft power in the way we are attractive to foreign countries and others for a range of activities. The recent Solar Alliance, for example, wherein the USA has joined as 101st member, is a classic example of what happens when you take initiative and take the lead. So I think one of the things that we could do in the maritime sector is to start being imbued with that sense of destiny about taking a leadership role. How do we ensure exposure to see-through to a whole lot of landlocked people? I think that's the big challenge. Can we have ship replicas? Do we use technology? How do we make people more aware of the sea? I think this is a question that keeps coming time and again. Semester at sea was talked about, adopting a ship was talked about, museum as experiential issues was talked about. But I think one of the biggest challenges for maritime people, just as we tell people on land to look at seas and to look at the seas as vital areas, I think those of us in the maritime domain need to look at hinterland and see how we can take our brethren along and educate them about maritime issues. Can maritime history and culture be at least an elective subject in IMU, JMU, and a whole lot of maritime institutions? Lots of maritime institutions focus on maritime security, maritime law, again, the sort of harder subjects. And while that's completely understandable, what gives them a sense of pride and identity is our maritime history and culture. And there are reasons for us to be hugely proud about. Can it be elective? How can we spread that? I think that is a point that's made. Soft skills, above all, I think soft skill is something that we need to consider. How do we build soft skills? Because soft power requires soft skills. And those of us who are in the business, we are not going to get different wielders of soft power. Some of them may be there through tourism, through museums, but many times soft power may have to be inherent in our own activity. So all of us in the maritime domain and maritime profession need to see how we can get a lot more soft skilling and reskilling if required. And soft skills is not merely about good manners or speaking well. It's about language skills. It's about knowledge of law. It's about multilateralism, as we people in the Navy talk about. It's about comfort with diverse cultures and peoples. And I think that is what soft skills are all about. And that's something that we could give a thought to. With those thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to compliment all our speakers and moderators for giving us an excellent overview. It was a fascinating debate, fantastic seminar. We had lots of wonderful discussions. Allow me now, give me 2 or 3 minutes to introduce our next speaker, Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, who's going to deliver the valedictory address. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if I were to describe Admiral Chauhan in just one phrase or half a sentence, I would say he's been there, done that. There is not anything that you can say that he's not done. And we, of course, look up to him as an exemplar, as a role model. But in case there are some of you who are not aware of his very distinguished career and service, let me just go over the brief highlights. Admiral Chauhan had nearly 40 years of distinguished service. He retired in 2013. He's an ex-NDA navigation direction specialist. In his early years, he was deputed to the Mauritian Coast Guard. He helped set up the Mauritian Coast Guard there. He's had 4 command tenures, including a missile corvette, a guided missile frigate, INS Brahmaputra, as the commissioning commanding officer, and then as the commanding officer of the aircraft carrier INS Virat. He's attended all important courses. He has been the principal director of naval operations. He was also in charge of our think tank organization, MWC and INTEC, for some time. And in each of these initiatives, you can bet that he gave a huge push to everything that happened in the field of cogitation and thinking. It was always a challenge staying in pace with him, and it was always a delight listening to him. As the flag officer, Admiral Chauhan was our first Assistant Chief of Naval Staff in charge of foreign cooperation and intelligence. And that is when the Navy was going through certain reorganization in which FC, or foreign cooperation, got huge impetus, a whole lot of it owing to his untiring efforts
including pioneering the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium initiative. And over a period of time, you can see how these initiatives have led from there: IONS, IFR, Goa Maritime Conclave, the sailing regattas, the international sailing regattas that we have. And I think he put the grain of expanded foreign cooperation and what the navies can do and the possibilities there in that job that he did for quite a few years. In the 3-star rank, he was first the Chief of Staff, Western Naval Command, and then he went on to head the Indian Naval Academy, INA, which has over the years again become a great center for excellence. In its short, relatively short span over the last few years, it's become one of our most reputed institutions. Again, I think owing a lot to efforts put in by people like Admiral Chauhan. After his retirement, he's been very, very active, talking, thinking, part of several track 2 dialogues. He's an advisor for the Ministry of External Affairs, National Security Council, a whole lot of other think tanks. He's a regular at all our military colleges and others. He's associated with the Aspen Center, and he has written about 85 published articles. That again is simply the tip of iceberg, ladies and gentlemen. I think you can ask anyone in the Navy to name our most articulate spokesman, our best ambassador, and one of the finest maritime minds, and they will say Admiral Pradeep Chauhan. Bilu sir, over to you for the valedictory address.
Thank you very much. I hope that I'm not echoing all over the countryside. First of all, let me explain to our viewers that one of the reasons why Srikanth has been quite so generous with his comments to me is because I owe him money. And, you know, he's always in the hope that I might well return it one of these days. But let me be more serious. Let me say thank you to start with. And, you know, when one gets called to deliver a valedictory address, one thinks that perhaps it's because one has not only been there and done that, as he so kindly said, but perhaps one is pretty much done. Flag officers, general officers, air officers, commanding officers, excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, Captain Dixit, President of the Indian Maritime Foundation, Captain Kapil Dev Behel, Master Mariner and Chairman of the Nautical Institute of India, Commodore Kesnu, representing with such competence the Western Naval Command in particular and the Indian Navy and in general, and our very distinguished and extraordinarily impressive members of the various panels that have sat in session today, plus the very, very erudite members of the audience virtually attending today's webinar. Good afternoon. Let me begin with a somewhat unequivocal statement. You know, we are now into the first 2 decades of what will be at least 2 full centuries of the sea. Hence, I would like to put it to you that over these, not after, over these 200 years, India will be a maritime power, or India will not be any kind of power at all. Does that mean military maritime power? Naval power? No, of course not. As has been repeatedly mentioned today, naval power is, after all, a subset of maritime power. Power itself, as Ms. Meera Bhadre so correctly mentioned just a little while ago, the very concept of power remains a contested one. And she was absolutely right in saying that power per se is certainly not a zero-sum game involving 2 categories, one winners and one losers. It is entirely possible, particularly in the maritime domain, to have all winners. That is the underpinning rationale of the prime ministerial concept, maritime concept of India, encapsulated in the acronym SAGAR. It is security and growth for all in the region. It is really important for us to understand that India believes firmly that all boats rise with the rising tide, and that the Indian economy cannot, in some magical fashion, ride on some wonderful crest while the economies of our neighborhood are wallowing in some dismal trough. Either we all rise or none of us rise. So yet, when we talk about all this stuff, about this maritimity with which we ended today's session and the maritimity with which we began today's sessions, and if we put it to the test, then what might we find? Well, let me ask you a simple question. In your mind, since I cannot hear you, in your minds, I would like you to complete this sentence and see how many of you managed to get it right. You can cheat because I can't check. Nor is it necessary to do so. Here's the sentence, and it says, Khoob ladi mardani wo to, and the answer will have come, wo to Jhansi wali Rani thi. Now, let's take another one. Khoob ladi mardani Rani Abba ka chokta. And the guys are saying, Abba ka chauta? Same to you. And so, we have a problem in our folklore. We have a problem in our ability to actually provide consciousness to the maritime segments of our struggles over the centuries. Every country struggles. So how many of us actually are comfortable with Rani Abbaka Chauta of the 16th century? She fought the Portuguese for 40 years. Suppose she had been a football team, and suppose Jhansi Ki Rani had been a football team. Then Jhansi Ki Rani would have had played 1-0, drawn 0, lost 1. Rani Abbaka would have played 40 years continuously, won 17 times against the Portuguese Navy, the Portuguese Army, the Portuguese Irregulars, the Portuguese Amphibious Forces, drawn 0, lost 1 in the last, and that too by backstabbing. What about Rani Kittur Chennamma? Fought the British in 1824 against the doctrine of lapse. What about Rani Khelad Chennamma? Repelled the Mughal army led by Aurangzeb from her military base in Karnataka. What I'm trying to get at is, when we study history, ladies and gentlemen, we study the history of Delhi, and we think that we are studying the history of India. This is a huge problem. And this is where the problem actually begins. So consequently, it is entirely appropriate that nurturing a maritime culture has been the most striking leitmotif of this entire webinar. Me, I am suffused by a special sense of belonging this evening, this afternoon, and was so this morning as well. As Chief of Staff of the Western Naval Command, I had a series of very rewarding interactions with the then President and now President Emeritus of the Indian Maritime Foundation, Commodore Rajan Veer. And that resulted in the launch of this annual engagement, whose current edition we have just enjoyed all day today. Moreover, as the Director General of the National Maritime Foundation, which is the strategic knowledge partner of the Indian Navy and a peer partner of the Indian Maritime Foundation, I am deeply invested and interested in every endeavor that seeks to further the development of maritime India. I am completely sold on this. So, the National Maritime Foundation, I am very proud to say, is the foremost resource center for the development of strategies for the promotion and the protection of the maritime interests of India. What is the maritime interest of India? It is simply stated at the prime ministerial level in 2008. It is freedom, freedom from threats arising in the sea or from the sea or through the sea. These threats could be man-made, geopolitical constriction, state-on-state conflict. They could be natural, tsunamis, earthquakes, seaquakes, cyclones. They could be combinations of both. Climate change, ocean acidification, the challenges of biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, the challenges of areas beyond national jurisdiction. All of these constitute challenges. When we have freedom from them, we are secure. So, the point I wanted to therefore underscore for you is that our effort to make this particular freedom a reality cannot be done by having only a small number of needles of excellence. It is true that a small number of needles of excellence can indeed support a large mass, but it is true also that that mass will never be stable. So for it to become stable, we have to increase these needles until they are no longer seen as needles, but constitute the foundation of this mass as a whole. And I would therefore particularly like to express my admiration for the choice of the themes that have been explored in the 4 technical sessions that have constituted this particular webinar. Now, I know that Ms. Krishna Kataria has already succinctly summarized the main takeaways of each session, and then Commodore Kesnur has, with his characteristic candor and charm, summated the entire day. And I have no intention of trying to compete with the excellence of either of these presentations, nor giving you or subjecting you to some second-rate kind of repetition. However, I must state quite unequivocally that I was delighted to see that the webinar began by squarely addressing the foundational weakness of our country, education. Let me give you an example of what the challenge actually is. Unlike any other scholastic or academic subject, take general science, take science. Not all of you are scientists, not all of you are physicists, not all of you are chemists, but everyone has done some form of general science, increasing incrementally over school. What about English or Hindi or Sanskrit or Tamil or Malayalam? Everyone has studied this incrementally. First from home, then with your friends, then in school, then parents, then teachers, then parents again. What about subjects like geography, history, mathematics? Mathematics, everyone has done arithmetic. Everyone, if I said, what is 3 plus 4? It's easy, it's 7. Because you have learned it incrementally, it has been repeated, you have been tested, you have been re-examined, you have been... What about maritime subjects? Duk, 0. Not one subject in not 1 year of your entire schooling. There was a lament made on by, I think it was by Malini, when she said that, you know, these are tick marks of check boxes when we talk about environmental studies. It's true. But there are tick marks in some check boxes. In the maritime domain, there are no check boxes because the teachers don't know, they can't teach. The students have no idea whether they want to know or not because it lies outside their scope. Therefore, how is all this to be tackled? It's all very well to say that, yeah, we have this problem, yeah, we have that problem, and misery certainly loves company. So perhaps we'll all remain friends forever. But how is this to be tackled? This particular session that we witnessed focused upon tertiary and professional education. In this regard, I must say that the National Maritime Foundation has been working closely with the Gujarat Maritime University and the GNLU and the efforts of Professor Dr. Shanta Kumar deserve particular praise and continued support. Dr. Malini Shankar is, as always, delightful to listen to. And she and her and the Indian Maritime University, which she heads with such distinction, are certainly going to be the next port of call for the outreach efforts of the National Maritime Foundation. And I'm very taken, of course, by the Center of Excellence in Maritime Studies, or CMAS, that the University of Mumbai has recently launched, and Dr. Anuradha Majumdar is now leading. But what about schools? What about undergrad studies? What about the kids who didn't manage to go to school? This is where the centrality and the criticality of the Indian Maritime Foundation needs to be appreciated by all of us. We've made much talk about coastal cleanup, whether they are on the beach or they are related to rivers. I want to tell you that unless we are able to generate a full system, this is going to be an exercise in futility. We will clean up the beach. We will put all that kachara into wonderful bags. The media will come. We'll wear those wonderful shirts. We'll get our photographs taken. Our parents will say, ooh and ah. And our friends will say, good job, Joe. And then where will all those bags go? And if you take a place like Erimala, where they don't have a municipal corporation, the panchayat has no idea what to do with it. So when nobody is looking, they pitch it back into the backwater, and it winds up back into the sea. And then we have a full-fledged job all over again. We need a system. We need a full-fledged system. And I'm very happy to say that the Indian Maritime Foundation is embarked on just such a system. That's why it needs support. That's why it merits support. That's why. So the problem otherwise, which has been lamented a great deal, is that we're not able to create and disseminate the romance of the sea, the romance of the maritime domain. Our lessons, our teachers who teach these lessons are to put it pretty bluntly, they're really boring. You know, I often say that there's no boring history. There are only boring historians. There's no lousy mathematics. There are just crap mathematics teachers. There is no horrendous physics. There are just very poor physics teachers. We know the names of all our heroes. Yes, those ones who enabled us to regain our freedom, जिन्होंने अपनी जान पे जान लगा दी बाजी पे के. We know all of their names, don't we know them? We know them. Shivaji Maharaj. We know Kanoji Angre. We know Rani Lakshmi Bai. We know Mangal Pandey. We know Bhagat Singh. We know Chandrasekhar Azad. We know Lokmanya Tilak. We know Lala Lajpat Rai. We know Mahatma Gandhi. We know Sardar Patel. Subhash Chandra Bose. How do we know them? हमें पढ़ाया गया. Our teachers taught us. Our friends told us. We sang songs about them. We listened to poetry about them. We had all of that. And did anybody tell us how did we lose our freedom in the first place? The one for which all these people had to sacrifice life, limb, property to regain. How did we lose that? Anybody told us that? In 1509, 120 odd years before the British even arrived, there was a battle. It was the Battle of Dew. We fought. How many ships did we have? A quad? Yeah, we had a quad. A quad? Yeah, we had a quad. We had the Zamarin of Calicut. We had the Sultan of Gujarat. We had the Doge of Venice. We had the Mamluks of Egypt. We had 123 ships. The Portuguese came with 22. And we lost. How did we lose? Were we not brave? Of course we were brave. Did we not understand, did we not have big rivers in which we fought? Yeah, we did. Then we brought our riverine strategy and tried to put it out to sea. We had the world's best kho-kho team or the best kabaddi team. Hum log aate hai na pat ko marte hue ke hut, and when he came, they said, sorry, ye to pratyogita basketball ki hai. We said, basketball, but we've got a kabaddi team. They said, tough luck. In 1510, we lost Goa in a single day. When we lost these two, we lost control over the littoral. When we lost control over the offshore coast, we lost control over the ability to stop people from coming in. How do you think otherwise Robert Clive came in, ladies and gentlemen? Do you think he just said, "Beam me up, Scotty," and arrived on the battlefield of Plassey? No, that didn't happen in that way. So, what is our problem in this? Our problem is not that we have lousy, boring history. So, what I want to tell everybody in this history business is this: अभ्यास मत सिखाओ यार, कहानी सुनाओ, कहानियां सुनाओ. Bring it to life. When I was in school, we had to stand on tables and we had those foot rulers or whatever they're called now, scales, wooden scales. And we were Robert the Bruce and we were Alaric the Goth and we were Attila the Hun. We had all the wrong guys. But our history was alive. It wasn't some textbook with four paragraphs slashed through and then 3 paragraphs completely unrelated. Say, ye padh lena, ye exam mein aane wala hai. That is not how you build maritimity. So then how do you build it? You build it as Commodore Kesnur said, by not converting to the choir, not preaching to the choir, but going and doing outreach. So does the National Maritime Foundation do this? Yeah. How many interns do we get? Last year we ran an internship program for a period of 6 months, ranging from 6 weeks to 6 months. We had 118 final interns. How much did we charge them? Duk, free. This is what the Indian Maritime Foundation does in Pune. This is what I hope all of us will do in future. I've long been an admirer of Commander Mohan Narayanan, and I think he typifies the image of this World War II or World War I infantry captain. You know, he's charging out of the trenches. He's got his pistol in his hand, and he finally says, "All right, charge!" And then he looks behind, and there's nobody behind him. Just him. We can no longer afford this. We could never afford this. Now, in any case, we can't afford this. So we need to be able to stand up behind him. Was I not fascinated by the perspectives I heard today? What about this business of museums, of which so much was spoken, and so brilliantly at that? I went to the museum at Acre, Akko in Israel. Where you have the Hospitalia fortress, you have treasures in the wall. What is the difference between that and what we do? It is, okay, baby, touch it, feel it. It doesn't matter. Kids will sit on it. They will play horsey on some really venerable statue. The hell with it. It is coming to life. We had technology. If you go there, you will see that as you pass, you will not only see artifacts, you will see dioramas. Dioramas are where, as you change, the colors change, the perspective change. Are we not the software capital of the world? We are? Then where is it? Or are we just the software coolie capital of the world? In which case, we better put that baggage down and start to work like hell. So why are we then otherwise studying history? Because if we can't specialize and we can't work retrodiction. Retrodiction is required if you want to do prediction. In other words, you find something, some pattern which happened a long time ago, it repeated itself, it produced a result, you can see the result a long time ago. Then you say the pattern is going to repeat itself now, and therefore we should see the same result in the future. Retrodiction leads to prediction. Don't do retrodiction. My advice is hire a chap with a tota and those cards. That's the future you will then be able to predict. We have monuments. We talked a great deal about monuments. We spoke with admiring terms about the Commonwealth War Graves Commission. What are we talking about? Maintenance. Are we good at capital expenditure? Brilliant. Are we good at the day-to-day maintenance? No. Do we think that makes it elitist? Yes. Does it make it elitist? No. Does it mean that simply because our poor people cannot afford some fancy place that we should close a pugar? Of course not. Does it then mean that Appu Ghar mein jo rides hain wo kaam nahi karni chahiye? Equally, of course not. So I found myself having strong resonance with the comments of, say, Dr. Rukshana Nanji. Not too long ago at the INA, when in the Delhi seminar organized there in this 2021 edition, I was privileged to be on the same panel as she was. I was the moderator then. And I'm very happy. I emphasized the criticality of romance. And I was very happy that we are now all singing from the same sheet of music. So by the time we reached session 3 today, I was completely sold on this. And I said to my chaps, I said, let's listen to this. Yeah, this is how to run a seminar. And the one which captured our imagination is the one which you all know. And that's looking into the future, where we found not only brilliant steering of the session by Meera Bhadre, who was brilliant throughout, and who continues to do the SNDT University and herself proud, and is also going to be another port of call for the NMF as soon as this is over. This was a fascinating journey with such diverse champions, not old champions, not young champions, not fat champions, not thin champions, not tall champions, not short, just champions. So Advait Prasant Menon is not great because he was young. That's not what he's great about. He's great because he's great. It didn't matter whether he was 12, 21, or 121. He'd still be great. Surgeon Lieutenant Commander Swati and her passion for passion. Wow. Passion for skydiving, passion for the army, passion for the navy, passion for yachting, passion for skydiving, passion now for mountaineering. That's passion for passion. What about Tia Chatterjee? She fascinated us. How many people learn a ancillary core skill like scuba diving? I took part, the National Maritime Foundation took part in a seminar not very long ago on India's underwater cultural heritage, organized by UNESCO. Do you know what the definition for a cultural heritage site is in India by UNESCO? It must be 100 years ago. It must be 100 years old. Are 100 years? Everything in India is 100 years, even I. So all of us are artifacts. And yet, our endpoints are nearly zero because our serious research is been poor. And therefore, when we see Tia Chatterjee and we see her commitment and we see the fact that she's managed to write a book on underwater archaeology in India and the lost enigma, I think she deserves protracted applause. Is there only that way to enter the maritime domain? No. What about art? Do you know how hard it is to paint the sea? How many paintings have you not seen of an idiotic ship with the wrong wind, the wrong sails set, but wo chale ja raha hai somewhere or the other? And yet we have artists, as we've seen today. And aren't they deserving of praise? Yes. Aren't they deserving of emulation? Yes. Do they spread maritimity? Yes. And when we do talk about maritimity, you know, the one part which really didn't sit well with me was this business of media only publishes bad news. Yeah? Let me give you a question, ladies and gentlemen. India wins the Olympic gold medal in hockey, in field hockey. The next day, do more newspapers get sold or do less newspapers get sold? India produces PV Sindhu wins the world championship. Do we sell more newspapers or do we sell less newspapers the next morning? So anybody who tells you that only bad news sells is merely lazy. Bad news doesn't need a journalist. But good news needs a journalist. And therefore, if you wish to call yourself a leading, cutting-edge documentary filmmaker, a journalist, a multimedia specialist, let's see some proof. Let's see some proof. Because around the world, I once saw a BBC film on a kabaddi match. This guy fell. He took about 2.5 seconds to fall. Slow motion. The bead of sweat from his brow came slowly towards the ground. Just before the bead of sweat hit, his hand hit and the dirt in tiny, slow motion specks. My kid said, "What is this game? I want to play." Anything. Commodore Kesnur correctly said, shooting, golf, anything can become a spectator sport. You need the interlocutor. Once again, there is no boring or non-viewer interesting sport. There are just lousy journalists of that particular sport. So let's become good. Let's make first-class movies. How many of you saw the movie involving pirates? How many people in India now are talking about, when we say the word pirate, what is the word association? Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp. Okay, Johnny Depp. Any chance of producing Johnny Depp? Was Johnny Depp only about Johnny Depp? Was the Pirates of the Caribbean not about ships? Did you not see massive seas, high problems, pirates, good guys, all of that? Where is our stuff? Is all our stuff related to how many warships are made available to you by the Ministry of Defense? That's the limit of our imagination. Then we deserve to be where we are. Finally, I want to say and end my address to you. It's really an exhortation more than an address. I think that this was a fabulous webinar. I think that this is the kind of webinar which involves young people, old people, experienced people, novices, greenhorns, the whole gamut. It involves India. It tries. Its biggest merit and the biggest credit that I can give to the 3 organizations involved in producing such a fantastic day is this. They are attempting, ladies and gentlemen, to provide quality in quantity. Let us be both those things. Let us be part of the quality and let us multiply that quality in quantity so that we don't have needles of excellence upon which we are seeking to balance the mass of India, but we have a mass of excellence upon which we are balancing the mass of India. I think I'd better stop. I think I've run out of time. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and my congratulations once again to the organizers and my gratitude to them for giving me the chance. Thank you. I'm sorry, I know I was supposed to have a detailed script and read out with some amount of gravitas, but I'm not good for that.
Sir, I can assure you held them all spellbound.
That's absolutely true. Thank you so much, Admiral Chauhan. I'm so glad that finally we get to hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Maritime Seminar 2021 draws to a close, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks. At the outset, I would like to thank the Headquarters, Western Naval Command, Indian Maritime Foundation, and the Nautical Institute India West for conceptualizing the conduct of this webinar. On behalf of the organizers, supporting crew, and our online audience, I would like to thank our esteemed dignitaries, Admiral R. Harikumar, Captain Dixit, Captain Behel, Admiral Pradeep Chauhan for their address and important comments during the course of this webinar. I extend our sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers and moderators for sparing their valuable time and sharing with us their perspective and opinions. I would also like to thank the audience, or should I say netizens, for their participation and sharp questions. I would like to place on record our gratitude to all those who worked behind the scenes, to be precise, Team MWC, to make this event possible and for coordinating the event flawlessly. Finally, we thank you all, our viewers, for being with us today. It has been a great pleasure. I leave you on this pensive thought by Lao Tzu, the founder of Taoism. Water is the softest thing, yet it can penetrate mountains and earth. This shows clearly the principle of softness overcoming hardness. Jai Hind, Shamno Varuna.